Yeah, hello. Nawakaribisha katika show yetu siku ya leo. It is in the night of leo ni siku gani? Leo ni Sunday after the church service, and it is my hope and my glad that mmeshinda vizuri. Kumekuwa na mambo mingi siku ya leo, and the big story tonight ni we might witness the biggest visit in Kang'oka Jaramogi pale kwa Oponda farm. I think sijui kama Raila alizikwa Kang'o ama Oponda farm. They are different. So Gachagua said that wakiwa Ngemi. So I think we can start with that. So I can put Gachagua today and we can listen to that. It was a serious celebration. Much of the things was about much of the news was about support going to the grave. So hiyo tutafuatilia tuone what will happen. So I can put a speech tonight. Na pia Kalonzo Musyoka alikuwa huko, so wacha tu niweke speech hao wawili and then we continue. Na wanataka kuingia kwa kituo muingie so that we can go deep to the story.
Members of Parliament and the Senate,
karibuni.
Senior councils present, and our learned friends of the great profession, good evening. Mimi nimeshukuru sana to be among these great minds, because sometimes in the job that we do, we get a bit rusty because of not being where knowledge is. When I was a student in biology at Kenyatta High School in 1980, we learned about two processes, one called diffusion, another one called osmosis. The movement of small molecules from a lower concentration to high concentration. When you sit with the lawyers, you benefit from osmosis. The transfer of small knowledge of Rigiji to great knowledge by our lawyers. Kwa hivyo mtatuambukiza masomo kidogo. So we will learn. By the time we live here, we'll be better people, be more knowledgeable by staying with such great minds. Let me thank the organizers for this great occasion. This is not a joke. Almost 1,000 lawyers sit together, making merry together, having a nice time, celebrating their culture, acknowledging their traditions is a great thing. As a leader from this region, I am very grateful and I want to say thank you. And I want to encourage you that you should make this an annual event where you meet, make merry, celebrate your culture, your traditions, fellowship, and get to know one another as we solidify ourselves as a people. Nobody should intimidate you that you are meeting here with our cousins from Ukambani. There is a tendency in this country, when other people meet, it is called national unity. When the people of the mountain meet, it is called tribalism. The other day we saw Irinji and Gideon Moi having a nice time, saying that it is national unity. When G sits with Kipe Mugai, this is tribalism. We are saying, if sitting with our brothers and sisters who talk the same language is tribalism, let it be. Chinua Achebe wrote in one of his greatest works and said, when kinsmen meet together for a feast, it is not because they don't have food in their own homes. They do so because it is right for kinsmen to sit and eat together. My kinsmen, nimepongeza, tumeketi pamoja. Na wewe Githinji ukitaka kesho kuita sisi wa kabila, wewe endelea. Sisi tunaongea mambo yetu, wewe enda kwenu uongee mambo yetu. Kuna mtu ana kwao. Tutegemea wote sio peke yake. We cannot, will be foolish people. That people want to label us tribalists because we speak our language. God in his own wisdom created 41 communities in Kenya. If God had a problem with people speaking their language, he would have just created one homogeneous community in Kenya, speaking one language for the whole country. But God in his own wisdom created 42 ethnic communities with different languages so that we can have richness in diversity. We are proud of our language. Na yule anakasirika tukiongea lugha yetu ameza wembe.
Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to Y-Refi. Y-Refi, refinance.
And I have said nobody should admonish me for speaking my language in Muranga. When I'm in Muranga, the people of Muranga are my people. I am not an Englishman, and I'm not Chinese or Japanese. I speak my language when I'm in Muranga, because that's the language they understand. Even you people, just speak English when you go to the courtroom. Hii wakati ingine mnazungumzia sisi Kizungu ya nini? Wewe wajua naibwa. Usiwahi kuongelesha mimi Kizungu tena. Unless you are in Gotini. Finally, radio niseme two things. Niite JB Muturi, our brother from Embu. My good people, I have a special appeal to make to you today.
Usikawahi niongelesha Kizungu unless kama tuko kotini. Hiyo ni noma. Mumeamua kuembrace vernacular kabisa. Lugha ya mama. Ile tulifunzwa kule shule.
My community and I are in trouble. Deep trouble. We are under persecution by Githinji. Our community faces extinction. Our businesses have been ruined. Our agriculture, our tea, our coffee has been ruined. Pending bills of our people have not been paid. We are in trouble because we elected Togege to the National Assembly and the Senate. That is why we are in trouble. If the people in this room had offered themselves for election, like Gasheri, like Kagushia, like Wakilmureu, our community would not be in the shit we are in. As we mourn Raila Odinga, I must admit, I admire two things about that old man. And I'm really very touched by his leadership. Look at the political party that he built called ODM. A strong political party that, though he has never been elected president, he is able to get into every government and get what he wants. Because he has a strong political party. But most importantly, his political party, all the legislators are top-notch lawyers. These are the people who have protected Raila Odinga for 30 years. If you look at Raila's team, James Orengo, Otieno Kajwang, late, Omoro Atiende, Karori Omonti, Peter Kaluma, Edwin Sifuna, Stewart Matier, Catherine Muma, Millie Odhiambo, the bad girl, Beatrice Oyomo, Tomo Jeda, Okongo Mgeni, Mohamed Faki, Ocheng, and Babu Owino. Great minds. Great minds. Then nyinyi mnanipatia Kawanjiko. Wa Matinga. Wa Makeki. Atunani?
Wacha tucheke hapo kidogo Grado, sijui kama umesikia story ya sijui kama umesikia story ya bad girls hapo, hadi bad girl anajulikana. Lakini kitu imenifurahisha ni story ya ati wale watu wa Matinga. Na huyo jamaa mbona anaitanga wa Matinga? Kwani kuna Matinga mingi sana. Lakini saa zingine Wakikuyu na majina sasa wewe graduate ni kuingililia kidogo, wewe yako ni ya wanani? Kuna wa Matinga wa Madhuvu Alex kidogo.
Atunani? Atuwa Mavosho. Good people, my people. Your leader is in trouble. He has no foot soldiers. You have given him Togages. Yet you sit here, great minds. Great minds. And you can see the lawyers you gave me have stood for the people. Gasheri, Wakili Moreu, Kabushia. I'm asking you tonight. The party that have formed to look for government and to protect the interests of our people, the DCP, I'm looking for 140 legislators. I am requesting this group here tonight to give me 40 lawyers to back me up. I want to plead with you tonight, and I have come here for that purpose only, to plead with you, great minds. You cannot say politics is dirty. By you staying away, the country is dirty because of bad governance and poor leaders. How can you leave our people in the hands of our Mavosho? How? Our people, you are so educated, you are so learned. You must offer yourself to lead our people, to defend them, to make good laws, to represent them, and to start family in what you believe in.
I have to comment there. He is requesting for help from many lawyers. Anahitaji lawyers wengi sana. So I think he should edit a little bit. I think he should mix both the lawyers and other professionals. Yes, kuitisha lawyers ni sawa, but 40 lawyers, I don't know, like, does he only need lawyers? I think for you to get registration, sio lawyers peke yake. On that one, you will have to expand. Anyway, lawyers ni mazuri because maybe he is preempting kutakuwa na makesi somewhere, na atahitaji kukuwa na orengo wake, watu wanaweza kwenda kusimama na yeye. That is okay, I agree. But we just need a consortium of learned people who can also be on the forefront hapo mbele. So anaambiwa Kikuyu waache hiyo ujinga ya kuchagua Mavosho. You mean Wakikuyu
nyobeno ito hateka inene koni norenda koni nonegetheji atobagire maundu moru na nie ndingihota wira uyu ndi nyiki mwana mwetindiri ndina thigari 15 na itirahota kugitira ruriri wega ni turageria tukahuma Ndĩrenda thigari rĩmwe rĩa 40 na ndĩrenda thigari njega, thigari njũgĩ, thigari ciĩna mũrũgamo, mawakiri mwĩ gũkũ, nyũmba yanyu ĩraninwo mũgĩka atĩa? Nyũmba yanyu ĩraninwo mwĩ gũkũ na mwĩna ũgĩ na mwĩna ũmenyo, mũkauga atĩ ciaca ciĩna gĩko. Nyũmba ĩno yathira mũkauga atĩa? Twaninwo. Mwĩ gũkũ na mwĩ athomu na mwĩna ũmenyo na mwĩna ũhoti na no mũhote kũrũgamĩrĩra nyũmba yanyu ndĩkaninwo. Mwandigĩra ndĩ nyikire ngwĩka atĩa ndĩ mũndũ ũmwe? Ndamũthaitha ũmũthĩ ũyũ mwarega gũka tũteithanie tũgitĩre nyũmba ĩno itũ, mũkauga Ngai arĩo anga ndĩarĩo. Mũndũ ũrĩa ũratũhũra ti mũndũ o ũguo, nĩ mũndũ ũrenda akiri nyingĩ mũno cia mawakiri ta inyuĩ na mandagĩtarĩ na mainjinia. I'm calling upon professionals from our community. You are the majority in this country. How can your community be in trouble because you are refusing to come and defend your community like other communities do? Look at Raila Odinga, that old man. He has rested in dignity because of the way he has been protected together with his community by professionals. Our professionals on election day, hampatikani, munaenda kukoroga maflati huko Ruai. Ati mwenda koroga riria bururi urabangirwo ri gwatha uguikara ati mugathie koroga-ini aria ange mugathie kuhura ngovu. Ndamwira umuthi uyu, you professionals, when there is bad governance in a country, the professionals and the middle class are the first victim. The people who are feeling the pinch of bad governance in this country are the professionals and the middle class. You cannot stay away from the electoral process. You must not only come out to vote, but you must offer yourself to positions of leadership to come and govern your country, protect your country, and protect your community, and protect your families. Niĩ ndamũria na gĩtĩo, niĩ ndirĩ mũũgĩ mũno no ndirĩ kĩrimũ. Ndarora ũguo ndĩ mũthuri, ndĩrona nduma ya nyũmba ĩno itũ. Mwarega gũka mũndeithie tũteithanie na atongoria aya ma tũhĩte mũndũ ũyũ ndagacoke na tũkorwo na andũ a kũrũgamĩrĩra nyũmba ĩno itũ marĩ tũkuona ũũ. Koguo nĩ ndamũthaitha mũthiĩ mũkome mwĩcũranie, mũgĩũkĩra rũciũ kĩroko mũtue matua, ona inyuĩ mũke tũnyitanĩre. Niĩ ndikwenda kwaria mũno, ndĩrerĩtwo tũgoka kũina mũgithi. Nĩguo ũguo ndĩrenda njĩte my brother and my cousin moke mamũgeithie tũgoka kũrĩa rwĩmbo, na no wega ndarĩrie airĩtu arĩa othe me gũkũ mahikĩte na athuri ao me gũkũ. Mũmenye inyuĩ athuri mũhikĩtie airĩtu acio, ũmũthĩ ũyũ nginya igongona rĩrĩthire, acio nĩ airĩtu akwa, those are my daughters. Nĩguo, and dowry payment is a continuous exercise. Wacemania na ithe wa mũthuri ũkamũnengera kĩrĩa kĩmũkoniĩ. Nĩguo, namo atimia arĩa angĩ me gũkũ othe merika rĩkinyĩte rĩa kũhika na kũgĩa mwana, ũmũthĩ ũyũ mũrĩ atimia aitũ na inyuĩ tũkũina na inyuĩ gũkũ, tũkũina na inyuĩ gũkũ ndaci, na gũtirĩ mũndũ ũngĩtũria o ũmũthĩ wiki. Nĩguo, koguo tũtikwenda twarie mũno tondũ tũkwenda kũrĩa rwĩmbo, tũkenere ũndũire witũ, tũkenere ũgĩkũyũ witũ. And finally, I want to thank my brother Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, my cousin. Hi, cousins. Hi, Makuzo. Let me tell you, When Ruto chased me away from government, he had a very big plan to isolate the people of Mountain and create 40 versus 1 like he did in 2007. I had to make a very quick decision. First and foremost, unite our people, and then look for our friends and our cousins to make sure William Ruto does not isolate the Mountain people. And the first thing I did, I looked for our cousin Kalonzo Musyoka na watu wetu kutoka Ukambani, tumeshikana kama simiti. Nimetoka hapo, nimeenda Coast, nimetafuta our cousins the Mijikenda. Nimetoka nimeenda Mulembe Nation, nimetafuta our cousins. Tumeenda Kisii, tumetafuta hapa Makuzo. Kutoka hapo nimeenda Masaini, tumetafuta mashemeji wetu.
If you live in a South Carolina zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully.
So I want to confirm 2 things to you tonight. Our community is united as one. Number 2, William Ruto cannot isolate us. We have our cousins with us and we are safe as a community. Mimi nimebakisha kazi mbili peke yake. I must take you back to government in a big way. That I must do and I will. Number 4, and the most important, I must mentor young leaders to take over leadership. The hole we are in as a community is because nobody cared to mentor young leaders. Ruto came and confused us because we did not have leaders. I am in the process of mentoring young leaders. Gitungati John Medu from Nyandarua, Gasheri from Kirinyaga, Senator Murango from Kirinyaga, Senator Nyoto from Muranga, Uyu Getonga Mukonji from Embu, and many other young leaders akina Ngogoyo kutoka huko pande ya Kajiado. And I must do that because it is the right thing to do. I cannot be selfish as a leader and fail to mentor young people to take over leadership so that we don't find ourselves in the hole we are in. Tuihamwe. Ndĩrenda rĩu twĩte brother witũ ũgwĩtwo JB Muturi oke atwarĩrie acoke atwĩtĩre our cousin Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka nĩgetha kuma hau twanjie kũrĩa rwĩmbo na andũ arĩa maraharĩria ndawa rĩ, I can take even in dollars, even in Kenya shilling. Gũtirĩ kĩndũ ndĩrarega, kĩndũ kĩũru no kĩbungo. Makofi ya
Do not pay your car insurance bill. I repeat, do not pay your bill yet. So I found this website and look at the difference.
Surprise that many us dance a very easy day. But as lawyers, let me remind you that I personally celebrate the fact that we have Constitution 2010. If you Google Article 11, because I'm sure you can, I've checked that Wi-Fi is okay. Haijakatwa kama ile ya Mama Suluhu. You can Google and look at Article 11 and read it for yourself. The right to culture. And we must celebrate our culture. It is the foundation of who we are. And therefore, we should really be very proud. I was expecting to find, like an attempt was made yesterday, Senior Counsel Kajama, you remember, at Hotel Le Serene last night. People turned up for the gala night organized by the Nairobi chapter of LSK to celebrate those of us who have been giving pro bono services. And they were really, some in bow ties, some others in very expensive attire. But look at us here, great minds from the mountain, members of the Law Society are celebrating their culture. There's nothing that makes me really feel happier than what I'm seeing here today. Why don't you clap for yourselves? Because Nkosamila ni mtumwa. Si wahenga walisema hivyo? Bado, I think there's a challenge with your microphone. Thank you. Because I just want to echo the words and the sentiments that my colleague.
So Bwana Msimamo, nikukaribisha kidogo. Leo ilikuwa mkutano ya Wakikuyu na walikuwa wamekaribisha Kalonzo Musyoka, and they spoke about a lot of unity. So sijui kama umepata nafasi ya kusikiliza hizi kongomano ama na unaona msafara ikielekea wapi. Maybe you can comment before I get Gachagua, because before I get Kalonzo Musyoka. I don't need to
labda nitoke tena nirudi, kwa sababu nakupata ukiwa na ni kama kuna echo fulani, sikupati clear.
Na mimi nakupata
upande wangu
hata mimi.
Basi itabidi nitoke tena alafu niingie. Kindly.
Haya, ni sawa. Okay, mimi na Kalonzo Musyoka naweza malizia story yake. So naona vile Nobel anasema, mimi sina list yoyote, nilikuwa nikifikiria yeye ndiye ako na list, lakini ni sawa.
Colleagues have made. Ama nishikilie. Maybe it's better. No, it's worse. No, thank you. I think this is better. Toa hiyo hapo ba. Sasa tuelewane. Because this is time set aside specifically for this purpose.
Na by the way, niulize, hii kofia wamevaa ni kofia ya baba ama ni kofia ambayo inakuja together with Ugekuyu? Hiyo kofia naona Kalonzo Musyoka amevaa hapo. Gachagua alikuwa amevaa ya leather, lakini hii Gachagua amevaa, no, hii Kalonzo amevaa ni ya baba ama? Hii ni ile signature ya baba. Nadhani pia mushikilie ile ndoto, nasikia ati Nuru Okanga anasema ameota ati na anaambiwa ati lazima baba azikuliwe ati na atolewe tai, ati tai inamfinya. Makubwa jameni.
If you look at your Article 11, and then of course you know that when we enacted Constitution 2010.
Sam Msimamo, go ahead. Can you hear me? Msimamo, can you hear me? Hi Josephine Joka, karibu. So nisome comment. Let's be honest, Kalonzo doesn't inspire confidence. He will not clean the house. It will take someone truly tough to deal with all of Ruto's cartels, and Kalonzo can't hack it. Okay, Ellen, sisi ni kungojea, sisi tunaona, unajua kila mtu anajitokeza to do the thing. They just confirmed like today and as many other days wanasema wameshikana. Kalonzo and Gachagua, they seem to be working together. So I don't know how they want to bring other stakeholders in it. So yetu tu ni kuangalia. So but I think they will also have to tell us what they want to do for us. Nimeona Gachagua ako na appetite ya kukua na chama kiko na nguvu, and he also want to have many lawyers. So for now that is what he misses and he feels in need. So Msimamo, can you hear me ama mimi niendelee?
Nafikiri unanipata sasa. Audible kindly.
Naweza endelea na kusikia.
Ni sawa, but nafikiri mimi niko mahali kwenye bad network, kwa sababu niuliza hizo maswali but nikambe napata nusu.
Tunakusikia.
Yeah. So inabidi basi nitoke hapa, maana nilikuwa nimeleta mtu hospitali kidogo. Wataona tunarejea nyumbani akiwa kidogo na nafuu. So at least within kama 15 minutes itakuwa nimesettle home, alafu tutaendelea vizuri. Nitakuwa niko kwenye network poa. Just like nasikia tu vile mnazungumza, lakini kwa mbali sana.
Lakini unaweza ongea, just speak up. Ongea.
Yeah.
Okay, ni
sawa. Within kama dakika kama 10-15 alafu nitakuwa nimesettle kwenye network, tutakuwa poa, tutakuwa tunafikiana vizuri, tumeelewana vizuri.
Wacha Kalonzo. Sawa.
Lakini usifunge studio please.
Studio iko hapa sababu yako.
Sawa sawa.
So Grado unasema ati Nuru needs counseling to take him through. Ndio nimekwambia, unajua hii vitu ya mandoto. So ati, anasema ati baba amenyongwa na tai. So nobody, kama unaamini hizo story, ndio unaona hata umekunja bio sana. Amenyongwa na tai na anasema ile kofia na ile kitu ingine alikuanga anafanya hivi. Ati sijui kama alizikwa na, I thought alikuwa na makofia mingi. Inaweza kuwa ni jambo la kutikitisha sana ama la kuhuzunisha, akizikwa na ile kofia alikuwa anatumia. So hiyo ilikuwa inafaa iwekwe kama monument. So Nobel hiyo utatuinvestigatea. Hiyo sitaongea sana. But anyway, wacha SKM aongee. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, SKM kwa wale hawajui.
Which I believe is a true legacy by our fallen hero, Mzee Mwai Kibaki, and now our brother Raila Amolo Odinga. And since we are still in the mourning period, allow me to ask all of us to stand for 1 minute and remember those giants of Constitution 2010. Remember them for a minute. Mwai Kibaki was a president. Raila Odinga was a prime minister. Yours truly was a vice president. They gave us a truly important document. Let's just remember them for 1 minute. Thank you. Joey. Ay. I welcome you to join me on Thursday, and we'll go and shout Joey, because we want, my friend.
Planning to move out of state soon? Peak moving season is around the corner. Make sure to lock in your...
I want you to join us on Thursday. So ni kama wamepanga safari ya Thursday. Yeye ndiye aliyatangaza hiyo zote. So maybe walipea Kalonzo hiyo honor ya kutangaza, maybe as a person who had served as a deputy president earlier than Gachagua. When Gachagua had no any political experience. Na Kalonzo ni mzee. What? Okay.
Musije mkanichezea sample hiyo. I'll begin to organize a demonstration. I'm actually an expert. So, is that better? Thank you. Those of you able, let's actually go to Bondo next Thursday in a style like no other to begin, because there's no way William Ruto and his ilk can pretend to mourn Raila Amolo Odinga. There's no way. There's no way. Absolutely no way. So those of us who feel that we have a true inheritance in Constitution 2010, let us all go to Bondo. People are, watu wanatoa ng'ombe, wengine mbuzi, twende huko. Celebrating also our culture. We join with our brothers and sisters from the Lake region. But today, here on the slopes of Mount Kenya, remember one time, I said, nitapita katikati. How many of you remember that? Some of you laughed at me. Some of you said demeaning things. But today I want to remind you, it was because it was an attempt to isolate the mountain that at the end of it, I became the 10th vice president. Not because I was elected, I was appointed by Kibaki. No, it was a negotiated position. But that negotiation took into account that the 40 against 1 was issued, and we said no. Your cousins, Ndugu Rigathi, Ndugu JB, from the mountain, south of the mountain, said, no, we will not allow any isolation of any Kenyan community from the rest of the Kenyan society. And today I give you my pledge. For as long as I am alive, you guys should sit pretty. My little contribution, itahakikisha kwamba Kenya is one indivisible country. This is why we want us to move from the mountain to the lake next week. And let us see ni nani anaweza kutuzuia. Because that is what this country is. And we will celebrate our culture. Secondly, it has been said that when you sit pretty and complain about bad laws, bad legislation, it is because those of you decide to sit in the comfort of your living rooms, or sit munaenda koroga, as ndugu Rigiji said, munaenda Ruiru kukoroga. Now, 8 million of us could not brave the morning chill on the what date was it? On the 9th of August, 2022. And the result of it was election of a government that has now come out to be seen worldwide as a thieving administration, a corrupt administration. The number one corrupt leader in the world is now, because the reigning champion was Assad of Syria, and he was overthrown and fled to Moscow. The number two most corrupt leader is a Kenyan president. Is that the kind of reputation as learned friends that we want to have in our country? Therefore, we must get up. We are coming here tunataka tu ndio nikamilishe tufanye Mugithi. The time for doing something is now. The late Professor Wangari Maathai, you remember that Kenyan icon, from the mountain. She was my deputy minister when I was a minister for development. And she gave the example of the hummingbird. Asema the hummingbird aliona mlima unachomeka kama Mount Kenya. And then the big animals, the lions, the elephants, they could do nothing. But the hummingbird started with a little wings, anaenda anachota maji, anakuja kujaribu kuzima hiyo mto. And then the big animals asked a little bird, what in the world are you trying to do? And the hummingbird said, at least I'm trying to do something. Now, lawyers.
Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to YRefi. YRefi refinances.
Members of the bar, please, in only two ways, we cannot have a country go down the drain while we call ourselves professionals. And so I want to ask that election time, an election is not an event, it is a process. And the process of the next election, you know what happened with the selection of William Ruto led IBC. I remember that my friend Raila, may God rest his soul in peace, had agreed that they would produce Professor, I forget the name now, the professor who is a member of IBC Selection Commission, and then Koki Mulu was supposed to be in that. They wakachenga. Now we have a commission because you are sitting pretty. Now as we move on, I want to ask that all of you, living the spirit of the young Kenyans who have been abducted, put in those boots, charged under POTA, Prevention of Terrorism Act, where Mukunji and others were. And we went there with Gacheri and others and tried to do something. And we said no to that kind of administration of law in our country. Therefore, I want to urge that now prepare that the 55,000 polling stations in this country will be manned by, among others, lawyers, and particularly the young ones. In addition to going for those elected positions, tafadhalini, in addition for going for those elected positions, do also determine to make sure there will be no rigging, regardless of the fact that we have a Ruto-led IEBC. Senior Counsel Deritu and my other friends. And I saw Eric, our former president here. I think he's been mentioned of. We really have work to do in mentoring the young lawyers to take up their position. So as you look at the polling stations, also make sure that you come out to vote, because 8 million of you did not vote. The middle class, as my brother said, and that 8 million people, I think today are the ones who are suffering most over taxation by this regime, doing illegitimate things. We know we have said executive order number 1, do away with housing levy tax. We've said that. You're even sitting here, sitting idle, you're seeing William Ruto convert all freehold land to leasehold land. What does that mean? In the villages, what will happen to even community land and other lands? So I don't want to really spoil your evening. I thought I just wanted to come celebrate this evening, tell you that you have all of us. Whenever there's an issue, remember the little girl Rose Jerry, who did public participation with regard to the Finance Act last year, was it 2024, 2025? And she was arrested and put in there and messed up. That little girl, Rose Njeri, has become a world beater. She has joined the list of the most prominent, I think, times 100 most influential people in the world. We had to go to court for Rose Njeri. People with innovation, innovate to make sure when we actually say one term, we actually mean it. We don't mean any evil against anybody. We are just saying we cannot have a country being run this way. And so if we take up that challenge, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll meet here next year. And I can see next year will even be bigger. I gave my few goats today, and I'm yet to eat the ngatwarie. I'm here to celebrate the ngatwarie and mutura. The trouble with the ngatwarie, munaweka a lot of ndamu huko ndani, but that's okay. So this is wonderful, wonderful. And I join my brother Rigiji. We need to get quality in the National Assembly. James Orengo is senior counsel. Even the Senator Kisumu is senior counsel. Otiendo Molo is senior counsel. Let us also now go for quality. Remember, we used to have Paul Muite from the mountain. Paul Muite is now grown a little age, Sindio. But during his time, remember the young Turks, Gitobu Manyara. Remember the young Turks. Kamau Kuria, relentless. Kamau Kuria could never stomach dictatorship. So let us have the new crop, and the new crop is in this house tonight. May God bless you, give you courage. Asanteni sana. I think I stop there. Thank you.
Ananyoba itu mwekuo. If I remind myself of my former occupation, I would just have started by saying order in the house. But let me begin by thanking the organizers of this occasion. It is a great testament that our Constitution is life. Because without having to repeat what my brother Rigiji said, when you
practice your own traditions and culture, you are giving life to our constitution. It is there for everybody to practice, and we have nothing to fear about. We have no apologies to make to anybody. If I may extend an invitation just from this place. My brother Rigiji has spoken a lot about some things that are happening in the two houses of parliament. On 7th of this month, that is Friday next week, at Nairobi Club, His Excellency Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka will be presiding over the launch of my book, The Fight for Order. In it, I have stated one or two truths confirming what Rigiji has just told you. And I make no apologies. It's because I have stated what is the truth, and I always like stating the truth. At first, when my friend Uhuru Kenyatta, when I asked him to do the foreword for the book, I was not too sure that if he read the entire manuscript, he will agree to pen the ones that he has put on the forward. But I must thank him, because I think having read, he realized that what I was saying is the truth. It doesn't matter whether we agreed or we did agree. But Rigiji has pitched for you people offering yourselves for positions, elected positions particularly. And it reminded me of, and many of you being lawyers, I'm sure most of you have come across this, of the famous ones by J.F. Kennedy, Dr. Derito, on 20th of January 1961, using chiasmus, when he said, "Dear Americans, ask not what America can do for you." And in reverse said, "Ask what you can do for America." So I put it to you, ask not what Kenya can do for you, because you people have what it takes. You have what it takes to offer yourselves for elective positions. And echoing the same ones that the same sentiment that Rigiji just said a while ago, you cannot sit out there as professionals and complain that there is bad governance. Indeed, I think, again, it's a cliche that if good people sit out there and don't participate in electing or putting into office good government, then actually you are complicit in having that bad government that is put into office. Similarly, you cannot sit silent there in the face of monumental injustices happening in your country. Again, you'll be complicit. You must, and many of you, I must really loud, many of you that I've seen in various fora, stand up and shout that we will not sit idle. We will not allow this to happen in our country. Thank you very much. As I end, I want to remind ourselves one thing. With these great minds, we must not fear, we must never fear to engage in whatever negotiations. But we must never negotiate out of fear. We must boldly state things as they are. And that's what many of us, or some of us, have done. Stating things as they are. Let me congratulate Professor Muluvi and his team for filling the A in the Gema Cultural Association. It's been long overdue. We are now full. Eunice Lumalas has just confirmed that she too and the Mulembe Nation is part of our cousins as well. And indeed also thank my brother Rigiji for boldly sticking out his neck there and saying, no, we will not be isolated. We will look for our like minds, our cousins, our brothers, our shemejis. My brother, thank you very much. You did well. My brother will tell you that, and many of you, I'm sure, know Eric. I always told you that, unfortunately, the job of Attorney General is never to go out in a public barasa to say that I gave this opinion there, I refuse to approve this, I refuse to approve the other. The only person who can tell you what happens there is Honorable Rigiji. But we remain committed to ensuring that Toshokie Roeke, and that we are determined. And I'm sure with your support. And let me just make the final appeal as I invite my brother. Please, offer yourselves for elective positions. Derito, it is not late. It is not late. Eh? Don't just, of course, when we came, you are including my friend Charles Kajama, said he's offering himself for election as chair of the president of the LSK. That's good enough. That's good. It's not bad. But please, because you know what it is, you know what the Law Society will do and what it does. But please, not everybody will be in the leadership of the LSK. The rest of you, good minds, please offer yourselves for positions in the National Assembly, in the Senate, because you will see, like as Moreo said, that is where the tire meets the road, or the tire meets the tarmac. Bad laws. Of course, many of you, of course, enjoy going to challenge, which is okay. But you could avoid that by being present in ensuring that the bad ones don't pass. Because in that place, if you're not very persuasive, very many bad things will pass. Very many bad laws will pass because it's a matter of the numbers. In my book, which Honorable Steve Kalonzo will be helping us to launch on Friday at the Nairobi Club, I've indicated a few things there, shown how it is bad laws are passed. I've also told you, and many of you, Eric Theory is around. You know, the speaker is always the first, almost inevitably, the first respondent in any challenge. Yet, you know, our constitution says the speaker has no vote. But of course, the speaker has to bear it because he presided. But if they pass the bad one, what was the speaker supposed to do? You cannot whip them. You're not even supposed to express your opinion publicly. It's against the tenets of good speakership. But we are here to urge to now make this speech. Please. Now, Gemma Wadho has expanded. The cousins have multiplied. Please, let the likes of Mule and Musili Mawadhe not feel threatened. And I'm sure they will not feel threatened. After all, actually, you've had Stephen Mule has already, he himself said, you people should offer yourselves for elected positions. So please feel free. But not just feeling free, take it as your duty, as your obligation, if only for one reason, to ensure that there's good governance in this country. Let me say thank you very much for the chairman. I still belong to the old school. I don't know whether the head of the Gemma Wadho is called chairman or chairperson. Whether he's chairman or chairperson, I belong to the old school. Mr. Chairman, thank you for inviting me. I should have been available with you 2 years ago, but I wasn't. I was held up in some other functions within the country. But let me congratulate those who came up with the idea of forming Gemma Wadho. It's a great idea. Being able to bring so many minds together. Congratulations. And thank you very much for me. With those very many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite kwa shangwe na vigelegele, my brother, my cousin, the Honorable Dr. Stephen.
That was a long walk to freedom. So nimefurahia. So I hope people you can join the show now. Naona Kipurir sasa ndiye anajiletaleta hapa. So that is the dichotomy of what happened tonight. So ni vitu mingi sana ilitendeka. So that's what I want us to analyze. And I feel there is a lot we can speak about. That mega visit to Bondo, tujue kama Gladys Wanga atasimamisha hiyo safari ya Bondo ambayo Kalonzo amesema ataenda na marafiki wake at the beginning of the week ama in the midweek I mean. So we need to analyze that. So ni vitu mingi sana imetendeka. We have also been, I think, so pia hii wiki inakuja, we also want to analyze like baba, hiyo grave ya baba ama itaendelea kutembelewa. There are so many controversies which are coming, although sitaki tufuatilie hiyo. Huyu msichana anajitanga Marvelina Naoko is still continuing to throw her controversies. I don't know to what extent tutaanzia kuvalue hizo controversy. Although Kiprila aliniambia tuache maneno mingi, ati baba alikufa na kifo ya baba ilikuwa natural, tuache story mingi, na mimi nikasema sababu ya vile naheshimu Kipril nitamalizia hapo. So we lost him and whatever happened, kama ilikuwa mkono ya binadamu, Mungu atatulipizia. So that's what I wanted to earn. So kuna hiyo association sasa. So mimi ile kitu nilikuwa nataka pia munielezee ni hii timu ya Gachagua na Kalonzo inaonekana ni kama ina gravitate kivyake. Then kuna hii timu ingine ya akina Babu Owino and ODM, and there was somebody who was telling, by the way, story ya ODM tuache kufikiria sana. Let's allow ODM to just be alone. If they want to cave in, they cave in, lakini tusikae ni kama tuna beg ODM. So I don't see a necessity of begging ODM. So I don't see it being right. So those are more the things. So again, nayo hii timu ingine ya Matiang'i nayo sijui sasa wata-associate aje na timu yetu. So but the beauty is that ya kwamba sisi tunaambia opposition tunataka hawa. Sisi kama raia tumeshikana. So and it is upon them to think in the right way so that we do the right thing. So mimi nitaomba hivyo. So sisi tumeshikana kama raia, and I hope we are engrolled to finish Kasongo. So we are engrolled to finish Kasongo. So Gacheri. Do I need to put Gacheri? Uhuru the other day revealed his cancer journey. Hebu tusikilize tena. Let me put the cancer journey for Uhuru, and Kiplili, you need to come and comment about that. This is a very powerful message about the cancer story of Uhuru.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you so much. My dear sister Angie, girls, and the entire Ideri family, friends, colleagues. Let me begin first and foremost on my own behalf, on behalf of Margaret, my wife, and my family, to really extend our deepest condolences to you, Angie, and to your family for the loss of, to you, a husband and a father, but to us, a friend, a man who filled all our lives with joy and laughter. I did not repeat what everybody else has said here, that Frank, despite his integrity, commitment, conscientiousness to his work, his determination to succeed, was also a man full of laughter and joy, a man who made every occasion a joyous one. In many ways, my last recollections especially was when one of his in-laws, in the name of Sam Moai, wanted to start making approaches, wondering how to do so, because there was a young man called Alex who was interested with somebody who lived in my compound. And somebody who I was not very eager to part with. And as we started engaging, you know, Frank would make sure that all of us were very comfortable. Frank would make sure that things would move in the right direction. And in fact, there was one time, you know, because it was during that COVID period, you know, we weren't really supposed to be meeting. And we were sort of, I don't think, anyway, we were left to sort of sort out the situation. And Frank was wondering, now we're here at State House. It looks like you are fine, but some of us have got to get across town. How will that happen? And I was, well, as far as I'm concerned, once you leave the gate, you're in your own territory, because I remember another friend of mine who we lost, who also tried one time to utilize our friendship. And I'm so glad that even Frank, you've told us he didn't like those issues of you don't mix work with other things. Because I reminded Frank, that I had a friend of mine by the name of Kasidai Wayaki, who one day was caught by police having overindulged in his uji and tea. And as he was nabbed by one of those breathalyzer fellows along the road, he had the nerve to call me. And in his state of mind, reminding, fellow, you know who I know. He's giving the phone over. So he just sort of like pretended that, hello, I can't hear you, and kind of switched off the phone. Why do I say that? I say that because I recited the story to Frank on that day, and I told him, well, please let us know when everybody is home, and I really hope that you make it in one piece. And sure enough, he did call, but after that, they were not so willing to come back to visit me until that period was over. But like I said, he was a man who filled every occasion with joy. And the way he guided us through all those family functions and everything was with compassion, care, but also making sure that all of us enjoyed ourselves. So it's a friend we have lost. It's a colleague many people have lost. It is a mentor. And it's amazing to see the number of people who we have seen and heard today who owe a lot of who they are today to the inspiration and guidance that Frank gave. As you heard, he was also a member of the Kenya Pipeline Board. And there's a sense of his deep integrity. These were organizations that people thought were cash cows for themselves.
If you live in a South Carolina zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years,
Frank and his team, as you've heard, committed to wanting to see these organizations work, turn that organization into an organization that was draining government resources to an organization that every year was contributing billions into the exchequer. That's the kind of person he was. That is the kind of commitment he had to his work, to his country, to his professionalism. And this is what our great country requires if we are to succeed. A lot of what we hear today, people talking about affordable housing, a lot of these things, people don't recognize the legwork people like Frank did. And it's very unfortunate sometimes that the true heroes are the ones that are not recognized in a lot of what we see actually happening and going on today. I doubt even some of those ones who talk about it understand what they're talking about, but since it's popular to say, acha waendelee. So mine is to say I've lost a friend, I've lost a colleague. And especially for me don't know whether I should say this, but these are realities of life. In the last year, in a good part of this year, whenever we met, he was very encouraging about some of the challenges that we were going through. And since he had more experience than some of us, he was very encouraging in guiding and telling you how to look at this and how to handle some of these challenges in life, health and otherwise. And I'll miss that counsel, and I'll appreciate everything he guided some of us towards, and how he really held our hand and told us, don't worry, things will come to pass, it will go. We trust in God, we believe. But the reason Frank is lying here is because it is his time. Those of us who have those challenges will continue fighting with them, but equally, when it is God's time, we shall join him and be thankful for the life that we lived and the times that we shared together. Mine is to say to you, Angie, you are still our in-law. We will be with you. We will continue to share with you, and we look forward to continuing to hold each other's hands as we move towards our respective destinies. May God rest Frank's soul in eternal peace. And may we all know life is short. Let us, make the best of it. And at the end of the day, it's not all the things that some of you see today, grand accumulation of different, it's not that is important. What is important is the manner and the way in which you live life and the impact that you have and you will have left to those who you will have touched in your life. That is what Frank has done. He has touched many, and he will remembered. He'll be remembered for what and how he touched each and every one in this room, and possibly many, many more who are not here. May God rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your heartfelt tribute and your wise words. The friend who I was mentioning during that moment of weakness was a brother of ours, Kanja Waruru. So we've lost two.
However you book, first check Kayak to compare car rental sites and prices to find a great deal on exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think the videos are over. So kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia kwa show aingie, so that we can push on. So mumeona hiyo maneno imekuwa hapo. So huyo ni Uhuru ameelezea jani yake quite a long one. Alikuwa na eulogize kwa mbali huko ya jamaa huyu anaitwa Githinji, not Githinji, Ireri. So I don't know, like he explained, and na alisema hata amekuwa kwa hiyo safari ya ugonjwa. So and I have seen very many Kenyans have started being sympathetic to him. So tutamuombea tu, and I hope that he will be able to get healed his cancer. It has been a rumor for so long, so I hope it will be okay. Let's put Sifuna.
Asante sana. Bomani oye.
Karibuni na
Magarini oye. ODM oye. Mama zangu, ndugu zangu, baba zangu, najua mmechoka. Tumekaa hapa kwa muda mrefu, nitakuwa mfupi wa kunena. Wale ambao wanagawa maji wahakikishe kina mama zangu wamepata maji ya kutosha, si ndio? Sasa nataka kama unaniona, munanilola muniloli, munanilola muniloli, mimi ndio Sifuna, katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, seneta wa kaunti ya Nairobi na naibu kiranja wa walio wachache pale kwenye bunge la Senate. Kabla sijasema mengi, nataka niwatambue wachache ambao tumetembea nao kutoka makao makuu ya chama.
Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to YRefi. YRefi refinances.
Wale ambao mmetoka makao makuu ya chama, tafadhali msimame. Kuna mshirikishi wa vijana pale anaitwa Benson Musungu, yuko na sisi. Halafu yule ambaye ni rais anasimamia Youth League ya chama cha ODM, Mheshimiwa John Ketora yuko hapo, na mdogo wake Tyson Mutuse ambaye anaondokea maeneo ya Machakos yuko hapo. Asanteni sana. Kwanza kabisa, kwa sababu ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuja hapa na kukutana na nyinyi baada ya sisi kumpoteza kiongozi wetu Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, nataka nichukue fursa hii kwa niaba yangu na kwa niaba ya chama kizima, makao makuu ya chama, kuleta pole zangu kwenu nyinyi ambao mlimpenda Baba Raila Amolo Odinga wakati huu wote. Na nataka niwashukuru kwa jumbe zenu za heri njema na jumbe zenu za pole ambazo mmezidi kutuma kule kwenye makao makuu. Tunawapenda sana, jumbe hizo zote zimefika. Jambo la pili, chini ya katiba ya ODM, katibu mkuu ana majukumu fulani, na ndio maana nimefika hapa Magarini. Jukumu langu la kwanza leo ni kuwajulisha kwa yule ambaye chama kimeidhinisha kama mgombea rasmi wa ODM hapa katika kaunti ya ama constituency ya Magarini katika uchaguzi ambao tutaandaa tarehe 27 mwezi huu. Mheshimiwa Harrison Kombe, tafadhali njoo hapa na kuomba kwa heshima kubwa. Unajua kuna wakora wengi hii nchi, si ndio? Unaona mwingine anapitia hapo anasema yeye ndio Kombe wa ODM. Nataka nitambue rasmi kwamba yule ambaye ameidhinishwa na chama cha ODM kupitia uchaguzi wa Novemba tarehe 27 si mwingine, ni huyu Harrison Garama Kombe. Asante sana. Na jana nilikuwa nawaelezea wananchi, Mheshimiwa Kombe, ya kwamba sisi kama ODM tuko na identity yetu. Rangi yetu mnaijua ni gani? Rangi yetu mnajua ni gani? Mnaona tulivovaa, si ndio? Asije Kombe mwingine wa rangi tofauti ya wadanganye awahadae mumpigie kura. Yule Kombe ambaye tunajua ni Kombe wa Orange Democratic Movement, rangi yetu ni chungwa. Nembo yetu rasmi, iwapo utasahau jina la Harrison Garama Kombe, unasema mimi nataka Hari wa chungwa, mimi nataka Kombe wa ODM, mimi nataka Garama wa baba, na ni huyu, hamna mwingine. Asante sana mheshimiwa, unaweza kuketi. Mimi huyu ndugu yangu kwa kweli amepitia masaibu ambaye wengi wetu katika siasa hatujaona. Nyinyi mliingia katika uchaguzi wakati tumeingia mwaka 2022. Mkapiga kura zenu tena kwa fujo, mkapigia chama cha ODM. Wanafiki wakora wengine wakakuja wakasema kura zenu hati nyinyi hamukupigia Kombe, ati mlipigia mtu mwingine. Kesi ikaenda mahakamani. Na sasa Kombe, wakati tuko mahakamani tunasema kura zihesabiwe tena, bado ilionyesha kwamba Kombe ndiye alikuwa chaguo lenu hapa Magarini, lakini wanasema turudie uchaguzi. eti mlifanya makosa. Nyinyi mlikosea? Mlikosea? Hamkukosea? Sasa tarehe 27 mmepata fursa nyingine. Raundi hii mimi nataka kura zisikaribiane hata kidogo. Lazima muinue sauti zenu kwa vinywa zenu. Tofauti ya kura za huyu Harrison Kombe na yule ambaye atakuwa namba 2 lazima ziwe mingi zaidi, ili mtu asiweze kuuliza swali lolote eti aturudishe mahakamani tena zikahesabiwe huko. We want you to confirm the decision that you made hapa katika constituency ya Magarini. Mimi kama katibu nataka niwaambie chama cha ODM kilikuwa na imani na huyu Harrison Kombe. Hata baada ya ile ilifanyika mahakama kusema hivyo, baba alituambia hapa Magarini tunapeana direct ticket. Tunamrudishia Kombe tikiti ya chama cha ODM. Manake tunamwamini kwa kazi ambayo anaweza kuwafanyia nyinyi kama wananchi wa Magarini. Hakukuwa na nomination tena. Tulimpea direct ticket kuonyesha heshima ambaye tuko nayo kwenu na ile imani ambaye tuko naye ya kwamba anaweza kufanya kazi hii. Mimi Mheshimiwa Kombe nitakuwa hapa Magarini. Nimeambiwa na gavana wa Kilifi ya kwamba wakati mtaketi kuchora program, tunataka kila kiongozi amechaguliwa kwa chama cha ODM apewe kazi ya kuingia mashinani ya kuweza kuzungumza na wananchi na kuweza kulinda kura baada ya kura hizo kupigwa. Mimi Sifuna nitakuwa available ile ward ambaye unaona governor.
Timeshares love them because they increase like clockwork every year, padding the pockets of the timeshare giants. Timeshare owners hate them because they increase like clockwork every year, taking more and more from the pockets of timeshare owners. It's not a surprise that many of our clients actually call maintenance fees the loan that can never be repaid.
Ile ward unaona Sifuna anaweza kaa mzuri mahali kuna warembo wengi. Ni wapi? Naambiwa ni Sabaki. Yeah? Sabaki. So, governor, mimi naomba unitume Sabaki. Sio Sabaki? Haya. Nitafute kura zipigwe, nihesabu kura, nilinde kura mpaka tuweze kutangaza Harrison Kombe kama mshindi katika wodi ile. Na kikosi cha ODM ni kikubwa. Gavana pale kwenye bunge la kitaifa tunao wajumbe zaidi ya 80. Tunataka wote tugawane kazi, wapatiwe maeneo mengine. Mtu kama Babu Owino akuje hapa apewe wodi yake na yeye pia aende kulinda kura huko. Wabunge wetu wote wakuje hapa, kwa sababu hatutaki wale wakora wapate fursa ya kupitia katikati hapa, kura zetu ziweze kupotea. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa heshima yenu nataka niwaombe kwamba chama chetu baba alisema kiwe imara na kiwe distinct. Identity yetu haiwezi kupotea. Mimi nikiamuka, mimi najua chama kimoja maisha yangu yote. Chama ni cha ODM. Hakuna chama kingine mimi najua. Kwa hivyo nikisimama, nikilala, nikikula, nikifanya kila kitu, mimi najua chama cha ODM peke yake. Sijui chama kingine. Na nilisema tusilete confusion, kwa sababu kuna kina mama hapa wataamka asubuhi wanasema anaenda kwa polling station, yeye anaitisha chungwa, lazima apewe hiyo chungwa. Akisema anaitisha kombe, asipewe kombe mwingine, apewe kombe wa ODM. Si namna hiyo? Tunakubaliana hivyo? Wangapi wanasema wataunga mkono Mheshimiwa Harrison Kombe? Haya, nimemaliza kazi yangu ya katibu. Mheshimiwa mwenyekiti, nisubiri tu dakika moja. Kule Nairobi wananiita waziri wa sherehe. Waziri wa sherehe, nataka kujua kama wakati tunazungumza hapa watu wanasikia vile mambo inasemwa ama haisemekani. Nina pesa za Nairobi. Kijana moja kutoka kwa hii tent, mama moja kutoka pale, mama moja kutoka pale, mama mwingine kutoka hii kona, na mama moja ama kijana ama mtu mmoja kutoka hii kona. Kuja bwana. Kuja. Haya. Simama hapa mama, naomba mic nyingine. Tulisema moja moja, rudi mama. Tafadhali moja. Sasa nyinyi wote mmekuja kufanya nini? Ngoja basi. Haya. Mtu mwingine asije. Kaa chini ndugu yangu, nitakuja kukuona. Mimi hata sinywi soda, ungeleta ile nyingine tungeongea. Rudi pale tafadhali. Naomba mic Etale. Tunaanza na huyu jamaa. unatuambia unapiga kura wapi, kituo gani, na kuuliza swali ukipata na kupiga tao. Unaitwa nani? Kituo chako cha kupigia kura. Kuna kituo kama hiyo Harikombe? Haya, Mheshimiwa Mnyazi amesimama hapa akatuambia majina yake matatu. Nirudie hiyo majina yake nikupatie 1000. Mnasikiza msikizi? Kama huwezi peana kipaza sauti na uketi chini. Peana kipaza sauti. Mnasikia ile vitu tunasema hapa na ni mchezo. Mamangu unaitwa nani? Keti chini ndugu yangu. Keti chini tafadhali. Umeshindwa. Unaitwa nani? Margaret Zirobae. Unapiga kura kituo gani? Magarini Primary School. Nipatie majina 3 ya mgombea wa ODM wa Magarini hapa. Haya, pesa za Nairobi hizi. Peana microphone kwa mwenzako. Kaa chini tafadhali bwana. Wewe boss, usiniharibie kazi. Ulishindwa kazi. Mamangu unaitwa nani? Ninaitwa Masrin Adamo Olosh. Wewe unajua ODM vizuri. Yes. Unapiga kura kituo gani? Kwa Ndomo. Kwa Ndomo. Hiyo iko. Huyu Harrison Kombe ana bibi ngapi? Ana bibi moja. Kombe mimi ninavyomjua ana bibi wawili. Peana kipaza sauti. Peana kipaza sauti tafadhali. Na uketi chini. Pesa za Nairobi zinarudi. Usije hapa wewe tafadhali. Tunaomba tu kwa heshima. Haya, mama yangu sema jina. Unapiga kura kituo gani? Bomani. Haya, niambie, unamjua baba Raila Odinga ambaye ametuacha juzi? Haya, alikuwa na mke. Nipe majina matatu ya mke wa Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Haujui. Peana kipaza sauti. Nyinyi wana ODM kweli? Haya, ndugu yangu naitwa nani? Haraka bwana, kuna viongozi hawajaongea hapa. Ati? Kituo chako cha kupiga kura ni gani? Huyu gavana wako majina yake matatu ni gani? Haya, pesa za Nairobi hizi hapa. Peana mic. Next. Mama unaitwa nani? Kituo chako cha kupigia kura? Haya, hapo Marereni Primary utaingia siku ya uchaguzi. Unajua siku ya uchaguzi ni siku ngapi? 27/11. Haya, chukua pesa za Nairobi hizi. Next, peana.
Hey, are you ready to become a competent PLC programmer without needing a college degree and without needing to fumble around on?
Haya, mamangu unaitwa nani?
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Josephine Bar.
Unapiga kura wapi? Kuna hiyo kituo Mheshimiwa Kombe. Haya, unaona yule gavana wa Homa Bay? Unamjua vizuri? Haumjui? Peana kipaza sauti. Tuendelee bwana, haraka haraka. Ndugu yangu, wewe unapiga kura wapi? Unapiga kura Mapimo Primary. Mapimo Primary. Iko ndani ya Magarini. Ameconfirm. Unamjua yule gavana wa Homa Bay? Nipe majina yake matatu kwa shilingi 1000. Haya, peana kipaza sauti. Au hujui chairman wa chama? Nani yako tayari? Nani yako tayari? Kama uko tayari kaa chini. Ndugu yangu vipi? Yule Abdul Swamad unamjua vizuri? Deputy party leader. Ana umri wa mwaka ngapi yule? Haya, keti chini, peana. Nyinyi hamjui viongozi wenu bwana. Hamjui viongozi wenu. Haya. Kituo chako cha kupiga kura? Kuna mama amesimama hapa akazungumza, akasema anatoka Garissa. Alikuwa ni nani? Peana kipaza sauti. Hamsikizi viongozi wanazungumza. Njoo ndugu, unapiga kura kituo gani? Unajua uchaguzi ni siku gani? Wewe unamchagua nani? Haya, kuna dada amezungumza hapa. Anatoka Garissa, ameteuliwa na chama cha ODM. Anaitwa nani? Haya, keti chini. Wale walikuwa hapa mapema ndio tunataka wakule hii pesa. Tafadhali ketini chini. Hawa watatu ndio wa mwisho kwa sababu gavana hajazungumza. Songa mama, usiniogope bwana. Haya. Wacha niongeze pesa. Hii swali ukipata ni shilingi 3000. Hizi hapa kwa sababu sitaki kurudi nazo Nairobi. Huyu anayezungumza unamjua? Ndio ama la? Unanijua? Nipe majina yangu matatu, kila jina ni shilingi 1000. Hana habari, hana taarifa. Mheshimiwa Kombe, jina zangu hazijafika huku, mpe mwenzako. Nani yako tayari? Aya, wengine mketi, si mmeshindwa na kazi? Philip, nisaidie hapa. Mamangu, mwenyekiti wa chama cha ODM ana majina matatu kwa shilingi 3000. Nipe majina yake.
Mama Gladys Otieno Wanga.
Sasa wewe umeenda kututafutia chairperson mwingine. Sisi hatujui mtu anaitwa Gladys Otieno. Mama chairperson anaitwa Gladys Nyasuna Wanga. Haya, wa mwisho. Hii pesa sasa wacha tufanye swali ya jackpot 1500. Si ndio? Watu ni kama hawajui. Kuna mtu anajua swali ya jackpot hapa tu, tusipoteze wakati, si ndio? Kama hujui peana hiyo kipaza sauti. Kama unajua hujui. Kama unajua haujui, leta. Songa. Haya, sema jina yako. Nataka kujua kama wewe ni mpiga kura wa hapa. Wengine wote waketi sasa.
Majina yangu naitwa Asena David Muhambi.
Asena, wewe ni wa huku? Mbona na sound kama wewe ni Mluya? Wa huku? Sawa. Sasa tuna party leader wetu ameketi pale. Huyu alikuwa ni ndugu ya karibu sana na baba. Kati ya huyu party leader na baba Raila Amolo Odinga, difference ya miaka yao ilikuwa ni ngapi? Kwa shilingi 1500. Asante sana. Watu wa Magarini hamsikizi wakati viongozi wanazungumza. Pesa zimepotea, kaa chini. Sasa nataka kwa fursa hii, viongozi poleni kwa kuchukua muda, nataka nimkaribishe mwenyekiti wa kitaifa wa chama cha ODM ambaye pia ni gavana wa Homa Bay, Mheshimiwa Gladys Nyasuna Wanga. Na yeye
If you live in a South Carolina zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully. I was an insurance agent for 30 years, and what I'm about to tell you could save you up to 80% on your auto insurance. Here's what the industry doesn't want you to know. South Carolina drivers pay the most for car insurance out of any state in the country, as we all know from the recent 2025 leak. Insurance companies are now in trouble for overcharging South Carolina drivers by as much as 80% for the same coverage. We call drivers in this state gold tier clients, the ones we'd fight to keep because of inflated commissions. But here's the dirty secret. If you're in South Carolina, they won't let you know you can lower your rate now, and they're happy to keep overcharging you. My neighbor Jessica from Charleston, perfect record, was paying $180 a month for 15 years. I told her, try out my new website. She found the same coverage for $72. Saved 60% after filling out the form through my official website. After 30 years in insurance, here's the truth. If you live in South Carolina and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, you're being overcharged. But they won't call you with a better rate. Why would they? You're already paying too much, and their shareholders love it. I'd quietly tell my favorite clients, be proactive. Go through my service and get what you deserve. When you click below, you'll reach my website where you just fill out an application. It takes about 5 minutes. It will ask for your zip code, about your vehicle, and some other information. Then it will show you what you qualify.
Okay, that was Sifuna, and he has explained a lot. So nawakaribisha kwa show sasa. So I think kama kuna watu wako karibu wakuje. So bwana Kipril, msiniachie show peke yangu bana. So mumesikia how deep Sifuna was speaking, and he seems to be very much glued to ODM. Sijui ODM ataishikilia mpaka saa ngapi. Although I'm on the appeal, sijui kama Sifuna inakaa ODM imemuingia sana. It seems even as ODM is making as many mistakes as possible, it's like he cannot entangle himself out of ODM. Sasa sijui. So it's something which I'm trying to ask myself. Why is Sifuna so much glued to ODM? And to some extent, they look like they are unable to solve much. So sitaki kuelekea Ruto. So let me put Wanga as I wait for people. Let me put for Wanga. And we call it a day.
Slow down, honey. Too fast, Trevor, too fast.
I know what I'm doing, Mom.
Ah, a new driver. Nyasuna Wanga. Kwa hivyo yule mama alisema Otieno, SG, mimi nitafanya appeal badala ya 3,000 umpatie 2,000. Si appeal ni mzuri jamani. Kwa sababu badala ya Atieno alisema Otieno. Sasa SG amekubali, mama kimbia uchukue ile 2,000 pale kwa sababu ulikuwa karibu sana kupata. Kimbia sana. Kimbia sana. Mama ako fit kweli kweli. Basi ndio hiyo. Asante sana. Thank you SG. Alipata 2, alipata ile, akajipanga. Mimi ndio mwenyekiti wa kitaifa wa chama cha ODM na pia
Bwana George, let me allow you to begin the conversation. Mama ataongea tu. Welcome, and you can comment on the things which have been said so far. Nisikukarishe sana. Naona hapo ameanzia tokenism. Sifikiri ODM ya baba iko ya tokenism. Maana ya tokenism imetoka wapi hapa?
Pote pale mlipo. Langu ni moja tu kidogo. I think I would want to comment on what I have seen Sifuna demonstrate to us. That shows actually what I would call who go there. I have no idea what they have gone to do there. Just to go shout 1 term or 2 term or whatever it is, without having an idea exactly what they're doing there. Okay, it's another way of doing things, but at least Sifuna has just shown us who the electorate of Kenya are. How naive or how disjointed we are from the reality. If you don't even know who you are electing, surely, and you don't even know who or whatever you are supporting, surely, I think I liked that one. Sifuna has actually shown us who we are. And who we are, we elect we always elect people we don't know. We elect people who we don't know and we don't seem to care. But when things go south, then we start complaining. I think I liked it. You can call it tokenism and everything, but at least if that was the only way to show it, I think it has come out very well. I don't know how, Munipiga lakini, I think I liked it somehow. I've been educated today. Asante for now.
So, can you give us the level of your education in terms of what you saw? Hapo sijashika vizuri.
What do you think, Jiro? Umepotea tena?
Hapana, sijapotea, niko hapa. Ndio najaribu kukuuliza. When I see these people,
ama hamkuwa mnanisikiza?
No, I was listening to you.
Because looks like it is hanged.
No, I don't think I'm hanged.
Hello, anybody behind there who can hear me?
We can hear you. I think there was a misunderstanding between Jero and yourself.
No,
No, when Jero said tokenism, he was talking about distribution of money.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah. Whatever it is, that is tokenism for sure. But then what I'm trying to put forward is that if that was the only way Sifuna would have able to show us the facts that have come out, that we are dealing with people who are not interested, who people don't even know what they are doing, or the purpose of a meeting like that one, well, it worked well for me. Do you get my point?
Yeah, just to go to show you that ODM is unpopular, that they have to bribe people to come.
let,
If you
let,
see
let,
what,
let, let's not
if you see
say,
what,
I'm not putting it at like it was only for ODM. I think I want to see every Kenyan voter. If you can leave whatever you are doing at home to come to a public meeting and you don't even know the reason you came there to do or to know what is going on, or even when they tell you things you don't listen, then surely what are you doing there? Then you are the person who makes the decision who is going to be the leader. That is what I'm saying, and that's what we have learned from what Sifuna has done. The issue of dishing out money in public, surely, okay, it will never be good. It will never be good. But if it is the only way that will make us now start thinking, yeah. I hope you can see my point.
I see it, but I don't think he came to deliver his point that way. Although he started badly about giving people money, I don't know, to someone from this corner. That is besides the point. What you're saying, no, a few of them were actually garbage. Why would you vote for a symbol? We just want to vote for orange. That's absolutely nonsense. Me, I would even want a mixed bag of as many political parties in an area as much as possible. I like that. I like the way the united opposition is, and then mpigane vile mnataka. The only thing that I like, the only thing I'll accept for Rigathi Gachagua and Justin Muturi was that Mbere seat. But after that, I don't want to hear nonsense like that. Gachagua enda uchukue vitu zako, watu wako. Muturi, go get your people. Kalonzo, your people. Martha Karua, we're going to do the same. And then mpiganie, let the people choose. Hii kitu ya kuambia ati sijui in united opposition that we're going to ati we don't want no. The people want a specific leader, and if he's in a particular party, let it be. Because right now, CNJ ODM was about to fall into that trap right now. Uko Malava, whereby Malava is now like the most hottest area right now because there's DAP, there's UDA, there's ODM. I don't even think what is his name? I don't think MaDVD can even contest because he's part of UDA right now. There is Natembea there. They might want to put like it is ODM almost let go of that. They were not going to contest. But as far as DCP, me, I'm happy DCP is going to contest there. That is beautiful. That is actually beautiful. DCP should go watch mchezo. Ati tunaacha because I saw Cleophas Malala. I don't know if Njeru, you're aware of that, or if it's there. Kuna clip ya Cleophas Malala. Is DCP contesting in Malava?
I have no idea.
The last time I listened, they said they had withdrawn their candidate.
Why would they do that?
They are looking for unity of purpose.
That's garbage. That's absolutely garbage. Me, if I want, if I'm from Malava and I want to support the DCP, what am I going to do? Am I going to be forced by the leaders that I'll follow up and tuache mchezo? If somebody can go there and tell them to stop that nonsense, we should stop it. How UDA became very popular, or how UDA bulldozed themselves. Walikuwa naambia hata watu wa Kenya Kwanza tutaki mchezo, we are going to go in together. I hope you guys understand. This thing of stepping aside is what cost us the Nairobi.
So, and why do you think Wamunyoro party is giving in to almost all demands which they are being told by the so purported sister parties, because those are sister parties?
They shouldn't. They shouldn't at all. Or are they? There's no. If indeed the sister parties are going to decide to go join Ruto because they were not allowed to contest, they might as well leave. They might as well leave. Well, what if Kalonzo DCP has a stronger candidate, a better candidate mwenye atasaidia wananchi? Are you going to deny the people the chance to vote for that person because of political heads are deciding what for? Why are you deciding for the people? We lost We lost Team Wanyonyi because of that garbage. You know that. Team Wanyonyi should have been governor of Nairobi. But Jubilee said it was due because of blah, 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 all this garbage. We decided to put a Jubilee candidate. And of course, you know, a majority of the people in Nairobi are not the business corporate people who will not understand that we needed an administrator in Nairobi. But Team Wanyonyi was close to that. These guys were fueled by emotions. If you're going to give me a CEO, these people, they are on ground. They do not understand what people in the ground feel like. So if you, I wish I could just be a fly in the wall and tell them to stop that nonsense. That is the advice I would give them. Mwende kwa debe nyinyi wote. If Kalonzo, there's nothing. Are you trying to tell me UDA is stronger than all of them? Let's talk facts. How is UDA strong?
I think they are trying to give in to each other because they don't want to do it parasitic relationship. Unajua, they want to be symbiotic than parasitic.
I don't care about that. I don't care about parasitic. Come on, if you're not strong enough, you're not strong enough. If you're not, and there's no way, even if you field like 6 candidates in Malava, UDA will be last. UDA will be last, definitely.
In that context, do you see like now the presidential competition in 2027? Are you also suggesting they should go all of them through to the ballot?
Yes, that has always been my personal choice. Me. Coalitions should happen post elections, in my opinion. Post. Enda na nguvu zenu huko.
Then if they go all of them, don't you think that UDA could get advantage of that?
What advantage?
If opposition parties are independent, let's say like opposition party has 6 candidates.
Yes, go on. Yeah.
What about UDA?
One
UDA
candidate.
is not going to. This one tunauliza DAP.
I will explain. That is why. No, wait. Your math is not mathing, yeah? Your math is not mathing. Are you still trying to tell me that Ruto is stronger than all of them?
We are not saying Ruto is stronger than all of them, but you should not leave chances. You should not leave chances.
There's nothing like chances here. I'm telling you the truth.
To be used.
That is why I'm telling you.
I know coalitions. I know coalitions are not becoming very fashionable in Kenya. That one I even said.
I like the fact that Matiang'i is going on his own. They will work together, but Matiang'i goes. I hope. I don't think wamekuwa friends sana, but I think even Kalonzo goes, if Martha Karua goes, all these people should go. Ruto is not that popular. Tusiogope, let the people choose. Let the people choose. That's my opinion. Let us choose. What is wrong for us to choose? That is why we've had these confusions with CORD, NASA, whatever. And every time this happened, it was the smallest coalition that won. It was just URP and TNA peke yake hapo. Then wakaform wakakuwa Jubilee, it became just one. Every time we have these coalitions, they break after elections. Why don't we form these coalitions after the election? Si ati mtu anakuja kushinda ama amekuja kuiba. You split the party, they go. Let us know our fate before. Kama wanapigania hiyo kiti sahi in the beginning, how would you not know akina DAP are not going to form with KKK after the elections, where Ruto anamwaga pesa kwa watu wote? ODM, wafanye vitu yao, hata hawa waende. I'm hearing they are saying, oh, we'll hold a candidate of our own. Waende wafanye hiyo, and that is what we call democracy. Because we are moving towards what CCM is doing. United opposition is good, but let's gain strength individually. Me, I wish I was there. Ningekuambia tu build your strengths, ban. Kuwa na nguvu, unakuja unafanya kazi kubwa, you go do a lot of work, then you're being told, oh, just because I'm from this region, I'm a Luya, and my party is Luya, I will respect you. We go back to tribalism. Si mnataka Gachagua asikuwe mtu anaitwa a tribalistic candidate? Why can't he go and field a candidate in Western? But he step aside. I think I actually, as for the big seat, maybe we are not ready for that. Maybe we should unite. That one we can look at it. Lakini hizi vitu ndogo ndogo bana, please governor, hizi vitu zote, go with your strength. Because we tried that trick. What happened? Tulifagilia huko Nairobi, yet we had a very, very perfect candidate in Nairobi City. Right now, I even think Kenya would be surviving with the revenue we were collecting in Nairobi if Tim Wanyonyi was governor. That money would have been protected. What do we have right now? Sakaja. Anakwambia, I will tell you the truth. Raila Amolo Odinga did not even campaign for the Nairobi governorship for Jubilee. Alifanya shingo upande, did not even, hakuna siku moja alikuja akasema. That is why he was walking around with Sakaja. Reality is reality. We need to mature in politics where they stop spoon feeding us. And it's another habit, actually even down to politics. This is why I like DCP being a new party. Candidates go and prove to themselves to Rigathi Gachagua, are you ready or are you not? Hiyo imechaguliwa na wananchi. Whether you're previous MP or not, munakuja mnaongea. You go and the people want you. ODM, they're still doing that right now. Right now, let me tell you, before elections, watalipa mapesa huko, yani atinjua wapati tikiti. Tickets. Hey. Kama hii nini ya nani? What's his name? UCS, the former governor of Machakos. His party was the same. Alisema, we're not going to take fees. If you're good enough, come. We see if you're good enough for office. We do our checks. We here. But if they start those habits right now, like right now, Malava, if there was somebody who had so much psych, and maybe an educated person, popular, amejulikana na watu wa Malava, but he loves DCP. Oh no, we're going to shove DAP down your throat. Is that fair? Seriously? Is that honestly fair? And you cannot tell this guy to change flags. It's dirty politics, according to me. Sioni benefit here. That's why I like the way Matianga ko headstrong zaidi, anasema hey, mimi ndio nitaingia sasa. Yes. And Kalonzo is doing the same. Yes. That's what I want to see. They stand together in unity, but show strength. We as Kenyans will decide later on. Show strength. Na musiogope ati sijui we are not united. No. It's not going to show disunity. So long as we have a common enemy, that is enough for us as Kenyans. Yeah. Oh, you are scared that your Amenda Jubilee's Uhuru is doing his own thing. That's beautiful. Watch afanya vitu sawa. There are people who are undecided, let me tell you. There are people who are undecided who they want as presidential candidate. I will tell you as a fact right now. There are guys who are pro Kalonzo. Mi niko Martha Karua hapo. Gachagua is no ako out kwa sababu najua ile kiti yake alikuwa impeached. There are guys who are pro Matiang'i. Hata kuna wengine wanaongea juu ya Natembea. There are so many candidates and it's fine. It is okay. That is why this constitution was built. Mulifundishwa tabia mbaya na ODM. By the way, I've told you the truth. ODM taught you bad manners. ODM ilifundisha watu tabia mbaya, you're being dictated stuff. ODM is the only party that people, let me tell you, most of the MPs in ODM were not chosen by the people. MCAs were not chosen by the people. They were dictated by Chungwa House. And that is what I'm avoiding. Let democracy work. Let us choose our own leaders, please. Thank you and please. Santi.
Okay, sawa Kipril, we will continue on that. So Bwana George, ulikuwa umemalizia ama tupishe jury?
No, what I see, whatever Kipril is saying, on a hypothetical situation, yes, it makes sense. Being cooperating before elections, surely it's not democracy. But the thing, we have to also look at the state of our elections and the state of our people. Why do you think ODM will still not push whatever? I mean, the playing ground is not even. If somebody like Gachagua, for example, he cannot now go to campaign in Nyanza because ODM is there and Ruto has made it sure that he can't go even to Bondo. Then what leverage now are we talking about? We are still in a quagmire of situation of that is our country. And that is why now coming together makes sense. Had it not been for that, yes, Kipril, you have a point. Democracy is supposed to be free for all and may the best candidate win. But in our situation, there are other dynamics. And that is what calls now for this kind of coalitions. We are tribal. We cannot ignore that and we cannot say that we are not. We are. And when it comes to tribal dynamics, if you do not form coalitions before the elections, the person who have the government instruments and the financial muscle, in this case, I don't need to tell you who it is, he will still come back. And that is what we don't want. That's what the majority of us do not want. We know the bad things about it. But you have also seen now, as was shown by Sifuna, the kind of people who go to the elections. Those are people who are not helpable. If 1,000 shillings can make them change or vote for something, then we are in a quagmire. A crossroads that has no definition. I don't know how I would want to go about it. Yes, I do appreciate what Kipril is saying. Yes, democracy is about parties. In fact, I think it should have been made a rule that these people, when they do campaigns, they all go to campaign on one platform so that we can actually elect individuals, no matter what parties they come, so long as they'll take their brains to parliament, not their stomachs. That is the ideal situation of democracy, but it doesn't work. The other dynamics are tilting the balance, unfortunately. Thank you, Jiru.
Julia, kabla nikuruhusu kidogo uongee, wacha nikuwekee our idiot kidogo, niwekee tu our idiot kidogo alafu uongee.
Mseme maendeleo na ajabu ya Musa wako kwa serikali, lakini kutoka Nairobi kukuja kwa mashineni hawataki. Wakifika hapo wanasema tumenyanyaswa. Na mimi nimesema William Ruto akimaliza Mundu Muluya achukue inji ya Kenya. Enye waluya mlauliranga. Who is your neighbor? Neighbor yako anaitwa nani? Sini hapa? Hapa Rift Valley. Mnataka urafiki ama hapana? Nyinyi mtafuka ile uko mbali kuleta marafiki. Sisi mpaka Muluya keti kwa inji ya Kenya na kalamu kubwa andikishe kama rais wa Kenya. Tuveru mseme maendeleo. Na ajabu ya Musa.
Julia, you can go ahead. Nilikuwa nakukaribisha na huyo besti yetu.
Wah,
Huyu ni nani by the way? Siku I heard.
how can you ask that guy? Julia, habari yako?
Nzuri, habari zenu?
Mumenyane.
Okay. Jiru, hebu play again when you are playing. I think some.
Yeah. Don't play that thing. You are just spreading a bad word. That is Tibet.
Yeah, hiyo sauti ni ya none other than the person I know.
Don't give him airtime just like that.
Okay, George, umeelewa ni nini alikuwa anasema hapo?
Yes, I know what he was talking about.
In one sentence, can you tell us?
He was telling us that you should elect Ruto so that they will support the Luyas after 2032 was due when. That is what was implying. And that is where he very bad about our people. He called them people hawana akili. It was such an insulting whatever statement. That is why I wouldn't even stomach watching it again.
Na you can imagine kuna Wakikuyu na watu wa Mlima Kenya wanatembea na huyo mtu. That's what I'm trying to say.
The thing you need to understand about Farouk is he's addicted to Luya women. He's got so many kids with Luya women. It's bad. And then finally, unaona sasa they've started getting measuring machines to measure money. I don't know if you guys have seen that clip.
So
I saw it. I don't know what they were trying to prove, but I saw that thing of weighing millions of money. I don't know what that was about.
That was a standard 3 person, Sudi. Yes.
What was the idea of weighing the money?
Floating our money.
Moja ni ya kilo ngapi?
Hiyo ni pesa yetu, yes.
Because it was too much to count.
It's too much to count.
But it was in treasury bill because one bundle is 1 million shillings. Why who needed to count or to weigh? Nonsense. Haki ujinga ingine inakuanga kwetu. It's bad. It's bad.
So that is penye. Kama your president, so you people like Farouk or playing some.
Sawa, Julia, endelea.
So if Ruto is your president, people like Farouk become part of the government na kina Sudi. That is the unfortunate thing. Na kwa sababu I have learned, and I think Kip can confirm with me here. I have some Kalenjin friends who wameniambia kwamba Ruto cannot work with any Kalenjin mwenye amesoma ama kona akili. Anybody who is enlightened is an enemy of Ruto in Kalenjin land.
100%. He doesn't like intelligent people. Even at Central, look what he did to Central.
Yeah, even Gachagua was saying the other day, no, today, that one thing he commends Raila Odinga for, that Raila Odinga's people ni wasomi. Sio kama tule tugeke tuko Mount Kenya region. So I think that's a lesson that any other aspiring leader has learned. Ruto only works with criminals, works with the Togeges, works with the thugs, people like Farouk Kibet and people like Sudi. Yani Sudi can stand in the national TV and tell Kenyans something like he thinks we should listen. It's unfortunate. I hope those days are coming to an end. I hope so, Jiru. I hope those kind of days are coming to an end. Leo sijui topic gani mko nao, lakini let me weigh on what I found Mwamba and keep discussing. I think of the opinion right now, upinzani lazima uungane kabla ya uchaguzi, because perception is also important in an election like this that we are going to have against Ruto. It is not because Ruto can win even in a normal election ati kama tuseme hakuna wizi wa kura, ati Ruto can defeat Matiang'i or can defeat Kalonzo. No, but because perception is very important. So we should only have one candidate to give even the people of Kenya a perception kwamba it is Ruto is against all odds. Hakuna cha kushinda, hakuna vile hakuna chance. Also to give him that perception, to give Ruto a perception that now you cannot even steal because you are against all odds. But if we give him room, what people are saying, ati tuko na Kalonzo, tuko na Matiang'i, tuko na nani, that is when Ruto is going to take advantage and even create a confusion that unaona upinzani uligawana. Mnasikia hii, I had this discussion yesterday that Moi won in 1992 because Jaramogi na kina Matiba waligawana. Moi also rigged. Matiba should have been the next president of Kenya. It is not that Moi defeated those people. No, Moi rigged. And he rigged because
but Julia, here they gave him the margin to rig, you know.
Yes, they gave him the margin to rig because they divided themselves.
Yes,
that is what. Yeah, that is the point we are saying. They gave him room. Like, sasa unaona hata sai people keep saying that Moi won. People at Moi, it is because Matiba vied for presidency, because Jaramogi vied for presidency, Kibaki vied for that is why he won. He didn't win. They gave him the room to rig. They gave him that room because they did not form a united front. And that is why in 2002, it was practically impossible for Moi to win, because now this time the opposition had learned a lesson. They said Kibaki tosha. Sasa hakuwa na cha kufanya. Let me say this. It is not like Moi would not have rigged in 2002. But the odds were all against him. There was only one candidate to beat, Emilio Moi Kibaki, and there was no room to beat him because he was the only candidate. So my take is that right now we should only have one candidate from the opposition. And as for whether Matiang'i will work with Kalonzo, the chances are very high because I have seen a lot of... Matiang'i even said himself that if the opposition decides to appoint one of them other than him, he'll work with them. So Matiang'i, I believe, is very ready to work with Kalonzo and the floated coalition that is being floated, and I think it is going to be the winning ticket, is a Kalonzo Matiang'i presidency. That is what is being floated, and I think it's going to be the winning ticket, unless anybody who floats otherwise has no intention of removing Ruto. Anybody in that opposition, kiongozi yeyote, awe Matiang'i, awe Kalonzo, awe Gachagua, awe Martha Karua, awe JB, awe Eugene Wamalwa, ama Natembea, anybody who thinks that they should stand kivyao ni kwa sababu akona nia ya kuacha Ruto ashinde. We have had lessons before, and we can look at history and say when we did this, we succeeded. When we did not do it, we failed. So I think all of those people were there, and I think they voted when Matiba and Jaramogi and Kibaki vied for presidency. Yeah, I think they were there. And personally, I like Matiba's attitude because he did not vie for presidency in 1997. He told them, "Aliambia kina Kibaki, Moi will still rig." They didn't listen to him. Wakajipeleka huko ati wanasimama. He knew it, that Moi was going to rig. And he didn't see the way why he should waste his funds and resources to campaign. And obviously, Moi rigged. So, those are lessons that we should not forget. And I think that is my take, Njiru.
Can I go for 1 second before I also go? The danger of the coalition, and here I am taking Kipriu very seriously. Had it not been for the dynamics of this guy coming back, the issue of a coalition between all these leaders, all the Matiang'is, Kalonzos, Gachaguas, and everything, is also now pointing to our national coffers after the election. That is one big problem we should also be able to see right now. Because the moment these guys actually let one person stand, the others will have things to ask for. Favors. I let you go. Can I have this kind of business? Can I participate in this business of corruption? Can I get something? This is the danger we are facing with this coalition business. And that is a danger, and it is real. And we should not start denying it. Sometimes, whatever Kipril is saying, that let everybody go there, makes sense. Because the alternative has also some shortfalls. And those are some of them. Between now and 2027, one of those or several of those will definitely have been convinced by Ruto by use of money. That one I can almost say here without a doubt in my mind. Kuna mtu atakuwa amelipwa, he will go it with the others as a presidential candidate just to divide the vote. That one I can tell you 100%. Among them, hakuwezi kosa moja atapewa pesa and will not be in the grand coalition. That one is for sure. The coalition goes through, the danger I have just pointed it out. It will be pointing to our national coffers. It will be a very expensive thing for us as the electorate after 2027, when the government eventually formed. Are there going to be squabbles after that? Yes, definitely. Because somebody will be not satisfied with what they will have written or their memorandum of understanding. Somebody will definitely go against it, and maybe somebody will be expecting too much. Especially people like Gachagua. If he's not the presidential candidate, he will have enough demands. That one I can tell you for free. And if those demands are not met, we shall go back to the same campaigning. Campaign will start soon after August. I'm sorry, that is our country. And that's how I see it.
So, Mwamba, I think I agree with you. That one I expect that to happen. And you see, I saw some lineup that was Kalonzo Matiang presidency, and Gachagua was indicated as a PM, I think the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and then Martha Karua, the Speaker of the National Assembly. Now, if they put him there, he'll be a powerful one. He'll not be like Mudavadi. I hope they're aware of that. He'll be also be controlling the government, determining things, and he'll have a big say. But personally, right now, I have no problem with that. I would rather have a powerful Gachagua without Ruto. I mean, I'll be feeling like we have taken the first baby step in Kenya. So I know, and personally, I hope they are prepared for that it will be a powerful, he'll have a powerful premier or whatever they want to call it, because it's not even in the constitution. He'll have a big say in that government. So for me personally, I'm prepared for that as long as we don't have Ruto in the government. That is my take. So we will definitely expect that. However, I hope that Matiang and Kalonzo will assert themselves and kill this thing of Mutietu syndrome, like things like tenders and all that. Because even if we expect Gachagua to have a powerful seat, he may bring in more old mentalities za UDA na hizi serikali zote zimekuwa nazo, hata ya Uhuru Kenyatta na Ruto previously, because that is what failed Kibaki's government. He may bring in those old mentalities kwamba mimi nimekusaidia upate serikali, so these tenders are mine or they are for my people. This one must go here and they must assert themselves, even if it means them splitting. In fact, you see, let me say, they should be ready for that. They should be ready for a split after the election. That split will help us, because now we shall now be not fighting Ruto. We shall be saying, wewe ndio umeharibu serikali. You see, I keep saying this, that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta had the room to change and help Kenya after he became president in 2013. But he allowed himself to be taken over and bulldozed by Ruto, kwa sababu Ruto alimuonyesha kwamba if you don't work with me, you'll not go for a second term. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta should have been ready to lose a second term, but save Kenya. I hope Kalonzo and Matiang and Martha Karua, I seriously trust Matiang and Martha Karua. I hope they'll be ready even for a split. Yani ikuwe kama ni mbaya. Unataka tukupatie tenda zote kwa sababu gani? Why are you trying to make us do things that we have been doing it? We are here to change Kenya. So, because Obviously, let me say this, those who are in love with Gachagua so much, I can tell you without fear of contradiction, he will try to sneak in those old mentalities. Watu wangu, kura yangu, vitu zangu, my people, my what, he will do that. Our tenders, our what? Because people don't just change in one day. Watu wabadilikangi. We know them. We know. Show me your friends and I tell you who you are. If you can work with Ruto, it's because you agree with a lot of his character. And anybody who I can tell him that he agrees with a lot of his character, stealing, entrepreneurship, and all that. So it's not like I feel like Gachagua has changed. No. I just feel like let us cross the river right now, the bridge. If we succeed to install a Kalonzo Matiang presidency, from there we should be ready for a split, a bad one and a bitter one. Unless Matiang and people like Mother Karua will tolerate all that BS yenye inakuja kwa old men. Kalonzo can tolerate, can work anywhere. You can. I'm sorry, I have not come to a point to think that Kalonzo can take a stand. I think he can tolerate that entrepreneuring and all that, yeah, mtu wetu syndrome and all that. But I am putting my faith in two people, Mother Karua na Fred Matiang, that they'll put their foot down and say, no, we are not doing this way. So after 2 years, there'll be a very bad split in the government. And kama ni mbaya, we can even go for an election after 2 years, as long as we don't have Ruto. So that now Kenyans, we can tell them, you see, we gave you a chance. And what did you bring? You brought Mutuako Kambira syndrome to entrepreneurship. We don't want you. Go to HELL. Asante, that is my take.
So Julia, naona ni kama kuna vita mingi sana ya coalitions. So do you think maybe according to like what Kip is saying, can parties stand alone?
No.
And still
no.
demolish or do a euphoria?
By the way, let me tell you, saizi hakuna vita. But then we don't have a big rivalry right now. We don't have a big challenge of who should be presidential candidate. I'm telling you. It is right now, we must not give Ruto any room to think the opposition is divided, therefore he will sneak in his votes from whichever side. No. We should only give him one candidate, so that is intimidating enough. We need to intimidate him and his followers. Like, tuko na mtu mmoja peke yake utadu. But after that, we should prepare for what I'm saying. Like, after forming our government, we will have very big challenges. Ya watu wenye wamekuja na mtu wetu syndrome, entrepreneuring syndrome, okay? Then, but in that government, we'll have some people who believe that we are here now to serve Kenya. Now, these people who believe they are here to serve Kenya should stand on their feet, even if it means collapsing that government. You see, we have no problem collapsing our government after 2 years. Because Ruto, we believe that Ruto will be somewhere answering court cases and all that. And his thugs. So this time we'll be dealing with the people who are in the government who are trying to bring Mutuetu syndrome and take us back where we are coming from. Because those chances are also very much alive, that we are likely to have people who come in. Let me say, let me just put a comment that Alex talks. You know, this is a situation I see that a Kalonzo Matiang president will face. First, we need that Kalonzo Matiang presidency. We need just one coalition, just one person vying for presidency. We need to create another Kibaki Tosha movement to intimidate Ruto thoroughly. Kwamba hauna otherwise. Then they'll come and form in a government, like people have been suggesting, and try to be balanced, to have a regionally balanced government. So that government is most likely to be a mix of performers and politicians who are there because they think they brought the largest number of votes. That includes Gachagua. Now, if Gachagua is intelligent enough, he can swallow his pride and allow the government to serve the people of Kenya. But if he wants to ruin it, he may start bulldozing this government. And that is why even now as we talk, Gachagua is not pro Matiang so much, because he knows that is a thorn in his neck, or ASS. He knows that that is one person who may not take instructions from Wamunyoro. Kalonzo can take instructions from Wamunyoro headquarters, but Matiang may not. In fact, that government should also bring in Mother Karua, because Mother Karua cannot do that nonsense. Hata kama mlikunywa chai jana. Kuna watu tu itabidi tuwategemee kwa hiyo serikali. So for now, Jiru, my summing it up, we need that one presidential candidate, one to intimidate Ruto and his camp, so that now it will be so defeating for him. Even the thoughts of those northeastern votes may seemingly not appear to be helpful. But if we decide to split the votes, like tuko na Matiang'i anasimama, Kalonzo anasimama, not that Ruto genuinely can beat those people, but that one gives him room to say, unaona, niliwaambia au pinzani hawezi ungana, si niliwaambia vile wako, si niliwaambia vile watagawana kura. That is what he'll do, and then he'll steal votes. And then Kenyans will see, yeah, that's a point. Wamegawana kura. That's my take, Njiru.
Okay, ni sawa. So unajua kuna kushikana mara mbili, kuna kushikana pale juu, then kwa hizi viti zingine zote mnasema kila mtu aende kivyake, ama unataka washikane chini na juu?
Okay, Mimi, I think it is called negotiated democracy. They have to do a lot of work, especially on places like Nairobi and Mombasa. Hapo lazima wakubaliane who is a candidate. We cannot have DCP candidate na Wiper candidate in Nairobi. Tuko na UDA na ODM. What if UDA and ODM decide to work together and have one candidate for the government? Don't you think they are likely to win? No. So if they decide not to work together in Nairobi and Coast Province, that's a risk. You see, as we need our president, he needs support from his members of parliament. Si tu tuseme, kuna watu wanasema kati hatutaki suti. Sasa ni wakati wa suti.
Hapana, this is the time I'm refusing to agree with that. I think up below from the presidency,
That's what causes us problems. Yes.
I would want the free for all. Let us have a parliament that will be elected on merit. Kama mtu ni mzuri aende kwa bunge apeleke akili, lakini sio tumbo. I think that one, I don't want that business ya suit. It is bad and dangerous.
Let me explain myself. I totally agree with you. We should have the right people in parliament. But listen, you do not want a lame president, do you? Do you want a president who has no members of parliament? Is that what you want? Because
that is what you wanted. See, that is what you wanted with the coalition in the first place. Let us kwanza nataka ikuwe lame baya sana. I want it to be super
that is
lame.
what has failed
That
us
is the
today.
best.
Having a majority in parliament is what is killing us today.
Nataka ikuwe
We
lame
need people
kabisa.
who can go there to bring debate and actually do the right things. Having mtu moja kuna 170 MPs anawaita State House anawapatia 10,000 and they start passing bills. That is the nonsense we want to get rid of.
I agree with you. That one,
it has to be completely lame. We want.
I see your point. I see your point. Now I see your point, all of you, Mwamba and Kip. Let me give you a scenario that you won't like. Yeah, a winning Kalonzo president with 200 MPs from UDA. So now can the two of you respond to that?
Who said UDA is going to win? You can see nobody wants to take those seats.
I'm saying 200 MPs because you see, if they don't,
gonna be possible.
No. If you don't compare it in places like Nairobi and Coast Province, I'm telling you, UDA is likely to have more members of parliament. We'll be back to square one, same government.
No, that one I don't agree with you, Julia. I don't think UDA can win the majority of the parliament as of today, the way it is.
Especially if UDA would be working with ODM.
No.
I'm just wondering how you have a president when hana control at the capital city. Hana.
Afadhali hivyo. Honestly.
So if you have a president,
so that even the president will now be doing what he's supposed to be doing.
Okay.
Wait. I don't want a president who is now the treasurer or the person who runs the budget of the country. It had better be run in all hazardous ways, but not one person.
Okay, you are assuming
you're assuming that
the people you are talking about will win parliament do not come from UD and ODM. That is the assumption you are making. But you are not looking at a scenario where those two parties that claim to govern us right now get the majority in parliament. You're assuming that at governor wa Nairobi atatakuwa mtu amechaguliwa independently na wananchi, at because he qualifies. Let me tell you, Nairobi, you have to do with the numbers and how you amass numbers. It will not be like the most qualified person. No. Even all these neutral places, this opposition have to play their card. Otherwise, they run a risk of having a president who is controlled by UDA and ODM when we will go back to square one, a Ruto government, which is worse. Wacha nifikishe hapo.
Kiprirabu, can you go on? Niweke akili pamoja.
Yeah, I'd love to take Alex, please. For me, I just close it by lame duck governors, lame duck presidents are the best. Obama performed the best when he lost his House of Representatives, and then he gained it back and then lost the Senate. Government is like the US government was built to fail. Hakuna siku moja ile siku utapata mtu ana full jacket bana kama Trump anakuja na sweep kila kitu mnastuka. It is not supposed to happen like that. That is why America has elections every 2 years in the House of Representatives. You're not supposed to have a full jacket. No. You cannot have everybody there saying yes, 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 yes. There has to be no's. There has to be a voice of argument before money can be released anywhere.
And budget inakataa kupita, unakuwa na shutdown ya karibu miezi mbili.
Until you agree. Exactly. Until you agree that the budget is done.
America is a place where, besides the government shutdown and all that, I think they try very much to follow the law, irrespective of who is in power, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans. I'm giving Mwamba and Keep a scenario they are refusing to address. I'm giving them a scenario whether UDA and ODM have over 200 MPs in parliament. And that saizo mmechagua reformist president ati Kalonzo na Matiang. Muniambie from then henceforth where we shall go. Tell me where we shall go. Tell me.
But what I'm saying, Julia, on what is the fact today, ODM and the UDA cannot have the majority in the House today.
You mean they cannot have them?
They cannot. There are many factors now. There is Wiper, who will bring their own. There is what do you call it? This Gachagua thing. It will also bring some substantial number of people. So the factor of ODM and UDA having the majority in parliament, no, it won't happen. Can't happen today.
Ask you, Mwamba, how do people get the majority in parliament? What numbers count?
It's the number of individuals elected.
And how, in Kenya, how do we vote? Let me just tell you how we vote. We vote
by tribal. We vote by tribal.
Yes. So DCP is likely to carry Mount Kenya region. Okay. Wiper is likely to carry Eastern region. Now, ODM is likely to carry Nyanza, Luo Nyanza. Let me say that. Saizi Kisi Nyanza may go to the opposition. Is right to go to the opposition. Western Province may go. Let me just make an assumption that it will go to DAP. Okay.
No, let it go to UDA.
Now, I'm talking about Western. Maybe Western, some of
whatever.
And all that. But then Rift Valley may still incline to UDA more. Now, Eastern, part of Eastern is Wiper, part of Eastern is Mount Kenya region. Now, we leave regions like Northeastern, which obviously Kasongo has been dominating even now. Then we leave the places that matter more right now is Nairobi and Coast Province, which means Coast Province and Nairobi, it is not a tribal card that will play. Now, Coast Province, so many cards will play. So one of them, like you are saying, the most popular person. But then, now it may be practically impossible for Wiper to gather enough votes to get the governor for Nairobi. If DCP will also have their own governor, if they will have their own members of parliament, even Wiper will have their own members of parliament vying in Nairobi. Now, in the event that Wiper has their own MPs vying in Nairobi, na DCP imeleta wake, kwanza hao wanagawana kura, that is, you must realize that. What if ODM realizes na UDA lazima tufanye kazi pamoja, they decide sisi tuko na governor mmoja Nairobi, tuko na members of parliament, we are having only one in Nairobi, and they decide only to have one person, they stand a higher chances of beating the others because of unity is power. And if they decide to do the same in Coast Province, they beat them still in Coast Province. Then we'll be here saying, at UDA now, MPs wapi? We'll start asking ourselves those questions. Yes, we saw it coming. We can't do that. We saw it
You know, I don't get your argument, because when we are talking like having a checkered parliament where all the parties will be represented almost equally or well balanced, then I don't see what you are fearing.
Not
just
all
because
balance.
of coalition. In fact, coalitions, wait a minute, coalitions are actually formed after governments are elected. You can't stop that. A coalition will always happen.
Mamba, I've asked you a question. If UDA and ODM are working together,
yes,
don't you think they can have more members of parliament than the other parties?
If Wiper and whatever Gachagua's party work together, why can't they count?
But you are the one who is saying they shouldn't work together.
Okay, can I say something?
What I'm saying, I would rather have a checkered parliament and oppose to
Julia, let me help you that. Julia, let me help you that. The problem with Mwamba is this. We are building a coalition based on tribes, and that tribe is parties. For instance, when we are talking about our principles, we are talking about Gachagua, and we expect him to carry Mount Kenya. We are talking about Natembeya. We expect him to carry what? To carry Western. We are talking about Matiang'i. We expect him to carry where? This and this. We are talking about Kalonzo. We expect him. But when it comes to members of parliament, he doesn't want that kind of what? Intuition, whereby we are speaking like that. The reality is, our working formula right now in the building of the coalition is based on what you are refuting. Essentially, what we don't want is what you are saying. But already, our building block and our foundation towards winning the election, you are denying what we are actually already building. For instance, what Julia is saying, DCP, in order for us to carry the day, should and must support Gachagua. Not only presidential, it must reflect on the Senate, on the governors, on the women rep. If it has to show numbers so that Ruto cannot intimidate us. If we don't want the UDA to steal election and the government, the popularity of UDA and Gachagua must reflect on the governors he produces, on the senators he produces, on the so and so. Now, if we go on that model to Matiang'i, to Kalonzo, to so and so, you find that we are already agitating for the 6 Ps without our own knowledge. So, I totally agree. We should have a checkered parliament. But the problem of our approach towards the winning against Ruto, we are already building on that which you think we should not do. And if that is the case, then there is no need for us to even agitate for a coalition. Because why are we having a principle called Natembeya? Nani just said that Natembeya will be bought. So when we say Natembeya will be bought, we are not talking as a persona. We are talking that perception that Natembeya is the leader of DAP and the Luyas are behind him. Therefore, by buying him, we are saying the Luya people are going to be consolidated towards where? This side. So coalition building is very delicate. I totally agree what Kip is saying. That you know what, Obama did this and this and this. And that is very true. The problem is the approach we are having towards defeating Ruto. We have already built principles based on tribal basis and with a mandate to win the governors, to win the senators, to win so and so. So you cannot tell me that we are going to support Matiang'i as a president, only presidential, and then the Kisii people should just elect anybody they want. Then how is Matiang'i our principal? How is Kalonzo a principal? With all these parties going everywhere. So he's no longer a principal. So we have no use for them. So what we are saying is we should not run on principles. Let us dismantle Gachagua, Eugene, all these people, and say we want us to choose anything that we want. And our presidential candidate is this. That is what essentially what you're saying. And the danger of that is, you know very well now, Ruto will come with that politics of perception and lies. And that is why we say, how do we choke Ruto out so that he does not steal election from anywhere? And we have been talking about this, not because we want it. It has never worked. And that is the danger that Nani Julia is bringing out, that our first and foremost agenda is to remove Ruto. And after we have removed him, then we deal with other things, because this is a man who essentially we are incapable of removing without this approach. If we leave it like that, he will come to the mountain without Gachagua and he will lie to us. Had Matiang'i not consolidated completely and choked him out, we still had some people making noise from Kisii and lying. Had Kalonzo not even refused to go to the recent Madaraka Day and show that he's not with him, there will be still people like Mutesi wanapiga kelele, wanasema, you know, I have performed, I can be elected from nowhere. So we have today members of parliament who sometimes will make a mistake that are coming from this mountain region, who says that regardless from where I will be running, I have performed and I should be based on merit. But they are just supporting Ruto. They are being bankrolled by Ruto. And Ruto wants them to become so that he can do what? Weaken the opposition. Those are people that must not be given an opportunity. The problem we are facing about Ruto is he's not dealing with the democracy that he wants us to deal with. For him, he's dealing with thorax. But he wants us to, and that is why we were not able to win against Trump, because Trump defied all the rules, but we wanted to run under the rules. And the danger of that is that we will lose terribly if that is the approach you want, that we can elect anything, and as long as people vote for the presidential candidate that we want. We have already failed before we start.
So the scenario that Mwamba and Kip are giving us is a scenario that of a democracy that has grown from dictatorship and to above law and all that, like people who are above board. Right now, we are trying to deliver Kenya from, we were actually backsliding to the days of colonial. I think Kenya inarudi nyuma hata mbaya kuliko the days of Moi. So we must first now deliver Kenya from where we are and then move forward. So these things of saying that we let people do what they want at Nairobi Coast Province, that one won't work. We must give a perception that the opposition is winning landslide, both for presidential and members of parliament. And before the next speaker speaks, first and foremost, even as we speak of having a Kalonzo Matiang'i presidency, Ruto is likely to do his best to steal the votes. And some time back, I gave an example of the formula of winning against Ruto. And this was my formula. Iyo suti yenye mtaki, that is what we should have. If it is about Kenya region, we should decide that we don't have these fights between those parties in Mount Kenya region. We should be sure and very sure that in Kisii, opposition will get all members of parliament. By midnight, our members of parliament should protect their votes. And by midnight, we should give a number that we are tending towards 300 members of parliament for the opposition. That will be intimidating enough, even for the rector chairman, to decide to change the numbers. Lakini tukianza hii story kwamba ati tunasikia mtu wa UD amewin governor Nairobi. Because we decided atutaki suti, we want democracy. Now we want democracy everybody mtu asijingangania. People you are saying UDA cannot win. If UDA and ODM unite in Nairobi, they will win against Wiper and DCP and DCP. They will definitely win. Because Kalonzo atakuwa na watu wake na Rigathi atakuwa na watu wake. Why should we do that? Allow that to happen? For now, right now, we must have compromise candidates in our neutral places. That neutral places, I mean Nairobi, Coast Province, and also I think Rift Valley. I mean South. I think South and Rift Valley. Or I don't know, not Rift Valley, North Rift or South Rift. I think South Rift. Kwa Masai, we must have a compromise candidate. Now, places like Laikipia, we should not have sibling rivalry. Okay, Laikipia, a lot of times is Mount Kenya region. So DCP may take Laikipia County. Laikipia unajua iko huko Nanyuki, it is somehow like Mount Kenya region. And part of Nakuru, hapa Nakuru. Even Nakuru, Molo, Nakuru, I think there is a constituency in Nakuru, Naivasha area. There must be a compromise candidate there because that is where opposition has numbers. So we should not give room of saying ati kila mtu asimamishe mtu wake. You nipatia UDA nafasi. Yani Ruto should be given a perception that hauna chance, you are being beaten pants down. Even ODM should be given a picture that you either work with us or you are losing in Nairobi. In fact, let me say this. If Kalonzo and Gachagua unite in Nairobi, even people like Sifuna will have an uphill task winning a senatorial seat.
In Nairobi, if DCP becomes the popular party and Kalonzo and the TC back them, there will be no Luo member of parliament. Take it to the bank. Trust me. Yes. Not even Babu Owino will be elected. I am telling you. And even if Tembea goes back and supports this issue of even Westlands, Nani Anashindanga, it will come to the end totally and completely. But their fear about Natembea, that one already I think we have spoken several times here. But, and that's why I say, the danger of saying that we are in a coalition, but we want anything to be elected. Do you know why sometimes UDA and Jubilee had to win in Nairobi? It's because we were putting candidates in Azimio or Nas, Wiper and ODM contest. And that's why people like Korir ended up winning in Langata at a point that we were all shocked. If you look at the votes for ODM and the votes for Wiper that could have combined to make sure that Jubilee did not win and so on, it was overwhelming. Zoning is a very dangerous issue when it comes sometimes to, but sometimes it does help, sometimes it does not help. So I think coalition building is very delicate, more especially when our approach to the national presidency, it is already built on principles, and those principles are tribal, and we are reckless to say as long as Natembea brings for us, and when you're looking at the Kikuyu, say Rigiji will solidify. When you are looking at the campus, we say already we have Kalonzo. So essentially we are saying, look, we need these people to totally give us their votes. So how do they give us our votes? It's by voting a suit, unfortunately. That's the problem. So we can't have it. We can't have it two-way. If we give them the liberty, then UDA may come in terms of performance. That people like Ichungwa, tunasikia wamefanya vizuri. People like Ndindi Nyoro wamefanya vizuri. People like Kangata, they have done well. So if we go by that, then we'll say, okay, let's go by Mary. Then UDA governors who do to the end of the season that they have done very well will outmaneuver DCP. But that's not, we want a change completely. Get Ruto out.
Alex, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Your sister down there is scaring us. What is she talking about?
She doesn't know what she's talking. I mean, that's a foregone case. I mean, you know, there are people who come here and just say anything that they want. Kissy, you know, unfortunately, there are things we don't want to say because at the end of the day, you remember how we treated Raila when he started belittling Matiang'i. You guys remember that very well.
Yes.
You remember how we dealt with Simbarati when it was the 20th anniversary of what? So hii maneno ya propaganda ya watu wa understand ground ni nini, don't listen. Those are people who come here and say anything. Kisii is grounded. When we went to say Paul to Matiang'i, you saw the consolidation of every elected leader and former leaders, including those who are old and retired. They came under the banner of Matiang'i, wakapea mzee pole, and that will have told you something. So hizi zingine wachana. If you look at Osoro today, he doesn't make noise as he used to. You don't even hear Osoro anymore.
Speaking of which, yes, just kill
Yeah,
Osoro.
Japhet Nyakundi,
Osoro
after
ameenda
the
wapi?
fight, he understands the ground. Hiyo Jahiwi Mwindi ausikii maneno yake. Inani Japhet Nyakundi, the treasurer for nini, usikii maneno yake. Why? Because they know the alignment and the wave that has come. The approach of Matiang'i is very clear. Don't make noise. Don't abuse anybody. The ground is solidified. This thing is taken. So that is one thing I like about him. No noise, ground taken. So hizi zingine wachana. Don't be scared by this. But ziweke tu watu wangalia.
Thank you.
You know, it's like DCP. You know, people used to say this and this. Kindiki comes and say this. You know, Moses Kuria, you know, amedanganya for so long. The other day he came out to say, let's be honest. This is the kingpin. Let's not even make noise anymore. He said, it is gone conclusion that DCP is the party for the mountain. After the fight, and even going to the media and telling us, oh, if this person takes over, he will even tell us who we are going to marry, who we are going to do. You know, they criticized Gachagua so much. In the end, what did they do? They acknowledged that DCP is the party of the mountain. So there are things that propaganda will come. Whether we like DCP or not, whether you like Matiang'i or not. You know, for instance, we may not like Matiang'i like me. I didn't like him going to Jubilee. But, you know, I saw people embracing now Jubilee in Yamira. I mean, it's the party for the people, because if you're supporting the person, you have no option. But I didn't believe that, you know, this is going to be, at least I wanted him to have his own party. But you know what? He has already, he's a deputy leader, and you have seen who was told as he's sick. Essentially, who is the leader of Jubilee is Matiang'i. So we have resigned and accepted.
Okay, let me do a small explanation hapa. Naona Pogona anauliza Nyakundi, what do you mean when you say that ati ama Kisii kwa ground na hata Kisii 50 ni UDA na ODM na hiyo 50 ingine ni Matiang'i. So bwana Pogona, what Nyakundi is saying ni ya kwamba UDA plus ODM they have equal popularity in Kisii as Matiang'i party. So UDA plus ODM 50, Matiang'i party 50. Hapo lazima Matiang'i afanye kazi. Matiang'i has to consolidate. So bwana Alex, maybe I can ask you a question, or maybe before I bring Jerome Waura, sababu tumeweka sana. You want to tell me that UDA and ODM they still have a footing in Kisii? Just in a statement?
I just explained to you that is propaganda. How? You saw how they were transporting people last time from all over to come to the 20th anniversary. I mean, who can believe that? You've seen Japhet Nyakundi trying to go there, nothing has happened. You've seen Osoro has stopped going to those meetings like Kindiki empowerment that they have done. You know, Kisii has had the record empowerment meetings that are not even in fruition of anything. So let's not, it's like the propaganda that people were saying, even Themba coming here, that DCP may just have a perspective that it is popular in the mountain. But until they have their first member of parliament, all of this is just a bubble. Obviously, those things are going to come, that this is this, this is this, this is this. And we welcome all that. But without a doubt, I will tell you, I mean, this is solidified behind Nyachai, behind Nani 100%. The reason why Nani Nyachai was not put to be IBC commissioner, because he was supposed to be the IBC commissioner, by the way, because of his relationship with Matiani. You saw the other day, even a sister to the daughter of Nyachai died. You never saw even one UDA member of parliament or UDA Nini going there. There was only the member of parliament who went there, and it was very quiet. And everybody who went there was Matiani and pro-Matiani people, and they even sang a song. All of them, they agreed that they are candidate, including the son of Nyachai, who for a long time has been supporting Ruto no matter what. So sycophantic. The people who have been supporting Ruto so sycophantically, they were at that funeral, and it couldn't even be aired. They were all supporting Matiani. So the base, the leadership, the people, and everything, it's pro Matiani. So that's not even an argument we can put around. I mean, whoever that thinks that 50% UDA and ODM, I don't know which Kisi they are. Maybe it's the Kisi in Liberia.
Wow, ni sawa. Let's have Jerome Mwaura. Jerome Mwaura, watu wamekuwa wakisema tukuulizie kama ulijua kama mwenda zake Raila Odinga alituacha, ama you are part of people wale waliisha material, sababu sasa walikuwa nasema much of your content ilikuwa ya baba. Ni material iliisha juu ulikuwa umepotea kabisa. Sasa ikazibika.
Habari zenu kazi. Makuzo. Hapana. Kwanza ona kutoka kwa roho, hakuna mtu anafurahia mtu amekufa, hata akiwa enemy. Be careful. Shauri kesho itakuwa kwako. Kufurahi hiyo Raila hata kidogo. Raila angelisikia, angelitaya watch na aanze kuita wadogo awafundishe kampeni. Angepigwa vile amefanywa sasa. Unaona? Angelitaya akae nyumbani awaangalie, anawaita, anawaambia angalia hii, enda hii, enda hii. Anang'eng'ana mpaka siku ya mwisho. Kwa nini? Anyhow, Raila rest in peace. Na wote anafurahia hiyo ni ujinga. Ajue kesho ni yeye. Tufurahi hata kidogo. Kikuyu na tufurahi mtu hata enemy akikufa. Never ever. I'll never be touched down. Tunaweza kuongea lakini mtu akiaga usifurahie hiyo. Anyhow, we salute you Raila. Na rest in peace. Anyway, wacha niulize kwa swali. Nimewasikiza. Nilikuwa holiday anyway. Sasa, sorry. Nataka niulize, mmesikia vile Ruto ameongea? Why Ruto talking like that? Ati watu wa masufuria wameenda sasa out of control. Kenya tuko na opposition na government. Lakini huyo Ruto anapagia Mungu, lakini Mungu usimpangie Mungu. Wanjiku head enough. Ile inaendelea huko hata saa hii Wanjiku anasumbuka tu. Kwa hivyo nataka mniambie mmefurahia vile Ruto amesimama mbele ya watu. Inaonekana kama amefurahia. Raila ameenda. Alikuwa amefikiria amemweka kwa kiatu. Na Mungu. Kwa hivyo hiyo kuongea hii politician huu Ruto nataka watu wamuingilie vile wameingilia Kahiga. Kahiga aliongea stupid. Hata Ruto ameongea. Na hakuna mtu anasema kitu. Yeye akisema kitu na watu wake fine. Wacha mlima waseme kitu. You doing wrong. This inaniua. Anyhow, vile mnasema pale, tuachie Mungu. Sauli itakuwa first time 2027 opposition tangu Kenya ikuwe freedom kutawala. Mupende msipende, nitakuwa hapa mtaniambia. Opposition taken over. Sauli, hata mkiwa mnapenda huu Ruto, what is Ruto doing? University is going 2 months, not in school. Mnakumbuka Mandela alisema masomo ndio muhimu ya maisha ya kila mtu. Na sasa Ruto Sauli yeye ako na PhD, Kidiki ako na professor whatever. No, alisoma na ile system afike pale. Sauli sioni Kidiki akija kwa milionea home. Kasongo anasema alikuwa anauza kuku, hata tunaona kwa ni nyumba ya matope. Anazuia watoto wengine wasome kwa nini? Hiyo ndio mungekuwa unaulisia. Hata hiyo hospitali saa hii mimi leo naenda kusaidia dada yangu. Sauli hospitali wanamkata. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio maneno ya maana mnaangalia msema okay tunaangalia kia hii. Sio kusema nikuwe kwa serikali nifanyiwe kazi. No. That's a work out. Kwa hivyo Wajiko niwaambie Wajiko amekataa. Na Wajiko amekataa. Dunia hiyo yote Wajiko amepandika. Na muko na Gen Z as well. Okay? Gen Z wako tu pale. Na tujasahau vile wamefanyia. Kwa hivyo leo sio kusema huyo atawini. Mjue hiyo maneno mnaongea ati Moi. Mimi nilikuwa Naivasha. Niliona vile Matiba Moi alifanya. Muniulize sahi. Sauli askari walikuja hiyo kuwaja Naivasha pale katikati. Tulikuwa tunafanya uchaguzi pale. Wakachukua hiyo box yote. Tulipata Lake Nakuru. Kila tiketi ilikuwa Matiba. Ilikuwa Lake Naivasha pale. Mimi muniulize vile alifanya. Askari wakatoroka, wakachukua ile miti tu ya Ruto. Ya Matiba yote ikatupuliwa. Na siku hizo tu kuwa na party bili ilikuwa inakuja. Kwa opposition kamili. Ilikuwa tu inakuja. Hiyo ilikuwa KANU tu. Wanataka tu waingie. Saa hizi tuko na katiba mpya. Na ndivyo sasa tunagoja. Mara ya kwanza opposition ifungue mlango itawale hiyo dunia. Tuone watafanya nini? Sio ati kusema maybe. Yoyote unaomba Mungu ndiye atakupe. Tuseme yes, opposition waungane. No, walisema watafanya. Watatoa mtu mmoja. Kwa nini hapa maswali inakuja mnabishana? Wasasema tayari. Tutatoa mtu mmoja tutakaa kwa meza. Walisema kitabu. Kwani sisi hapa kwa online tuangalie Kasagwa wakiongea. Tena tumeona Karanja Kitisho alikuwa ametumwa wa Gachagua na Uhuru. Ndugu yetu. Hakuna mtu anajua waliongea nini. Hakuna. Tagu Uhuru ape Matiang'i atiamwambie hiyo. Tuliambia Matiang'i akianguka asiulize mtu. Sauli aliambiwa akuja na chama yake akakataa, wacha aende na Jubilee spy. Lakini tusikue na roho miguu mbili kama haina to support the opposition mpaka isukue hii serikali tuone mabadiliko. Watu wanakufa, watu wanapelekwa na maji. Na nyinyi mko overseas, mnajua you don't have to be in a government to get a project ever. Na muwaambie wa Kenya, you don't have to. Kila kitu iko kwa budget. Na tujui hii pesa Ruto hapa ndio tunauliza. Hii pesa anatoa tumetenga bilioni hiyo anatoa wapi? Kila kitu iko kwa budget. Hii pesa anatenga kila siku anatoa wapi? Sasa kujenga, hebu niambie Jiro, mniambie hapa. Na mimi sina suki na mtu. Nimetumilia kabisa. Ni swali tunauliza. Hii pesa alipeana kwa kanisa. Akipe maskini pale ama amjengee nyumba ama amlipie hospitali. Mungu atakata? Mungu atakata? Hiyo pesa anatoa wapi ya kupea Kidiki anasurura pesa na watu wanalia na tabu, watu waendi shule, masomo nini. Saa hizi Jiro. High school sijui na primary 2 months home. Why? Tulikuwa na KTC, CPE, watoto waende funga 2 months, watakuwa wapi? Hii masomo inaendelea. Huyu mtu anaona ama hao watu wanaona ni nini inaendelea? Ati watoto wote wako nyumbani sasa mpaka Januari. Why? What's going on? Sauli wana na pesa yao ni ya kufanya campaign. Kwa hivyo acha nitulie hapo. Mimi naangalia tu siku hizi na macho na sina ubaya na mtu, na nimesema tena Raila rest in peace. Na mwache kutaja Raila ameenda. Sawa. To move on. Sauli ako na family wanasikiza hii maneno. Inauma sana. Watoto wake ni wazima wakisikia baba. Wacheni wa mourn their father. Thank you. All right. Na mfurahia tu opposition yangu wanashikana tu. Matembea ameenda kwa Aligi. Nimeona jana walikuwa na game. Say fine. Na they doing right. Kasogo baka aende. Msijali. Mungu wako tu na Mungu halali. Okay? Kwa heri kazi. Sina mengi. Asante Jiro.
Okay, ni sawa. That one is good. So na hujatuambia umekuwa ukiombolezea Raila Odinga wapi? You did give us that journey.
Wakati nilikuwa kwa holiday.
Umeona kwake venye watu wanaendelea kuwekelea maua kila
siku. Sasa tunaangalia kwa TV yetu ya Smart TV. Sauli inarudisha what happened. Tulikuwa kwa holiday, hakuna nothing. Tulikuwa na phone. Sasa tumekuja na maneno isafanyika na ikaisha. Tunaangalia what happened. We going backward, reverse our TV to see what happened. Where we was is ice country, no phone, nothing for nearly 2 months. Yeah, we see it now. Thank you so much. Now I apologize again, the family. Now it's time to move on and stop talking about Raila family listening. Let's move on. Na tena wajue wanaramika mtu akisema kitu watu waliigilia Sabukati. Sabukati alikuwa amesaliwa at well. Alikuwa na watoto na bibi na mama, sijui na baba. Na watu waliongea baya sana hapo. Hiyo imeniua kabisa. Kwa hivyo wasione mtoto mmoja ndio nini, hata wale walikuwa family unaona. Na Wakenya walifanya baya sana. Na Sabukati alikuwa anafanya kazi yake. Kwa hivyo sasa singine tukue machua. Hiyo family hata saa hii nasikia baya sana vile waliongea habari ya Sabukati. It's very serious issue. Kwa hivyo tuache hii na hii kuongea hii. Raila, Ruto ameongea baya sana habari ya masikiria. Nataka mkome about that. So he know why Raila died. That's the meaning. Ati wale watu wa masufuria wameenda sasa. What kind of this? What the hell? Ruto. Anyhow, wacha niwache Jiro. Sitaki kuasirika hapa ni asubuhi.
Yeah, siwezi taka pia mimi ukasirike alafu ushindwe na kwenda kazi. Na we still have 1 or 2 months to Christmas holiday. So na bado watu walikuwa wanakumiss sana. So hata election alikuwa amekumiss sana, alikuulizia siku nyingine. You are among some of the people wamepotea sana na tulikuwa I was almost looking for you. Hata Ndeto amepotea sana, uende tunaulizia yako wapi. So sijui kama mulipotea barabara moja na Ndeto.
Nakwambia tulikuwa pahali giza, no phone, nothing. Tunakuja tunasikia Raila asaenda. We are in a shop, we sitting down, we keep looking. Leo nikawaona mko kwa line, nikaendelea kuangalia ni nini inaenda hapa Kenya. Si tu kujua, tulikuwa bali sana. Anyway, Kenyan, pole, Raila, rest in peace. Na Kenya, wakati tunaongea hivi tukumbuke ako na watoto, na ako na bibi, na family. It's time to stop. I don't want people talking about my dad when I'm hearing. All right? Tukue mature enough. Our position waache ujinga. Kama huyu Ruto kwanza huyu Ruto. Ameongea kitu nimeona hapa hiyo baya sana. Na sijui ODM how they gonna respond to Ruto about that. All right? Thank you, Jiro.
Okay, sawa. So uko na story bwana. Okay. Na please kama hujatu subscribe pia tufanye subscription. Nimeona Budi amerudi. Budi, unaweza ongelesha Jerumaura kidogo. There was a dude ulikuwa unamuulizia.
I wanted to address Agnes, something she has said down there that you know it's worth commenting about, because there's something called sympathy allegiance that does not culminate to sympathy votes. And I want you and Julia to help me in this. And when people voted in Nairobi, majority of people who voted for the governorship did not look at the party. In spite and despite of everything, they gave ODM majority seats and the Azimio, but decided to go for gubernatorial for a person that was different. And the reason that happened, remember, is it was seen that the Mount Kenya Foundation bulldozed who should become the governor of Nairobi. And there was a short change, which actually backfired. By the time we are coming to look at the polls very well, I think Sakaja, despite of all his weaknesses, education, all these things that we went back to see, I think it had already taken root. I believe when I look at Nairobi, the developments that are coming out of it obviously are good to me. And I'll say the reason. One of the reasons why Babu Wini was getting high pulls in the polling was because he was the only person who was willing, to take a stride at both Sakaja and Baba on a national level and say that, look, no, this is not a government that we can trust. And because of that, we never thought Baba was going to die before the next election. So out of that, Babu Wino had allianced himself as a leader within the coalition of the independent. Now, with the death of Raila, we have seen the efforts of ODM now and Oburu Odinga, who had a very good interview in Luo in regard to uniting all the Luo candidates first and foremost. And one of his first missions and priorities was Babu Wino, who actually, the day he spoke about that, say, Hamanye, I'm looking for him. We haven't spoken. I don't know what his problem is, but I'm looking for him so we can sit and talk about it. Now, I think immediately the next day, I think they met. After they met, according to me, the fortunes of Babu Wino went down. If you look why Sakaja fortunes went down, Sakaja was voted by all tribes. Sakaja's elevation to the governorship was not a tribal one, if you know very well. Sakaja was voted across, okay? But Sakaja failed terribly. Now, Babu Wino, if he comes through ODM, which actually is doing everything possible to make him now the candidate, because they've realized that Sakaja might not win, because even the ODM and MCS really want to impeach the guy, because the guy cannot even work with anybody. And the only reason even listen to Robert Alai says was Baba called them a day to impeachment and warned them of severe consequences So the ODM MCS were very clear that we were warned of disciplinary actions if we go forth, because there were votes actually to get the guy out. And in all this, Babu Wino was at the center because he was the alternative. Okay, so it was us fighting against Baba Sakaja axis. Okay, and the person who was helping us do that was Babu Wino. Now, with Baba gone, knowing that Sakaja has no relevance anymore, now the ground has changed. Now it goes back to the drawing board. One of the mistakes that happened in Nairobi when Sakaja took over, he actually punished according which I don't know if it's true or not, but somehow it did affect the business of the mountain. I remember Nani made a lot of noise with that Mr. Wamunyoro made a lot of noise that, unaangamiza biashara zetu. The stages were changed, business centers were changed, a lot of things were changed in Nairobi to frustrate, according to Gachagua. Okay, and one of the strategies to win Nairobi is to show the incompetence and the punitive measures of Sakaja, so that UDA and ODM, which actually put, because remember, we are not going to forget that ODM actually waliwekea Sakaja kofia yao na nini na Delegaria that is going to be their next candidate in Nairobi. So the repercussions for ODM and Sakaja is waiting. Now, is Babu Wino going to run on the ODM ticket? Babu Wino has to weigh between being an independent candidate, which can be easy to run but difficult to govern the city. So you have to ask yourself, do I just want to become a governor with no MCS, with a Benin, or do I go to Wiper? Do I go to... So Babu Wino has a big task. But let me tell you, the one thing I know for sure in this election, the people who had close proximity to Baba from the mountain, there were so many people from the mountain who had a soft landing for Baba. This includes Julia, this includes Njiru Mwaura, this includes Mwamba. When finally Babu Wino sits there as an independent candidate or as a person affiliated to ODM, because it will be a stronghold in manning Nairobi, because he will need the MCS, questions will be asked. And that is why I say, with the Baba's death, fortunes for Babu Wino are changing in regard to the governorship of Nairobi. The governor of Nairobi, as you have come to see over the years, is not just a seat like any other governor sits on. This is a person who sits on billions. And also because the governor of Nairobi, his proximity to power is enormous. And therefore, it's not just a seat that you just allow anybody to go for. So it is not going to be pretty and easy for the coalition of the opposition to give up and say, oh, sasa watu Babu Wino, because the people are saying so. People will be persuaded and be told the reason this thing must be taken from anybody that supported Ruto until 2027. Remember, ODM is working in tandem with UDA up to 2027. A very tricky thing that is going to hurt them. If you saw Oburu today, he had a hard time campaigning in Magarini. If you saw all these people in Magarini, it was so difficult for them. If you watched all their speeches, it was difficult to distinguish themselves from UDA. And that is the dilemma they are going to face as they approach, saying that they are supporting the 10 agendas. At the same time, they are supporting UDA government up to 2027, and they are 2027 in the election year, when they still have the experts and trying to run a campaign. It will be a difficult thing. So I don't know if Babu Wino wants to defect to the other side. I don't know if we are going to accept him. But the dilemma too is I think Gachagua is a very smart politician. In his first open political execution of talking about Raila today, he was very clear. He said, the one thing I admire about Raila, he built a formidable party. I'm going also to build a party like him. How did he build a formidable party? He surrounded himself with people who are smart and who are lawyers. I want to surround myself with people who are smart and that's the message he was passing. He was saying the time for togetherness is over. And the reason ODM was able to be where it is, he went on to say, look at Sifuna, look at Babu Wino, look at all these Atienda Molo, look at Orengo. He said, these were top-notch, and he used that word, top-notch lawyers. And for that, he was in every government, despite not being the president. Now, Gachagua is approaching power in a way that I've always now started knowing what elections are all after. It's not all lose or all take. Somehow, even if you lose the presidential election, you want some relevance to the next election, something that gives you a form so that you can still agitate for power that is coming into the next election. What does that tell me? Gachagua, as a person who now understands what power is and who has looked at what ODM has done before, he has seen how even if Uhuru Muigai and Ruto won the election, but Kidero became the governor of Nairobi, frustrating them at one particular time and saying, your rally is not going to be here, it is ODM's rally that is going to be here. And we also saw how over time, the governorship of Nairobi became too powerful to a point that we had to bring the military. So this idea of people just, blowing things out of proportion that, hey, Babu Wino nobody's going to compete against him. The odds have changed. And let's think about that. It will be fatal and very, very disappointing if the whole opposition we are going to sit pretty at sasa tunaanza kusupport Babu Wino to be our governor, and we know his affiliation to ODM will remain regardless of what. Kwani tumeshindwa kupata mtu ambaye as the opposition ambaye atasimama ugavana in Nairobi, that we are looking at Babu Wino peke yake. That is a lie that we must start talking about today. That in the coalition where Wamunyoro is, Kalonzo is, Matiang'i is, Natembea and Wamalwa is, Martha Karua is the best for us to produce Babu Wino? That is the question I want to the people who have leaned towards Baba for a very long time because you believe that he could change that country. Do you believe Babu Wino is the person? More especially people who are coming from the mountain. Is this your candidate of compromise? That is what I want to know from you.
So Oburu has been interviewed today also. So maybe Budi, I wanted to give you the opening statement yake because it can give you the synopsis. Nigeria pia, you react to him. I was just listening to him, so that in
as a person and also as a party leader of ODM.
Raila, as you say, was more than a brother to me. He was we grew up as twins because the difference between us and him is only 1 year, 2 months. I was born in October 1943 and he was born in January 1945, which if you calculate, you'll find is 1 year, 2 months or 3 months. I was quite shocked because I did not expect him to go so abruptly like that. I thought he would be seriously sick and people, and then you see something which you expect is going to take his life. I spoke to him the night before he died, and he was in very, very good spirits. And we talked over a lot of issues. And he was to meet me that weekend. That was Tuesday night, and we were to meet in Dubai. He was traveling to Dubai on Friday, and I was to meet him. I was going to Dubai on Sunday, as he was going to be there for about 4 or 5 days. So we were going to meet there, and we agreed on a few issues which we wanted to do. So when I received a call from my sister, Dr. Wenwa, and told me that at 6 o'clock in the morning, that she had received a call from our sister who was accompanying our brother in Kerala, that he had fallen down, that he had collapsed. And I was already putting on my golf suit. I wanted to go and play golf for about an hour and a half in Kisumu. I also almost collapsed. It was a very, very big shock to me when he had collapsed. How? And that he was being resuscitated in ICU. I called my sister. She told me it is true. He has collapsed. And I should talk to our Indian friend who is right now here in Nairobi, called Baragoni, and ask him, because the doctors who are resuscitating him were talking in Kihindi, and she could not understand what they were saying. But what she could see was that they were trying to resuscitate him. So I called that Indian friend of ours and asked him what is happening. The Indian friend of ours told me that he is in critical condition, but the doctors are trying. So I took off. I took off my golf uniform, and now I was just getting ready for anything, any eventuality, because they had alerted me that he is in critical condition. Then after 20 minutes, my sister again calls me and tells me that our sister Ruth has just called and she is just crying. She's wailing, but she is not telling me anything. I put down the phone and I called Ruth. And asked her, before I asked her, she just told me, "Oh, we have lost him. We have lost him. We have lost him." Then I called Winnie, the daughter. And Winnie told me, "Uncle, we have lost the battle." So that is when I almost collapsed when I heard this. But then I said, now I must be strong because I'm now the remaining there as the head of the family. If I also collapse, then what will happen to the others? So I said to myself, let me try my best, even though I was finished. But I said, no, I have to try. And that is how we managed to survive. We have not recovered yet, but the period which my brother put in his will of burying within 72 hours was also too short, but it is also good for the family. Because, this emotion which the death of my brother has brought is so much that when people see you, they literally fall on you and they start crying. And when they start crying, they wear you down because they also bring back all the memories of what happened.
Sure.
That is why I moved out of the home after 1 week. I said, let me recollect myself and now think of what next.
Sure.
Because he has left such a big vacuum that even me feeling, I don't even imagine I can. Yes, but my best, I will try.
In your best, you will try. And the reason why the death of Raila Amolo Odinga is yet to sink into most people in the country, especially his supporters and his friends and family, is because through his last days, when he was seeking treatment in India, there were lots of communication. Started with speculation about his state, then came communication. We were always encouraged by those who spoke to him, and they would say, I spoke to Raila today. He is in good mood, in good health. He will be coming back. Members of parliament said this. So his death was a shocker to everyone.
Even the deputy president, talked to him in my presence in Orengo's office when he came to Bondo. He came to Siaya. And the people there, also SK Macharia, spoke to him. Orengo spoke to him. And where he was not where he went for treatment. The treatment, he was getting treatment in Bombay. That is where he did his treatment, and the treatment was over. So he was supposed to have gone to Dubai. But then there is a Ayurvedic hospital where they use traditional medicine, where our daughter, Rosemary was treated. They managed to treat the eye and revive it. When they treat all the big hospitals in South Africa, in Israel, in Germany, in China twice, had all failed. So we thought this was now going to be something final. But she went there and she recovered. Right now she's seeing and she's okay. So we always go there to get recuperation, because they use herbal food, vegetables, like vegetarians, and they also use herbal medicine. They have a big factory there where they manufacture and also do research. So we go there as a family just to recuperate.
Okay.
So he was there. He was there just getting recuperation. But the main thing which took him to India had been treated.
Are you able to, at this point, highlight what treatment he was undergoing? Because days earlier, you communicated to the country and said, my brother is sick, pray for him. What was the situation?
What I just said he's unwell, like all human beings become unwell at one time or another, but he is not in critical condition. Yes, it was some clot which was discovered here in the head, and it was being dissolved by our doctors here in Nairobi, but they were using strong medicine called steroid, which was wearing him down. That's why you saw him pulling out of some public functions, including the burial of Dan Blas Otieno. I went to represent him there because he was feeling weak and tired because of that kind of.
So I can see Budi is getting tired. What I wanted you to get is he explained the final moment of Baba. And I thought is that final moment now clearing out the controversies which people are trying to build, especially from people like that Maverick Owoko. From this account, can we say that it was a regular medical case and there's no foreplay? Bwana Mbundi. It was an account of the last moment of Raila Odinga. So whereby even some of the people who are saying that maybe Baba was not in India, he was in Kenya. Can this final account be conclusive to the last stages of Baba? Because he gave it himself now as a family. I think now we can go with this one. That's the reason why I wanted us to monitor there.
As I said, I mean, Baba's family needs to be given enough respect. I mean, they went through a state funeral, 72 hours. That was so rushed.
I said, thank you, Jiro, because we don't know this, so now we hold. Thank you.
Can I finish? Oh, Jiro, can you hear me? Jiro, can you hear me? Maybe I'm speaking.
Yes, I can hear you, but uko na kelele kidogo. Can you allow me? I also put the same video, but nikuweke hiyo pahali anaongea between ODM and association with the government, because it is important. Alafu Njuria, you come and react. You know, sasa Oburu ndiye kila kitu kwa ODM. Listen here.
And as a person who was closest to Raila Odinga, this is a general direction in which he wanted ODM to head.
The coming now, this is in relation now to ODM associating with the government of President Ruto. The whole country knows that we were the biggest and the greatest opponent of Ruto, and we believe that Raila was deprived of his victory. And we had been saying that in parliament and outside parliament, and the protests which were there in the country, Raila was leading them, including the Sufuria movement. Raila was leading the Sufuria movement, and he was very brave. Whatever threats he was given, there were even threats to his life. There were bullets shot at his car when he was inside, which what saved him was only because his car was bullet proof. But it was not only that. Sometimes he used to come out of the car and wave to people and talk to people when even the bullets were being shot. So he was very brave, and he said, if he dies fighting for the people, it does not matter. So he was very committed to that. But the reason why we came together to join President Ruto's government was because after the demonstrations which happened, they almost threatened and shook the foundation of the state. And you could see the army was already coming out of the barracks. And this is a dangerous trend in a democracy, which we saw together that this would wipe out all the gains that had been made throughout the years for which people died. Because if you slide into a military coup, all the gains that this country had made in democratic, creating democratic space would disappear. Even the young men who were demonstrating would not benefit. They would be also victims like everybody else. Because we said, okay, these young men were promoting the same agenda that we were promoting.
Sure.
They were doing the same thing. But the mere force that was used and the state also reacted. So we came out, and Ruto approached Raila. He's the one who approached Raila. And Raila could see the sense of coming together to bring stability to the country. And I personally first was not quite sure, but Raila convinced us that if we don't come in, we were going to let the country go into abyss. And he quickly formed a team with whom he moved around the country. He went to the coast, he went to northeastern, he went to all those counties up in the dry areas, in the nomadic areas, and Rift Valley and Nyanza and Western. And he was seeking opinion of the people on what our party should do in the circumstances. And
I think up to that we can get the full account of why ODM and Raila Odinga joined the government. He has used the word that Raila Odinga convinced them that the country was going to their base. And I don't know the reason why. Maybe I did not hear that explanation when I was listening to him, even though, although no one has been able to ask them this question. Why did they consider to join the government other than joining the young people who are fighting? Like those young people, as they have said there very well that they were fighting for the same people they were also fighting for, but using force. That is the word which Oburu has said. So maybe the dichotomy which I would like maybe us to discuss. Why is it that Raila Odinga felt after being approached by Ruto, it was worthy working with Ruto, other than maybe considering working with the young people who are demonstrating that time? So, like, why did he choose that direction? Can we discuss that? Although it is something, so now, like, we cannot discuss it because now the person has now given the full account of the story. I don't think, like, Raila Odinga was able to also give us that story in full. Alituambia too, like, the story which was up there was like they saw the danger of Gachagua becoming a president, and that's what we were being told. So this other issue of the country becoming a base is another dichotomy. So Julia, can we start with you? Then Bwana Mbudi, they come and also they react to that specific, the choice of who to support.
What do you mean the choice of who to support? Sorry, nilikuwa nimetoka. What do you mean?
Okay, Budi unaweza elezea ili sasa naye Julia apate storyline. Maybe that one would be better if you answer the question.
Okay, I had you play Buru, and after that sijui mulienda wapi. Ya hapo ndio niliwaachia Buru akiongea maneno ya Raila Odinga, na you asked Budi kama he gave an explanation. I think he kind of cleared the air, according to me. I can see that he kind of cleared the air. But then, whom are you asking has a problem who to support? Right? ODM ama unasemaje?
No, the reason nimeuliza hiyo swali ni he has said that Ruto approached them at the height of Gen Z revolution. Young people were using force. That's how he has said. So the question which I was asking is if it was a side to choose to support, and I thought that it beats logic. You choose people who are fighting the same cause as you. And they have said that these Gen Zs were fighting on the same cause like them. They were fighting on the same reason. That is what he said. Even and Baba convinced them that way, but Baba told them that the country was going to abase, so they were convinced. Although the guy said he was not sure. The question which I was asking is, why did they choose to go on Ruto direction other than on the direction of the youths who are demonstrating? Why that choice?
Okay, for the obvious reason, selfishness, Kenya. That's the obvious reason. Selfishness of our politicians, all of them. That includes Baba and team. It's bad to discuss him when he's gone, but that is it. Obvious reason, selfishness. And obvious reason, they were given money. It's not that they didn't know they were supposed to fight for Kenyans. It's not that they were contradicted. It's not that they were confused on the right thing to do. They know. Even now, he's trying to kind of clean the mess. That is why Oburu is talking like that. He's trying to play safe, because if he sasa fate ya ODM haiko paripoa sana machoni ya Wakenya. So he's acting wise, like he's trying to play like we can always go back to the people. Tumesikia hizi story kwamba Mara Sifuna amesema kwamba 2027 tunaweza kuwa na candidate wetu. They're just playing safe, because you see, you listen to what Alex was saying here. I hope you listened to him. That in Nairobi, if the opposition combine and decide to have one ticket for every seat, ODM and UDA are done. In fact, ODM will only have members of parliament in Luo Nyanza, period. And UDA will only have members of parliament mostly in a North Rift. Itafika hapo. If opposition ikiamua kuwa na one candidate, even kwa Wamasai, nakwambia itawapa kichapo cha umbwa. And Oburu knows that. So right now, he's avoiding confrontational politics with the opposition and the Gen Z. Anajua penye tuliwaweka after Raila Odinga went back to the government. We all know how we were all talking about them here. We only softened after Baba passed away, because we don't talk about a person who has left us. Others said just how they betrayed us. We cannot forget they betrayed Kenyans. Now, I had, I didn't hear that statement ya Ruto ya kusema kwamba watu wasifuliwe wameenda. I hope Ruto didn't say that, Jill.
Mweka hiyo clip ndio mkasirisha vizuri. Mweka hiyo clip ndio mkasirisha. Anyway, as you put that clip, Julia, one thing people are failing to understand is this. Oburu says very clear, he did not anticipate that he's going to sit today as the chair of ODM. This all has come as a surprise. And with all his cacophony, he's paying the price of his verbal diarrhea. He's the one who mistreated Babu most. He's the one who mistreated Sifuna most. But now he's tasked in uniting the party. The problem is now he has to go to the people he mistreated and solidify the party to show that he is not the person that will break ODM. And by doing so, it is going against what he used to do at chorus all the time. Now, what is Oburu basically trying to do? He's going to do what is called damage control. Is it working? In two ways, yes and no. Nationally, it's not working. People like Bondo and me are not buying. But within the Luo Nyanza, he's creating the fear that, you know what, if we don't do this, this is what is going to happen. As he solidified and kept the Luo Nyanza a little bit listening to him, he has seriously done damage control that has been effective. I will tell you without a doubt, his interview on with Trevor Major was so effective because I saw many people say that he's a wise man. But on a national level, is Oburu being honest with all this? Oburu is not being honest. In the issue of supporting William Samoei Ruto, They're still having a problem. That's why they can't even campaign in Magarini effectively, because the question is, are you in the government or not in the government? Sifuna is in a bad position because Sifuna is the voice of reason and change, and the one who has been agitating anti-UDA. Now he's forced, because of collective responsibility, to read the statement of the 10-point agenda and the support that they must give them to 2027. Now the question now comes back that they do not know how to answer. Are they going to have a candidate in 2027? Oburu said yes. Nani also said, but when are they going to reorganize themselves and have a candidate if they are going to support? And that is our biggest, marking scheme that we should carry on. That ODM doesn't know what to do, and therefore no ODM candidate should be elected because they are basically in UDA. ODM and UDA are the same thing. So Oburu Odinga is in a very difficult situation. Okay. And whatever he's doing, that damage control, is not going to help him. He either comes to the Kenyans and say, you know what, I'm not supporting William Ruto. This thing is dead. I need to rebuild ODM in the 20th anniversary. Or he keeps on sugarcoating, and you know what? ODM is dead in Nairobi. ODM is dead all over the country. And that is where we have already said that, ODM, during the funeral, masqueraded itself as a Luo party. Gladys Wanga, Kalume, all these people that were speaking, they were speaking as if ODM was a Luo party. Until Sifuna steps forward and he said, hii ni chama cha taifa. Mimi kama katibu, then he spoke for it. But the rest of the people, the way Emilia Viambo was told to recognize the members of parliament there, it shows that, they had fear. Now, one thing comes in that tells you that ODM is in a big problem. ODM is in a big problem. And this is what was said yesterday by Msimamo, and we did not discuss it. Gladys Wanga, when all these things are happened, yesterday came and said, Baba said we should do this up to this time, but our candidate for 2027 is Kalonzo Musyoka. I don't know if you guys saw that. So ODM internally has issues. Simbarat is speaking whatever he wants to do. Ososi is speaking what he wants to do. So Oburu Odinga has this problem of uniting this party. Is he able to do that? I'm not sure. So the damage control that he's doing, let him try as a party leader. That is his prerogative. That is his duty. But I think nationally, he has not been accepted. People like Togon, people like me are not accepting it. But within the unity of the Luo, right now, you can see that he has done a little bit. And that's why he had to go too fast to Babu Owino, because he understood this axis of Babu Owino was hurting ODM unity. What are they going to offer to Babu Owino? And that is why I say, if they offer him everything he wants, including governorship and direct ticket for Nairobi, then people like Pogon are not going to vote for Babu Owino because he's allied to a party that is supporting. And that is why I said, let's not make noise here and saying, oh, Babu Owino is the only candidate in Nairobi. It is going to be complex for him if he still remains with ODM. But whatever Nani anafanya, that is his duty. They created the mess, but they don't know how to get out of the mess. You either have to say, we don't want this issue of this marriage, get out of it, or say, we are in this marriage, we'll pay the consequences.
Sawa, wacha nipe Julia hiyo video. Julia video nimeipata, but I think itabidi nipeleke huko mbele huko. Alisemea
ndio kufikia mwaka, na bado mimi leo naenda pia, kwa sababu barabara sio hii yenu peke yake. Pia tunajenga barabara ya kutoka Kasarani kwenda Kongoni. Mimi naenda kuanzisha tena leo hapa Naivasha, kwa sababu niliwaambia watu wa Nakuru, wakati tunapanga maendeleo ya Kenya, lazima tupande maendeleo ya hapa Nakuru County. Nakuru County ni county ya muhimu sana. Mimi nawashukuru, nyinyi ni wakulima sugu sana. mumenisaidia kuzalisha chakula. Si mnajua kulikuwa na watu walikuwa wananisumbua kule Nairobi kwa street na kipuria kwa kichwa. Siku hizi wameondoka kwa sababu nyinyi mmenisaidia, mnazalisha chakula.
Julia, that is your statement. Go ahead now.
Wonderful. Sasa Raila Odinga ameenda, watu wa Suria wameenda. Ama how does Ruto want us to take that? You see? That is what happens in politics. The only person who matters to Ruto is Raila Odinga. Na Ruto amefanya hesabu akaona akina Oburu kuna vile watamsaidia. So he's trying to come back to the opposition. Let me say this. I was even Alex and Jiru, me hata nilikuwa naona kama Ruto anaweza pigia Gachagua simu kama hajampigia. Is anybody feeling like me? Like Ruto could be trying very hard to reach akina Gachagua.
Uzuri, I don't follow Ruto anyway, so I don't even think anything about him. Anyway, but you can help us.
He can. Right now.
Let me help you there, Julia. You know, people reveal who they are unintentionally. When DCP and DAP and the other parties, you know, the UDA aligned aligned legislatures in the Western to the opposition of Ruto, came to solidify the candidature of Panyako in Malava. Khalwale spoke, and the people and the young lawyer also spoke, the one who yielded for Panyako. But what was interesting was the speech of Malala. And the speech of Malala, if you can put it, when and I think Nani, you should put it Jill, at the DCP headquarters. Malala said this, and that should help you answer your question. It's not the direct answer, but that should help you answer your question. He said, Huyu kijana, we want to thank him because he is a brave man. The phone calls that he has been getting from the president himself and UDA, the amount of money that he has been offered to defect, we cannot tell you, but he loves the people of Malawi. And if he was to be bought, he would have been very rich. But he did not yield to that. And if he has to tell you, there were many phone calls. Now, you know what Farouk Kibet did there? Paka anaambia watu wanampigia magoti. Did you guys saw that clip whereby people walikuwa wanapigia Farouk Kibet magoti kule, paka nani na the bear had to say sisi ni wajinga, paka mtu ya class 3 anakuja hapa kutuambia sisi watu wetu tunampigia nini magoti.
Yeah, imagine Farouk Bet speaking that trash. I mean, you know that is disrespect the Luhya community.
Yeah, so if you remember, that clip. Now, that clip, if you listen to it, it does answer your question. Do you think Ruto has never spoken to Gachagua or has never sent, surrogate to Gachagua? Obviously, he has done that. But this is where, the trick makes me happy. When Gachagua was warned that in politics, you don't just follow somebody like a flower girl. You need your own political party. The one thing that I'm happy is that Gachagua did not go with his political party. And in that rude awakening, Gachagua came to understand what is important in having a political party. In his, remembrance of Raila, politically, he said, there are things that I must exfoliate, that I learned from this man. He built a strong political party. What it essentially saying is that I never built a political party, but he did not die just like that. He has taught me that having a political party is essential. That is the basis of negotiating with anybody in power or anybody who wants to be in power with you. So even if we have doubts about their talk, Gachagua now has the lesson, and that is why I trust Gachagua this time around, that he cannot speak to Ruto without a political party. So he is in with us until he has his own political party, and if he has to talk to Ruto, it is after the election. So it is Ruto to talk to him, not him to talk to Ruto, but after he has shown his work. So do not worry about Gachagua. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So you've answered my question. Actually, Ruto must have been trying to talk to Gachagua. Lakini, I think their conflict was so bad, and Gachagua learned such big lessons. He's not likely to go back. The other person mwenye najua Ruto amekuwa akiongelesha ni Kalonzo, and Kalonzo said it. But right now, Kalonzo can see the presidency. So we are safe. Kalonzo cannot go back to Ruto. And obviously, we don't expect Mother Karo and Akina Matiang'i to go back to Ruto. So the only person who may play into that card is Natembea. But even him, the fact that he's been mentioned, like he could be given a very big seat in the next government, he may resist from being corrupted by Ruto. So right now, Ruto is in a very tight place. That is why he's going back to Nakuru and wherever to tell them that ati watu wasufuria nimewaeka chini. He obviously can see akina Oburu hatamsaidia. He's also smart enough to see that. So, Jiru, you asked about Oburu. Oburu is trying to clean the mess, like play a big good boy. Like it is not going to help him. And Oburu knows. Right now, if Gachagua and team unite in areas like Nairobi, ODM, just like UDA, is done. Hata kina Sifuna, hata wawe wazuri aje. You know, some of us see if Sifuna has a strong character and is the kind of a person that people should be looking at as part of leadership in Kenya. But as long as Sifuna is going to play ODM in Nairobi, if Gachagua team and Akina Kalonzo decide to unite and Akina Matiang'i wakwe na one candidate for Senate, one candidate for governor and all that, ODM and UDA will be beaten pants down. It will not be like who is the best candidate in Kenya. You know, we all know here that we are very far from looking at somebody at character yake sijui nini. So that's my take, Jiro. I hope I've answered you.
Ni sawa. I think that one is quite so huyo ni Oburu alikuwa anaelezea hapo, ameongea vitu mingi, so I would advise people to go and listen to the whole, because you can hear is paradox about ODM which is not clear. Mimi nimesikiliza hiyo video na nimeona tu like I don't know if ODM will survive, but sitaki kushughulika na ODM sana sababu mtu anaweza kuniambia unashughulika na sisi, wewe ni member. So there was a time when nilikuwa ODM, lakini sasa sahi I am never there. So I wish them well, but from what I see that it might become a surrogate party for Ruto, because I don't see them having capacity to unyoke themselves. Wanaongea, but I don't see them having capacity to unyoke themselves from Ruto axis. And if there is somebody who thinks ODM can be able to unyoke itself, naweza taka tu anielezee the formula they are going to use. The formula they are going to use. Noting that also Gachagua alleged before his honorable died, Gachagua said that ODM inakuanga na timu mbili. Sijui Bwana Mbudi, do you remember that famous accusation? Hadi wakatokezea wakasema ni uongo. Ati ODM inakuanga na timu mbili. Kuna sijui timu ya kufanya nini? So the question which I'm asking, are those groups still there ama they have died? So anyway, Julia, hebu nikuuliza, hizo groups mbili Gachagua alielezea, are they still there? Unakumbuka hizo groups mbili nani? Before I break breakfast.
Maybe you can ask Eli hizi atuambie kama ODM iko na timu mbili.
Hebu mkumbushe hizo timu mbili zilikuwa gani na gani, so that he can get the paradox well.
I think Gachagua meant kuna wale watu wa Raila Odinga wenye walienda nao kwa government na kuna wenye bado they are rebelling, the likes of Sifuna and Babu Owino. I don't know whether right. That is what I would think.
Yes, Eli unaweza chukulia. Thank you.
Thank you. Ask first if you can hear me. Can you? You know, unaweza kunisikia?
I think we couldn't be able to get him, so I don't know. Sijui ni nini kimeendelea with Eli. So I think we will just have to continue the discussion. So Julia, sijui kama unataka bado ni cheza huyu msee kidogo tena for another 5 minutes alafu not huyo.
Yes, and then we wind up.
Yeah, nilikuwa wacha huyu mama nilikuwa pia nimejaribu kuweka huyu mama na kumalizia, wacha video yake ishe. Huyu alikuwa anapeana pesa.
Governor wa county ya Homa Bay, tumekuja hapa leo kwa ajili ya Harrison Kombe ndugu yetu, na tumekuja pamoja na party leader wetu Dr. Oburu kusema ya kwamba huyu mtu Harrison Kombe mimi namjua. Nikiingia bunge mwaka wa 2013 tumeingia pamoja na Harry Kombe, tumeingia pamoja na Mung'aro ndugu yetu, na mimi nilikuwa nimeona ile moyo ambaye alifanyia kazi watu wa Magarini. Huyu ndugu yangu Harry, kama ungekutana na yeye pale kwa korido ya bunge, kila wakati swali ni what about Magarini. Ukisema kitu uende Homa Bay anasema what about Magarini. Yeye amepambania Magarini. Yeye amepambania haki ya watu ya Magarini. Hiyo ndio kwa sababu sahihi, Hari, mimi nasema usiogope, kwa sababu wewe umesimamia haki ya ardhi ya watu wa Magarini. Na mmefurahi kwa sababu umesema hakuna mtu atanyang'anywa shamba hapa Magarini, wewe ukiwa mbunge hapa. Na umesema watu watoe jaridi, wafukuze wale wanyang'anyaji wa mashamba. Wewe Mungu atakushughulikia, na mimi najua watu wa Magarini ikifika 27 tarehe 27 mwezi wa 11 wewe ndio utakuwa mbunge wa Magarini, umalize tamu yako. Asante sana Hari. Huyu ni mtu mkweli. Mtu very very humble. Ako chini zaidi. Ako na wananchi hapa chini. Mimi nikiona wale ambao wamekuja kumpinga Hari Kombe na zile chama ambazo wametoka, mimi najua wale ni wezi wakubwa wa mashamba. Wezi wakubwa wa nini? Wezi wakubwa wa nini? Wezi wakubwa wa nini? Kwa hivyo, tukitaka shamba zetu zibaki na sisi, shule zetu ziendelee, wamama wetu wapate kuinuliwa. Tusimame na Harrison Garama Kombe katika chama cha OD. Nyinyi watu wa Magarini umekuwa marafiki ya baba kwa miaka mingi sana, ama sivyo? Mmekuwa marafiki wa baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Wacha nione wale walikuwa wamemjua baba Raila Amolo Odinga, ni waone kwa mkono. Kwa sasa baba ametuacha, lakini alikuwa amepigania haki ya mnyonge zaidi. Ile asante tunaweza mpigia baba wakati sasa ametuacha ni kupatia chama yake na Hari Kombe wapate mbunge pale tarehe 27. Mimi nawaomba kina mama hoye, kina mama wa Magarini hoye. Mimi nauliza wale wamama wa pale, wamama hai, wamama hai. Sisi inasemwa kwa Kiswahili, mama akikuagiza kitu atakupea na atakupea kwa saa. Mimi nataka kuwaomba kama mama mwenzenu. Hari ameng'ang'ana, amenyang'anywa pale kotini, amebaki na mwaka 1.5. 2027 kutakuwa na uchaguzi. Mimi nilikuwa na waomba Hari amalize hii mwaka 1.5 ambayo imebaki. Alafu wale wanataka kura wakuje uwanjani na yeye ile 2027 ndio wapambane na yeye pale mbele. Mmekubali? Nikimalizia, nataka kusema chama chetu ni cha chungwa. Chama cha OD. Nikisema ODM si mnajua vile mtajibu?
I don't think there was more substance there. People are bored, of course. I don't know why, like ODM kuna vile hawana mchacho. And I don't know, unaona ODM can rejuvenate themselves wakijua ground haitaki story ya Ruto, but wamekataa kuelewa. So Eli yako wapi? So maybe Madam Julia, hebu nikuulize, mkuu na Jerome Maura as you react sasa, tunafunga sasa. Do you think ODM can save themselves wakiachana na Githinji?
Jiru, I think they are struggling to detach themselves because wako na tamaa ya pesa. Githinji wanawapatia pesa na wanaogopa kwamba they will be thrown out na watu.
Na nikuulize, kuna pesa Julia inatosha kuisha, like between being given pesa saa hii and losing your credibility in 2027, which one is better? Because hawa watu ni kuisha, wanaisha na wajui.
No, they won't do that. They are still hoping that yani tu wako pahali pabaya. Njiru hawatajisaidia.
Who goes in a death trap willingly? Hizi ni kama ile kitu ile paa ama antelope inaingia kwa inakimbia kwa barabara ya simba na inajua itamezwa tu.
Sasa
who does that?
Well, if okay, yeah, they can detach themselves and remain ODM, but they don't have the courage to do that because akina Oburu bado wako kwa na kina Wanga na the others, they are still saying we're in the broad-based government, so they don't want to do that. So if these people campaigning in Magarini will not want to do that right now, they are playing safe.
Mimi sijaiona mtu anaona kifo kwa macho tu na anakimbia huko tu. You are drowning and you unasema tu chubui, unakunywa tu maji. If ODM has to rejuvenate, has to recapitulate, they have to detach. And I don't know why they cannot see that. Sifuna cannot see that. I don't know. You know, all the time like
don't blame Sifuna. Sifuna was in the media prime time and he said clearly, broad daylight, and he said what ODM used to stand for, it no longer stand. people are confused about ODM. We cannot even have, we used to have scramble for the nominations. In Malava, we don't have, nobody wants to contact. Sifuna told them openly as a Secretary General, he gave his personal opinion, they refused. So on this, Sifuna cannot be blamed. This is Oburu's problem. He never saw a day that he's going to sit down as ODM. He used to think he's going to be on the other side. Watu wakipiga Raila hapa yeye anamtetea. But now he's the chair. He has to make a decision. Will he have the courage to make it? He can't. They were bought with a price. And the price was business, contracts through the ministries, but supporters. They don't know what to do. They can't get out of this, my friend.
But do you think they are drowning? So for them, they better wabaki na contract na wao waishe. Is that the transaction?
There is nothing whether they refused it now or not. The trust that Kenyans, not the Luo nation, the Kenyans had towards ODM was gone. It's like virginity. Once it's gone, it's gone. Nobody. And that is why I told you that anybody that will affiliate himself in ODM party that yanataka kuwa governor wa Nairobi, that is dead on arrival. Nobody should lie to you that ODM exists as a national party anymore. I don't know where, in people's mind, but not in practicality. Magarini should have never been a contestation. It will have been a walkover. Now it is a contestation.
Magarini wanashindana na nani? Who is like nani yako kipao mbele huko? Ni chama gani ziko kipao mbele huko kama mmefuatalia huko? Wiper wako? Kuuliza because nafikiri huko ni kosa. Is Wiper in Magarini? For those who have followed that. Anyway, hii ni maajabu yani. Ile chama Gachagua anamezea mate wewe unasema imeisha. Na anasema iko na lawyers na Gachagua anasema anataka 40 lawyers. Bwana Budi, are you privy of the information of Gachagua today? Ama maybe anyway, he was talking of ODM ya Raila. So in the ODM ya Oburu. Oh yeah, I can get.
No, he said Raila built an ODM. He was surrounded by, he was giving tribute to a man. Okay? Now we have a different ODM. Okay? Unfortunately.
So let me ask you a very serious question. Today's ODM, can it win a seat in Kakamega?
Is that a question or an answer?
Just unipimie too, like in Ruo Nyanza, I know there they can win. Here in home ground, but I'm asking.
They are not winning in Kasipulka Bondo. Aroko is winning. My friend, take it to the... Aroko is winning in Kasipulka Bondo. They are not winning. ODM is not winning in Kasipulka Bondo.
Kaspul. Hiyo jina ilitoka wapi? Kaspul, supu. Yeah.
The name is not important, but Alex giving us some good information here. You see, if they are struggling in Kasipulka Bondo, what about Magarini and wherever? They are struggling, and I'm telling you, Oburu is not going to give any direction.
I got shocked. You know, Kasipulka Bondo ni hot ground yao. Hot. Si yuko ni hot ground. Wow. I was not a privy of this information. Then ODM should disband and everybody go home. Then yule kijana wao who did this prediction a long time ago. Now I think he should now be validated. So then if that is the case now, then why can't they change into another party? Or they just join UDM right now?
You know what I think ODM should do? They should just embrace Sifuna and rejuvenate themselves and say, Sifuna is our leader, okay? And we are going to take his guidelines and his instructions and his leadership. Let me tell you, even Western Kenya will buy ODM. But hiyo kabila yao wako nayo, and they proved a point to Kenya that ODM is a tribal party, is a Luo party. Na hiyo matusi ya kinawanga. that one just damaged them so bad. Already we were so tired and fed up with this issue of broad-based government. You know, some of us who are Raila Odinga's followers, we were done kabisa na Raila Odinga mwenyewe. Okay, we are not just not talking about it because he's gone, but tulikuwa tumechoka na tumeuthika na tumeboeka sana, because some of us didn't buy the ideologies of Akina Gachagua and the others. We saw Raila Odinga as a freedom fighter, as a person who fights for Kenyans. Only to see him taking pictures with Museveni and all that. We all know what happened. Now they're already in the broad-based government, but still in that broad-based government, you could hear the voice of Sifuna somewhere. Now you want to tell me after hiyo ukabila yao wame-practice pale kwa mazishi now everything else, and they have ignored Sifuna and they're ignoring him again and again. Let me tell you, the only way of salvaging that party, they could bring Sifuna just to be the top, like the person saying and the person making decisions, not putting him on the side. He can
but since Secretary General is the senior most person in a political party.
He's the senior most person, but I don't think they pay attention to him. I think they still want to play tribal politics. So that is the danger ODM is in. And also this thing of sidelining Babu Owino is a wrong idea. It's a bad idea. Okay? That's a very bad idea. Sidelining Babu Owino is a very bad idea. So the thing is, it will be an uphill task for them. And I'm telling you, like Alex said, if the Gashaguas and the Kalonzos decide to have one candidate in those neutral places like Nairobi, South Rift, Coast, ODM is done, just like UDA. That's what I think.
So I can see Ellie and Alexa here. I think they can put their punches. So maybe Budi, you can wait a little bit. Wacha tusikia kama Neutral ametengeneza gadget yake. Maybe unajua Neutral is a life member of ODM. So maybe he can confirm that to us without allegations. Maybe alitoka. Maybe kama alitoka 2000. Let me know. Go ahead, Neutral.
I'm not a live member of ODM. All I did was to vote for Raila Odinga and Martha Karua in 2022. I have never been a live member of any party. My membership is for the Social Democratic Labour Party here in the UK, SDLP. But I've never affiliated myself to ODM because of reasons best known to myself. So I just want to keep that clear. This Kalonzo Musyoka, I really did not like this guy when he crossed over and did that handshake with Mwai Kibaki in 2007, 2008. It literally saved Mwai Kibaki from the things that happened at that time. But rather than talk about individuals, I just want to say that what Kalonzo Musyoka contributed to the pace of change in Kenya, we have really played down his role. Now, because we have a vacuum where the youth don't want to take the mantle, and if we look for an alternative, I would say that Kalonzo Musyoka, honestly, is supposed to be the person that can, challenge Mr. Ruto. But the problem we have is that, number one, the people who are in these political parties, they don't want to associate with the Kalonzo stewardship of our change. I don't know why. Is it because people are afraid that a person who comes from the Kamba community will be a leader, and the stereotype is that the Kambas are always shifting goals? Even during the colonial times, the Kamba and the Kalenjins were accused of being the puppets of the colonial enterprise, that the Kambas were in the colonial military, they were the police, they were the King's African Rifles, and the same happened to the way we describe the Kalenjin. And I don't know if that is what we keep on maintaining about the Kamba community instead of looking at a principal leader as Kalonzo Musyoka. For me, the worst thing Kalonzo Musyoka ever did, apart from the fact that he joined the corrupted, corrupt breach of electoral democracy in 2007 by, literally signing a coup, a civilian coup, and he joined the Kibaki government. Apart from that, the only other thing I don't understand about Kalonzo Musyoka was the fact that he decided to launch a thing called Wiper. Wiper. Me, personally, I've never understood what Wiper is. Even the name does not really make me feel very excitable about the change theories that he brings across. But as a leader, I think that Kalonzo Musyoka would be a fantastic person. He can associate with Kina Gachagua, other leaders in other political parties, but they should take him seriously as a person who takes the mantle. This is my personal opinion. This is not a thing that I'm affiliated with any organization or any group thinking. This is my personal opinion. I think that when Kalonzo Musyoka threw the towel and said Martha Karua should work with Raila Odinga in 2022, it shows a lot about Kalonzo Musyoka. And I believe that if given the chance, this person can steer the country really well. We don't know him because he has never shown his true self. But if he is given the chance, maybe he could. Now, if Kalonzo can't do it, then I think the only other option we have is the youth generation, which right now we don't know who it is that can pursue this change that we want, as far as I'm concerned. Today, I was looking at the chances of the revolution in Tanzania. So this is my second point. And apparently, Suluhu went and she went ahead and formed the government of Yoweri Museveni and William Ruto. And I asked myself, this is a question I've been asking myself for so many years, even when I've participated in the so-called electoral democracy. Is there a problem with us when we say that the people who are leading our governments are dictators? They are, they want long-term leadership in forever a president. They cannot be rejected. Their results are like 98% of the total vote. They win, whether we like it or not. Is there a problem with that? Or what is the problem? Because the reason why I'm asking this question is that if you look at Tanzania now, you would never have imagined that such a thing will take place where Tanzanians are now starting to demand for their rights. And then the public are so angry that they decide to loot and they decide to destroy things that belong to them. It's because of how angry the public are about Tanzania at the moment. If you look at Tanzania 10, 20 years ago, you would say it is a stable country, okay? Which was managed or mismanaged by some kind of utopian democracy, okay? Which was not attuning itself to Western-style democracy. but it was there. I ask myself, does democracy, according to the West, work for us or not? Because remember, in Gambia, for example, a few years ago, when they removed that guy who used to claim that he can cure HIV/AIDS in Gambia, the former president, the next elections, what they did was they just used things that look like marbles. This is a ilegemi ambao. Alafu, they decided the counts of the elections without sophisticating their electoral process, like the way we do. We get the ballot papers from Europe. Our ballot papers come from Europe, and we expect the results of elections to be clean. My question is this: do we have to copy the electoral process that is given to us? Literally, that's what it is. It's not ours, but it is given to us by Europe, America, and so on. Or do we have to look for our way of thinking? Because what I've seen in Raila's movement, this one of the last 15, 20 years, is that once the elections have been stolen from him and his people, he has managed to come into government with the same basic and fundamental issues that he was pushing forward as a candidate. So you have two candidates at the end of the day who are professing the same thing. But in a Western style democracy, we are told it's like a horse race, yeah? It's fast past the posts. Anything else is called corruption and rigging. Please don't think that I am trying to legitimize rigging of elections. I am asking myself this question: why did 700 people have to die in Tanzania in the last few days? Some people, some news outlets are saying it's up to 2,000. Because remember, the population of Tanzania is huge in comparison to Kenya. And if we look at so-called tribes, they have over 200. As we joke around here saying at CG 42 tribes. These people, they have a multi-ethnicity of diverse languages, and they have been living together for the longest time like that. But then you find that when it comes to the elections, what has happened now, we are starting to say that this is pure rigging, it's questionable. But my question is, did 700 people have to die because we want a credible election? Thank you.
Okay, we have two entrants in the city. We have Mbudi and we have Roba. So, and Julia as well. So maybe Budi and Julia, we can allow Roba to contribute. Roba, I don't think I need to guide you. There is a lot to talk about. Oburu talked today in the national TV. Kuna pia story ya maybe how ODM is moving. Then kuna hiyo Kalonzo Musyoka and Gachagua, it's like they have said they will be in Bondo on Thursday. So tutangojea tuone kama watafungiriwa. So I think you can react to that and amidst other things, Tanzania and the rest. Thank you. Roba, it's your time. He has gone away. So, who want to react? So, Nambona siku hizi, like I'm hearing like there are so many Kenyans who are denying they are no longer in ODM. Like ama ni kitu, when the Tower of Babel is collapsing, people started jumping away. Is that the is that is that the thing? So Ed Budi, I need. Oh, sorry, Robert Merudi. Robert, you can talk. You can talk directly. Go ahead.
What was the question? Can you ask a question?
Yeah, the question I was asking you, like ODM post Raila, the meeting of watu wa Mlima, that is Gachagua and Kalonzo going to Bondo on Thursday. Will it happen? Amidst other things. Go ahead.
Actually, let me start from to respond. The guy who says, I think we call him Earl, but I can see a different name there. He's kind of promoting he's contradicting himself about Tanzania. So let me just, I don't want to go through we had this discussion yesterday, but you can't blame the people of Tanzania of what's going on. So they've been patient and they've been mistreated. So I don't know what you mean borrowed democracy. They never borrowed democracy. First of all, I'm not one person who buys this issue of saying we buy something from somebody. We don't. We are the people governing ourselves. Sisi ndio tunachagua watu. Sisi ndio we are the people. The voters are from us. Sia wasungu wanakuja kutupigia kura. I mean, let's not keep on blaming him. Blaming, I'm not part of it. Just pray. Let's blame ourselves the way we do things. Yeah? Kenya, 2007, he thought of Kalonzo. What he did, I'll never forgive him. He was the one, even never joined Kibaki, Baba would be the president. And because of that, he came there, then we had what we had. So, because of that, I don't see Kalonzo. For me, my opinion, I would have a different candidate, but not Kalonzo. I'm just answering the other guy's question. Then you talked of about this democracy now, and we are born from Europeans, from America, USA. USA, they don't run our countries. Europeans don't run our countries. They have embassies, we have embassies in their countries. All we are doing is messing up as individuals. A good example is Tanzania, where you see somebody saying he won an election with 98%, when you know nobody showed up. What do you expect? That's how stupid we are as a people. Yeah? So they say Tanzania, next will be Uganda, and the finals will be Kenya 2027. But I'm seeing a trend here, trend of dictatorship. The dictatorship we are the people that are encouraging this one to happen. But you can see some citizens, and the idea of saying 700 people died. We are talking about maybe over 2,000 people have died. That's what I know at this point. There's a lot of people who have been shot, and some of them were just shot from somebody was just following your house and they shoot you, or they don't care who they were shooting. And the people, most of them who shot them, they're the hired people from Uganda who came in, not hired by the army from Uganda. That's how it was. That's how stupid.
Na si tulikuwa tunasikia bwana Roba pia au watu wa Uganda ni kama wamewahi kuja Kenya pia na wakafanya massacre.
Yeah, exactly. This is not like rumors that they did
So
that one.
I think now we have to start preparing for that gun now. Ama unaonaje?
Yeah, so that man has to go. Museveni has to go. Na hiyo mtoto wake, I think that's the next thing should be on the table. He has to go. He's a man he has killed a lot of Tanzanians, and as days come by, it's going to be proven. Some of them wamekuwa captured as we speak. They have been captured by some citizens, Tanzanian citizens, and they can let them know, they can't let them just go because of, they caught them. They caught them. So this idea is we are messing our continent as a people. I mean, we are so caught up. Instead of doing the right things from Cameroon to whatever what country, we keep on messing up. That's the African way now. It becomes normal. Until now, people are just like coming up and saying, no, it's no. And that's why I'm just saying, recent Matiang's interview, when he did KTN, that's like a day before the same day we had the elections. And in fact, because of what happened in Tanzania, kind of the thing has been nobody followed. In fact, we could be talking about it. I think that's the candidate I want to have. If I have my votes, I want to vote for Matiang, not be from my tribe. I don't care about tribes. I'm beyond that. I just care about for what he did, for what he wants to do, and the way he's answering his questions. That's the deal. He's the only man who can just come in and clean up this mess. We are in a big, big mess. Okay, now let me go back and answer some of your questions about like Kieda and the so-called Kalonzo. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care at this point because they just keep on. I mean, Yakwenda Bond is that's something they could have gone there quietly. You don't need to announce anybody. Just go there and just finish it and come back like anybody else. You don't need to announce the whole world that you are going there. First of all, going with Kalonzo doesn't matter. I think it's the one who's trying to push Kalonzo. But if you push Kalonzo 2027, I'm telling you, you are letting Luto go in. We have to have a candidate who is everybody wants because we know where the country is right now. We know who's Kalonzo. Kalonzo is somebody who's he's not changing nothing. Kalonzo just he this. If he could have done something, could have done something. What has he done when he was a vice president? Point out that you know what he did something when he was Quebec. He has done nothing with his wipe and everything. The wiper party, or they call it right now, I don't know the name. But this time, I think whoever is going to Matiang's the deal. If Matiang doesn't get it, I think now we are talking about the second term of Ruto. And I think that's going to happen in terms of if Matiang doesn't get it, I can see this is Ruto coming in because people want change. But if they are not given that change, like what happened in Tanzania, wait, people just like, that's enough, it's enough. Okay, so for them, what they did is wrong to go and just announcing they are going to Bondo. Just go there quiet like anybody else, finish there, honor the man, and come back. You can't now. You can't push the marriage on him. Like you naenda kwa matanga, mwambie kila kitu muonekane. No. It has to be quiet and the nice. Just go there and come back and just shut up. In terms of right and everything, just come and start. Go normal. Move on. Yeah, that's what I can say on that one. So on this one here, Alex, I think I saw Alex here yesterday to Kwapa Wananchiro. We were arguing something about Risu from Tanzania, and that's why I came in. I told these people Risu was not free. Risu was still in jail. Supposed to start tomorrow. People like they were telling me, "Oh, you are wrong. What?" The guy was freed, but he decided to remain in jail. I said, "We come here to give right information." The opposition, Chadema opposition leader in Tanzania, Tundu Lissu, still in jail. His trial is supposed to resume tomorrow. And that's why I was just saying, Uyu Mama Alifanya, the worst thing, I don't sympathize with her because we saw this one coming. She was warned, you cannot put other people to jail for nothing so that she can pass through the election. Now, ataapishwa kesho 10 o'clock, our local time huko ya nyumbani, saa nne asubuhi from what the information we are getting, wacha apishwe. But Tanzanians will stand and they will just take back their country kwa sababu we have been having very, very corrupt people. Hii mambo ya rigging election bwana, hii hata wachinga. How do you win that 1 million people wanakuja kupiga kura? They don't show up to protect you or to protest, to protect you or to celebrate your winning. That 1 million. That 1 million. Hey, hata tumekuwa wachingaje jamani. Okay, I guess let me leave it there. But I'm still waiting for arrest and the other guy to concede. And the guy was hosting yesterday. Walikuwa wanasema hii mambo ya Lissu, and I think I will not leave it until they come and say I'm right. then I will leave them alone because I know I'm right on that. The guy still in jail. His case resumes tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Let me hear from everybody.
Sawa, sasa tunaweza weka ma conclusion zetu tuende nyumbani sasa. We can call it a day. Julia, close over as we put your final remarks, Belfast final remarks. Kama Roba kuna kitu tunataka kuongeza, you can put. We go and prepare for the week start, eh?
Yes. Me, what I can say that overall Tanzania, Kenya, Africa, change is inevitable. Ni kama mwanamke akitaka kuzaa. If a woman has to give birth, she has to give birth, whether she's in pain or she's. Nyinyi nyote si wanawake. Mimi ni mwanamke na nishazaa. So I want to tell you that giving birth is very painful. It's the pain that no one else can explain. Hata sahi siwezi kuelezea, but the woman has to give birth. So that is what Africa is going through right now. Whether Kasongo, Dasongo, nimesikia Samia anaitwa Dasongo, whether Kasongo, Dasongo, whoever likes it. Hawana lingine, lazima. Change is inevitable. Kenya has to change. Tanzania is following foot. And even Uganda, they'll wake up, they'll just burst, explode like Tanzania one of these fine days. And I think Uganda and Tanzania, especially Uganda, have a different style of bursting. Si ile ya Kenya. Ati tunagojea uchaguzi, tunangangana mtu wetu ashinde. I'm telling you. So, I want to say this. Kenyans, we are not giving up. Okay? Right now, our agenda is to remove Ruto. So, Ruto must be removed. We must mobilize ourselves. And those who are not for us, hata kama niyo DM, wakwende huko. We have no time kubembelezana sahi. Asanteni. Aluta continua.
Neutral. Neutral. Okay, maybe before I have Roba, because I can see. So please, maybe Roba, because it's information I wanted to pass to majority of us. We are starting a political kite. So I don't know kama ulitusikiliza jana tukisema. So there are some rising politicians among our platforms, and we feel maybe along the way watu wanaweza kujitokeza wengi, and we also want to have some influence in the next government. So in terms of participating in the electoral process, and we feel that as a group in the next presidential candidate, we feel kama tutakuwa na milioni yetu ama whatever the amount of money tunaweza kuwa nayo, tunaweza ichukua na tuibebe. We go and donate to whoever we will agree to carry the banner. So we will be having that kit soon. So when people will be asked upon, wachangie, we will have also a committee for it. So I think we are creating a WhatsApp group which will be shared here, and then we will have a special show for that, and then watu waanzie kuchangia, and then we will have a group to maliza. So mutatuambia if it is an idea you feel you can support. So ni nyinyi mutajua. So how do you want to participate in the leadership of Kenya? Let me not call it democracy, sababu kuna watu hawaamini na democracy sana. So it is something we are. So that is number one. Then number two, Mr. Pogon is having a lot of deliberations. Na nitaomba tu kama kuna mtu wako na kitu anaweza niongelesha. Mr. Pogon has been having a lot of issues which emanated from the political issues which were happening in Kenya the last 1 year ago. And he had been jailed for some time, akaachiliwa through board. And somebody was able to raise 100,000 for him as a board, akaweza kuachiliwa. Niyo issue, I think kuna vile, I think he was among the people who had been accused of treason. Wale watu walikuwa unasikia. So I think he was accused of treason. So but he has a case going on. He need lawyers. I think those lawyers need money. So Pogon is seeking. Let me say that Pogon is seeking to raise 200,000 to handle his case. So I don't know who is willing to help. If you feel you can help him, I'm thinking of maybe we can have a one-day fund drive here. So lakini we jishughulishe kama unasikia you can help Pogon, you can let me. I used to have an email. Wacha nione kama bado iko. I used to have an email. I want to make it a bit personal. Yeah. That is my email. If you think you want to help Pogon, we want to raise 200,000. Kuna vile inatulemea. Write me there. And then maybe you can guide us what you want us to do. We want it to be, don't look. We want to make it a personal alternative. Just a personal alternative. So please, nitaomba kwa heshima. So I don't know how we are going to do that. So please, mutani guide. So I don't know if we first of all work on Pogon issue. Then after Pogon issue, tukuja hii story ingine. So you'll guide me because these are some of the requests I'm receiving. You know very well, for real, our show we have not been, we don't want to make it a Toa Ndugu, Toa Danda platform. But there are things beyond our reproach. Na sasa tukisikia mtu amepata shida, sijui sasa tutafanya namna gani. So that's why I'm purely putting it on personal level. If you feel you can help somebody in a need, na sio kitu tutakuwa tunakuja hapa kila saa kusema ati tunataka mtoe. I hand that issue of Pogon. I have all the documentation here alinitumia. I've also sent to some few people. Budi have them. So to create a group, we will also share those documentation. So we have looked at the authenticity of the matter. So, and I don't think ati Pogon is pretending. So he is suffering. So I don't know. So Bwana Robert, sijui kama munaweza saidia mtu wako na shida ya kesi Kenya. Maybe naulize because you are a group here. Somebody is suffering. Can you help?
So helping, I think, is some of us, we are personal lawyers, but right now you just said he has already people representing him. We don't know what's the nature of the case. Like you said, maybe it's something when the group is formed. And my advice is it should be the first thing. Mambo ingine, hiyo mambo ya kande na kitu kingine is something you have to wait until at least a candidate is settled. Otherwise, if we start fundraising, that one is going to bring a lot of problems in terms of money and tarnishing names and other things. But an issue like Bogon issue, that one is something we can even try here live, try to help him out, or something. I don't know how you want to do it, but it's understandable. But at the same time, remember some of us, we were banned out because of people we were. Remember kina Gaucho, kina nani wakikuja kwa studio, we were sponsoring them. Then it turned out like I'm not trying to discourage people, by the way, in terms of but do you know up to now I'm because of what happened, I'm still like people like Brenda, if you know Brenda, they just come. We are still helping some of these guys out, but at the same time, we know why they let us down. Kina Gaucho, no, Gaucho was people we funded for him, but their person and. But let me say this: God has been a good friend. It's not the first time; he has been consistent, and I hope, hopefully, if this one comes soon as possible, some of us we can contribute. Especially I'm talking to myself. To tell the truth, uh, it's something I'll contribute on my part. And if we have some people who can do it, let's go and help the guy because he has been part of us for a long time, not necessarily on this group. We started from where other places. We have moved with him, and I didn't know that he was one of the people being accused of treason. And I don't know the nature of the case, but that's a very serious accusation, more especially if it comes from the government. And that one, you need very high-profile lawyers to handle the case. And I think for somebody who has been dealing some cases on the ground, I think that's that's the money is asking. That's the range. I can tell you that for real. More especially, I don't know about treason cases, but it might even more expensive than dealing with Mambaya Mashamba. That one, I support you on that one. So let me make my conclusion. I don't care about OTM anymore. OTM was started to be, it was a national party. Now it's becoming the Ruo Nyansa party. Same on them. I thought it was a national party. So if I was somebody from Ruorand, if we really wanted OTM to survive, they could have kept away. Instead, they seek leadership from people like Sifuna and others. And I think at this point, what they are fighting for is the funds in OTM, the so-called, I don't know, 4 billion or whatever money. That's what they are fighting for. Well, kama hiyo pesa ingekuwepo, kila mtu sahi angekuwa amekata mkia wake, he could be talking something else. Hell with them. They're stupid. They're stupid on them. Let them get out of here. Wakina sio buru nini. Kwani ODM imekuwa sasa imekuwa from national party to what? Nothing. And sasa imekuwa and people from Luo Nyanza ndio wakwe. You know what? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I was just thought I could see someone from Mombasa, someone from Kisii, someone from Rift Valley to come up that ODM, we want to build ODM. Lakini sasa imekuwa sasa hii chama ni chama ya Wajaruo na sasa Ruto wants to fight for the Ruo forts, and for him to fight for Ruo forts, it has to go through where? ODM. But I'm sorry to tell him he's going to fail. ODM's dead. As long as hiyo pesa ikikuja iende, hiyo pesa ikikuja itakuwa na shida. They will start fighting, tutakuwa lawsuits. At the end of the day, kila mtu atakuja achukue sufuria, wengine wachukue vikombe, wengine wachukue nini. And in fact, that money should be donated to something else, maybe to do something better than what they. Our pesa wako na pesa, but they want more money. That ODM's dead. Kalonzo Musyoka is not my candidate, but we can support him if he supports people like Matiang'i or some other candidates. He's not on my list. Okay, come to the former vice president. He's now dominating the mountain. I get it, but at the same time, he should be somebody who should give room for all other candidates so that we go for a win. Not this candidate. He has to give us a candidate for everybody, not his own candidate. And that's a problem. And I think Kalonzo is his candidate. I don't know what they have decided. And if they attack Matiang any more time, it's going to be Matiang himself and them themselves. So it means sort of tungue. They can't keep on attacking him like the way they did last time. Lakini Matiang ameacha hiyo, is going to join them. He's still there. He's still in the group. They have to respect him. And he's the only man who can liberate this country. He's the only candidate who can serve all of Kenya. He's the only candidate who can go and get votes. But Garonzo, so to tell the truth, let me leave it there for Mr. Pagan. We can do as let's arrange ourselves in the course of the week. You go on to start fundraising on Friday because there were some of us we work Friday through Saturday. We can do fundraising. Maybe we come during our session. Maybe that might help a little bit, and we see where we can go. So otherwise, let me leave them Sanjiro. Today is my Sunday. That's my Monday. I mean, my place of work. So I'll be going the course of the week. You can't see me until towards the end of the weekend. Friday, Thursday, Friday. That's when you can see me and let me see. But I'll be listening and be watching. And so if you when you form the, I know you. I don't know whether you have my number. Since Chester,
I don't have your number, but I have shared a link there. Click your link, itakugonga direct kwa group. I've already made the group.
What's the link here about Kenya Democracy Level?
Hiyo nimeandika hapo https://chat.whatsapp.com. Hiyo ndio link ya Pogon. So any person akiclick your link unaanguka kwa hiyo group.
I think it would work when that one is right now. It's not there. Maybe it's just yeah. So I know it was there before, but not now.
I have shared the link kwa Kenya Democracy.
Oh, okay. Comment right now. Okay, I'll go there and I'll go there and
that is the link. So Bwana Mbudi, can you comment about Pogon Liberation on that treason case? Na ile mbio tunakimbizwa saa hii na hiyo mambo at the point where we need to raise like 200k. I know you have seen the documentation. Go ahead.
You're putting me in a tight spot. I think you have already done that.
No, unajua ni lazima information ikitoka from more than one person, saa zingine it lands well. Just hata ukiagree, hata ukisema hivyo imesemekana ni ukweli, just summarize it.
I think we've done that before. I need a structured way of doing things because we've done things that we've been implicated before, and I don't want to take accountability for anything anymore. I know that thing is on the platform, but however, I think if we discuss it in a structured way and we bring our people here who will, like Roba will be here, Julia will be here, and Kip will be here, and we just deliberate, not just peruse through it the way you want us to do it. I think it's, we've been here before and you know the repercussions, so I'm not going to be, quick to do that. I will allow you as the moderator and the person that bringing us together because of accountability. A person that all of us can reach to do the initiative. But when it comes to the right time, we have Pogon here, we have everybody here, and we execute. We have an agreement, and immediately, as a secretary to that, somebody then start writing, and towards there, Pogon gives us the credibility, and we know where to send the money. I think that structure can work. There are things we've done before, and we've paid the repercussions heavily that are willing to make the mistakes again. So I know that thing is going on.
Okay.
I think the way we are doing it, we have to change how we do things and so forth, because I think this relationship we have is not physical and tangible. And personally, I've never met Pogon. I don't know Pogon. I don't know if this is his true name, so on and so forth. But I have dealt with him. I've called him. I've sent him money. But that should not be the basis of me talking on behalf of him. So I would like him to be here while we are deliberating, so that in any case anything happens, I'm not accountable to anything. I've been accountable to things that I should have been,
Yeah, that's well narrated.
I'm being very, I'm also helping you.
That's sure. Yeah, I agree. That's sure. We want to approach this issue with a lot of wisdom and a lot of credibility and trust. Unajua sasa kuna vile umeanzia kuweka hiyo trust kwa mdomo yangu, wewe sio mtu mzuri sana. I rarely use that word.
No, I'm the one who pushed you the issue. Okay, I also remember I'm the one who called you and we had a person to talk about it. But then I told you that this is what we want to do. I also told you that you had brought the issue of Nani here, right on that we have two candidates. We just don't
Yeah,
talk about
msimamo
something,
and just
and then we just don't
unification.
follow up. Then I reminded you yesterday that look, I mean that thing needs to be followed up, and then we don't talk about something. Then we wait too long and we don't act up. For instance, Kitty Pogon is very, very urgent, and you know that. I mean, I don't know why we have been procrastinating about it. You know, he's about to go to court. And the truth is that, you know, if we had a discussion for 30 minutes, 1 hour, all of us, we call like-minded people. And I would like Julia to be here. Julia, this time usitutupe hata kama uko shule ama ni nini. By all necessary means. If we are serious that the future belongs to us and those who risk on behalf of us, we must also help them. I think we need to show it, you know, in solidarity, you know. We need to show it in solidarity, you know. So you organize, tell us, let's come here, you know, we will do it. There are people who put here their support here yesterday and said we will do it, we will do it, we will do it. I mean, I think collectively we'll be able to do it there. But I would want Pogon to be here and not just to ambush. Let's have a special session and say, you know, this day, this time, let's dedicate it to do this so that it can be topical. And I think we'll be able to achieve that goal. That's not too much to ask. Roba, I personally will ask you to be there. You know how to be in the trenches because this is because of the agitation that we had. Ile ya masufuria ambayo Ruto now is laughing at us. This is a repercussion ya masufuria. So if we truly were mad that our
Yeah,
people
Alex, I send you something. I just on WhatsApp, bro.
ulimtumia wapi?
You have phone. I mean, unless you change your phone, the phone we used to have on the other group.
Yeah, that one doesn't have WhatsApp anymore. I have
Oh,
only this one. This one is the one that has only WhatsApp, and I think I need to download WhatsApp on my other phone. A lot of people are reaching me out, and they're not able to. So
man,
I'm sorry on that.
that's the phone people are reaching out. That's what I've been reaching out to you. No wonder I don't see
I,
you reading it.
I need to just open that WhatsApp. Sorry for that, but I will open it by
Yeah,
tomorrow.
but I'm still having issues from yesterday, and you guys were 100% wrong about this. I'm still here. In fact, it's good. I saw it I saw it in Nation. KTN were reporting it that is supposed to go to court tomorrow.
Those were judged up things that do not make sense. If you look at the judgment of the judge who had that case, I want you to go and look at that. It's not what is the reporting. Look at the judgment that was made.
There's no
There was
judgment
no.
yet. There's no judgment. He's going to case, so the testimony goes the fourth. In fact, case, and then the fourth witness supposed to come to start footing the case. Case.
For the treason?
Yeah, it's case. When I under there, it's supposed to be. In fact, they even said, "We mama at the visual side." At the same time, wakati nani anatakiwa kwenda kesho to continue with the case.
I think I need to get in touch with you. I think you are reading some newspaper from.
No, Alex, I'm not reading the newspaper. I have people in my house from them. We know what's going on. Just believe me. Use
I
me as
know
a
you are
source.
married to Lowasa's daughter, but that's not enough.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, so the guy is case. In fact, we his case is continuous tomorrow, but we don't know whether he will show up. The case will show up because of what has taken place. So I mean, but remember what they wanted to do. They wanted also to get him. That's what Ruto advised him. They have to get Risu involved. Otherwise, this is going to be a big problem. So anyway,
The good thing you
about you, what you
promised
just
me
said about
$100. Let's wait tomorrow. I didn't promise you $100, but you promised me $100. Let's wait. Sunday ni karibu kwanza. Time
no,
imechange hapa. Time imechange, so it's
ndio
1 hour earlier.
if it's safe for him to go, the guy is still under arrest. The guy is still under the case. The case still, the trial goes on at this point. But
So, but
if
you are
they,
promising me, if that's not the case, you are promising you come here and come
of
home, prepare
course,
your.
I'll come here. Why should I know for real? Because in fact, I'm telling you, look at Nation today. They are reporting it. In fact, KTN, look at their headlines. Their headlines tomorrow. It says in Etwache. There's it's just a murderer. They call him a massacre. I mean, Tanzania. In fact, a lot of people died. Some bodies, the way they have been put together, a lot of people who died there. So the massacre, they say this woman is going to be shown in tomorrow, and yet the abortion leader is going to go to continue with treason case the following day. When it's being shown in, the woman and the court. I mean, the person who was like supposed to be Mpinga Kesiak. I mean, who was supposed to run against her. So, I mean, that one's there. It's there, Alex. But at the end of the day, I know I will want to win this one. But let me come back to hii mambo ya kuchangia na kufanya nini, mambo ya party kuchangia Kenya na sisi tukuwe na voice. I'm not that one. It will take time before you buy me to get in that one. That one, I think it depends which candidate. And if the candidate I want is there, then I'll join the group, I'll join the music. Then if I think Pogon, if I'm pronouncing it properly, that's something I just said understandably true. If yes, we can try it on in the course of this week, then we have it over the weekend, Fridays, Saturdays, night, whatever it is. Then from there, we can just come up and try to help the guy. If that's the case, that's fine. That one, understandable.
Kukuelezea hiyo ya maneno ya makandidate ni Bwana Roba, we have guys who have been participating here na wanatafuta viti, and the platform was feeling that we can also become part of their journey. There is a guy called Musimamo who want to become an MCA in his local village. I think it's a place called Vanga. There's another guy called Stone PK who want to become an MCA in Embu Mbere, near the place where kuna hii vita ya Karishi na Mudhende. So I don't know how you would think about individual pursuits. We were just feeling that we can help. So kuna individual pursuits.
Yeah, I know. They have to come here and explain themselves. We host them. I know Stone PK, a good friend of mine. We have come here. We have argued and everything. I know since the Trotsky, she lost the daughter and everything. I know, and we have no other chance to hear from him. If he comes back here and we hear what he wants to say, that's fine. If we are talking about this case, I know Spamo for a long time now. In fact, he can tell you how much some of us we have helped some situation he had before. Come to Stone PK is something he has been doing for a long time. Yeah, in the raw way to see. We will support him if that's the case, but we need them to come and tell us what their vision is, what they want to do. And then we give them freedom. We don't care which part they go. That's something we have to give them freedom. They decide where to go. We just support them as an individual, but we cannot dictate them or tell them what to do or what part they go by. So if that's the thing, let them come, represent themselves. We know we are supporting such a candidates. What, and from there we go from there. We can't just be like they just like we want to. That's a long time, but it's good to lay the ground. If they really want to be serious, it's something they have to lay the ground. But there's also one way we can do these things in a safe way. Is something economical, something which is transparent and accountability. Not what we did from the other people. We're just saying people are being me the same people we went there. They came our kind of enemies in terms of what they were doing. I don't want to go through that one there.
Okay, I agree with that, and that's why we want a more refined process. Also, on that addition, we also feel, which is not a must also, and it is something which we will agree along the way. People also wanted to participate in the presidential election. So in the event that maybe we might have one united opposition, people are feeling we can put some resources as a group and we look for way in which that resources can reach the presidential candidate's kitty. But you're saying by that time,
Yeah.
if there will be an agreement of supporting a president, you can support a presidential candidate from whichever, it is something which is honorable. So
No, I think, Kiro, to be fair, our group, we have to be on the same page who we want to support. Not now, when that one comes, the group, you as maybe the group leader of this channel, we know, we don't want to be double deck at hii the dada mfurukano. We want to be what we did the last time, wakati wengine tumenunua suit mpaka saa hii suit mpaka ameenda na hiyo suit sasa sintafanyaje, because I've been waiting to fadia suit yake ya akiwa president. Remember the brew, all of us we bought, that was the kind of unity we want. It's just like we have a candidate, and that candidate, yeah, has to be all of us. So wherever we are in the same group, we talk the same language. But at the same time, I liked it. Remember when it was Ruto and we were supporting Raila, those guys who came. Remember how we went through the process? People came here, we were shouting one another. It was excitement. But the group was united towards Tapa. That's the same thing I hope it will happen. Which candidate we had united to. We are doing convincing right now. I might be against Kalonzo, but if Kalonzo comes that time and I'm in this group, I support and I'll come in. If it's Matiang'i and those ones who never wanted Matiang'i, they can come in. If they don't want, they can go. We will have to have one voice. That's the only way it can work. That's the way I just see it. And that's my own opinion.
Yeah, for sure, we will have to unite, because there's no way, other way of doing this thing. So we are just preparing so that we can also participate in our electoral process. We don't want just to be safe. We also want to see how we can also place our voice there. Some people, we were thinking like if we are more serious, we can actually become like an agitation group, which we can complain and we can be listened, because we looked for our footing. We participated in, like, for example, bringing the government to power. So inakuwa ni kama pia sasa tunakuwa ni kama tuko na usemi. So there are things we will lay them on the table as we move slowly. Si ati ni vitu tunasukumilia saa hii. So
another thing in here, when that one comes, we have to promote this network. If we are using it, we have to put out there. Not like last time, we didn't even have. People should know that there are people serious, and there's a network which is promoting so and so, and then we go from there. And now, when we are speaking one voice, yeah. So how do we call ourselves? Kenya democracy?
What there are two things there, Mr. Bobo. And two things. The first one is what Njiru said, the support. And also there is the channel. I don't think this channel is pro. This is a channel that has been put out here so that people can have their voice. Why? Because previously, I think we have been blocked and it wasn't right. So I think dissenting voices like Francis on and so forth should not feel excluded out of the debate. We are here, and politics is persuasion, and in that persuasion, we will do everything to agitate for our candidates, which obviously will say, I think it's leaned towards removing Ruto, obviously 99.9. But we will not say that we will close the debate.
Alex, you are right. Remember, that's what I said. Remember when we used to have like dissenting voices, they used to come in. That used to be very interesting. Instead of like we are one-sided. If someone comes in supporting somebody else, then we shut them down. That's not the way to go. Let them come, but there's a debate them until whatever. That one makes the excitement.
Yeah, of course, and we agree. That is why in our channel we brought a policy: we will never block anyone, whichever the views you are bringing. We have matured enough that we are ready to listen to anything. as long as you are not abusing, you are not sending us pornography. If you are sending us pornography, sasa hiyo tutakublock. But as long as you are within the political sphere, we don't care the politics you are discussing. Even if you are discussing hallucinations, we will listen.
Yeah, and even though we'll be having dissenting voices, it does not mean we cannot come together for those who are having, political lineage in this side, to come together and support now their candidate now materially, financially, so on and so forth. So that should not be interpreted as that this channel does not have dissenting voices. So that's what I wanted to say. In as much as we will support our candidate, which when we say our, the majority who will be here will decide, okay, this will be our candidate, but we will not close the doors to, like, we will close the door that anybody who criticizes Baba, there are many channels, you go there, not here. I will not accept that. Hapa tuta criticize Matiang'i na tutapambana, nitamtetea hata kama nitasikia vibaya, but he still remained my candidate. Hapa tuta criticize Gachagua, but at the same time tutamtetea and will still remain here. But if majority of the people say, okay, our candidate is this, 90%, tutachanga, it doesn't mean others was been excluded. It means now democracy is working towards what? Participation and financing. But in terms of debate, does not have this perspective that, we are just one term. Yes, a majority are one term. However, in that majority, we want to hear dissenting voices. That is the essence of why we are here today, because we were never able to be listened to. And we found out that it's okay to listen to the other. And I like what Njiro said, even if it's hallucinations. And I do have a lot of hallucinations. That's why I'm happy here.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, my request is, so with this, have also maybe you guys who can know the more you have more space, like people like Pogon and others who can host this from the ground back home. It might help, more especially like yesterday. I think you had a rest since you are not there. I think the show went on. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I hope you keep doing that, because sometimes we might have different times when you can come in, different situations. But at least let's make sure that the place where you can just come and raise your voice is available at the time when people want to do it. And that's the only way you can grow the channel, so that we can also people out of you. Giro, we were fighting. Sometimes you were shut down. I remember when I got those video tapes, man, that's fine though. Let's not kumbuke tumepita hiyo sasa. Let's move on.
Of course, and we have also to thank God that part of those battles which we had are the ones which have matured us, and we can now be able to handle a TV like this one more professionally. So it is out of those woods we have been able to learn that you don't need to fear other people, other than you need to develop shock absorbers. So sasa hata mtu akikuja na story ya Kasongo hapa na asifu Kasongo pia, ni mimi nikuwe na shocks ya kuabsorb hiyo, and then I react. So it's a learning lesson we learned from other places, which actually, because they refuse to change, some of them have naturally died. I was even talking with Lex that even at this time when Baba information was running so much, people are unable even to return to those places. So sometimes people can be ruthless. Human beings can be ruthless when you don't agree to their way of thinking, and we don't want to be punished by people, sababu inaonekana watu wanaweza kudunga shindano mbaya sana, and I hope we want to be a bit more free, and we don't want to curtail people on the way they are thinking. Yeah, as long as it is within your point, because you cannot weigh reasoning. You want to listen to reasoning, and we don't want to curtail people reasoning. That is why hata, and we know that we are adults who can be able to make the right decision. Sahi hakuna ati mtu like overwhelmingly hapa unasikia kila mtu anasema like Kasongo must go, Kasongo must go. No one is telling the other. Like you have your own feelings, your own thinking. Na unaona like huyu mtu, you don't even need like a propaganda. Ni kama sahi Kasongo, you don't need propaganda to fight him. He has already propagandized himself. So like, and it is a common agreement ile ambayo inakuja. Ndio hata unasikia like ukisikia hata mtu ako hii pande nyingine unasikia hey, ni information hujapata ama ni nini. So those are the things. So like people have been able now to like, and I can say like in Kenya ni kama Mungu ametupea hiyo neema ya like we are growing. The growth could be minimal, but I cannot say like we are like places whereby like we used to be hooded in one side without thinking. I would not say like we are cows. Like there is one Kenyan politician alisema ati sisi ni ng'ombe. So I think kuna vile like there is some form of growth. So and we want this.
The growth has to start from, unajua, when you grow from, you see as you grow, it's better than kuanzia huko juu kuja chini. It's good to start from down here going up. Hey, so me, I will offer myself maybe on Saturday, couple hours. Where I think you are on the West Coast, Chiro. I think if I'm not mistaken. So I can offer myself on paying on a Saturday. Alex can offer whatever I can help you on once. I'm not saying every Saturday. Once I can just help because I know sometimes you have something to do.
Uko mkubwa ya. Hey, that is very wonderful. Hata nimeshtuka yani Roba umesema unataka unaona hata moderators wameanza kuonekana. Inaonekana the show is becoming
Yeah, I'll come on like Saturday afternoon, the West Coast. I can help you after I get you create your WhatsApp, you get some credentials.
Roba, unaweza ongea mzuri mpaka mtu afungue kamera. Hey. Huyu jamaa anatuambianga usiniache. Leo ameona mtu amwache amefungua kamera.
Yeah, like I can come in on Saturday. I can help you at least. From there, tunapatia Pagon or somebody else on the ground, whatever it is, and the show continues. At least I can help you with that one on a Saturday for now. Saturday afternoon, by the way, after I come from church.
Yeah, that's okay. Hiyo tutapangana vizuri. Congratulations bwana Roba. Unaona sasa like we need those descending voices to come here and we can talk. So na nyinyi akina Ann msikuje muanzie kupea Roba a very rough time, alafu akuje Saturday moja alafu hiyo Saturday nyingine aseme sikuje.
Ann, I saw Ann comment yesterday. Who's Ann?
Ann kwa hapa, unajua Ann ndiye Mussolini wetu hapa.
Okay, sawa.
Mwezi hatari. My sweetheart uko chini na niwaache hivyo. Acha niwaambie, tumekubali. Wewe wacha. Yesterday ulisema tusituataka hapa na sitaki uniterrorize kwa hii. Wacha na niongee.
Yeah, Anna alikuwa ananitetea mimi.
You are terrorizing me. Wewe nyamaza. Wacha kuniterrorize hapa. Na hii na mimi sijui Ana alizaa lini, anaita mwamba sana. Hiyo ni kitu nataka nijue hiyo maneno saa hii. Hii maneno ya kuzalisha bibi yangu bila mimi kujua. Kumbe wewe ndio baba. Wewe ndio baba ya mwamba na sijaijua.
Anna, whatever you are, Saturday we are meeting.
Hii maneno, na unajua shida imetokea hapa. Na mimi nimekubaliana vitu yenye siku anajua. These parts should not be allowed. Inasema tunakuja hapa tunakuwa na hallucination. Kumbe wakati niko na hallucinations hapa juu, maneno yanaonekana huko chini. Kumbe anakuwa hallucinated huko chini na mimi na mtoto anazaliwa. Sasa mimi napata mtoto amemea nywele yote huku mpaka chini. Hiyo ni
hiyo tunajua baadaye.
Mimi naletewa mtoto ako na nywele yote bwana.
Anna, whatever you are,
Uzuri kuna DNA siku hizi na DNA is more accurate, so at the end of the day, so Bwana Budi, you not
Sasa hapo umeniua kabisa. Mwamba anafanana Roba. Amin. Sasa hiyo mumeniua.
Unajua nini? Sasa hiyo Saturday ufungue video, hakuna cha under the curtain, hakuna hiyo. We will be just there, tuonekane. Come Saturday.
That is
Okay.
okay. We appreciate
Njiro,
that.
that's okay. Hiyo WhatsApp nimeangalia, let me try to niende huko, and from there we see from there and see where we go.
Yeah, that is okay and fine. And I really appreciate you have really made this place a home. And we are changing our nation from here. Hiyo ni kitu moja najua. The channel is small, but we are growing it. So I know repeated, unajua tutasamanga in science we always say that repeatability is essence. So ukiona kitu inajirudia inamaanisha ya kwamba it looks like something there. So ukiona like umekuja hapa kwa show leo, kesho unakuja, repeatability is success.
Yeah, so, yeah. So the other thing is, I know I'll try to get streamline credentials when I'm ready. When I'm ready, maybe that day, because remember I used to watch the one from
don't
the
worry
other
about
show.
that. Sure.
I used to watch it, but when you talk about that, but Alex, good night bwana, utaonana kesho kudwa.
Sawa,
Okay?
Viva. Yeah, Viva. So I appreciate na nitawaombea weekend njema nyote, sio weekend
So kesho, I would want us, Njiro, there's one topic here I want us to exhaust, because I believe, it's not political science peke yake tunafanya, but we need to do what we call political strategies. Because I believe that is the tandem for politics. And I saw two descending and also very viable points here. There's that axis of Mwamba and the axis of Julia, and they are both pointing to a good angle. But now, what matters is which one can carry out the day in order for us to show the two-term movement that you need to concede. Is it the 6 piece, or do we go through the mantra of liberal intelligentsia, whereby we tell everybody you can vote for anybody, kutoka kwa governor, kutoka kwa senator, kutoka kwa women rep? And if that is the case, are we giving Ruto, the opportunity to steal? I would like to hear that more from the people, because it seems like I am so ultra-conservative on the issue that if we give Ruto the alternative that we can choose anybody, it is easier for him to, because Ruto is good at buying people. So how do we prevent that? So I think I was a little bit, borrowing the idea of Mwamba and Kip, but I found out that I have my fears alone are telling me like, no, that is giving Ruto a win. So I would love to hear that debate, to see if it's convincing, or it's me who really hallucinating in this idea that without 6 piece Ruto, is gravitating towards stealing. Okay.
Fine. I think that one I can handle it later in the day, Kesho, because maybe in the likely event, like kama Pogona atatusaidia afungue show mapema, yeah, later in the day I can come and we handle that. I have already put it here, so we will see how it goes around. But there are things which we need to talk about. Yeah, amidst and also there's also something which I also wanted. Maybe I know it is a little bit controversial, but do you think the Kenyan religious process has understood the mistakes whereby they blanketly supported Ruto without thinking in 2022 And do you think they have learned their lessons? And can they repeat their mistakes again in 2027 from the religious point of view? Like, it's something I would want us to discuss. Like, do you think maybe Bwana Budi and Roba, maybe in 1 minute, because the topic I also want to bring, do you think the church and the mosque, let me call it the church and the mosque and other religious organizations, religious sects, have they learned their lessons? Ama tu ni they still have Ruto as their choir master? Anawaambia
No.
mwabe.
When you look at it at this point, you can just say many people, because of the Gen Z member at yours, Ruto, you have a problem. People are kind of like this time. People, because you can just tell things have kind of changed from the way it's not using the church the way it did. And if he's going to start doing it, that's the time we will know that this man he never forgot. But guess what? Kenya ni watu gani bwana? Hii itafika tu sahi, then from there before the election, then he would start using this man is going to try to repeat what he used last time. Even to go to Mount Kenya to try to do all these things. Would it work? I don't know. But the church, I think the church have learned. Maybe this time they keep away from what happened. But a few of them, I think they have not learned their lessons until something big happens. Until something big happens, that's when we think we need to get out of the church. Imambo ya campaign. If it be my candidate, who I don't know, or be there somebody else, they should not use a church as a platform. They should just go out of the church, go to church, then from there just go campaign somewhere else, but not use it as a platform like the way that man he abused it. And I hope they will never be the same mistake again. More especially like with the Catholics, with the Seventh-day Adventists, with the Protestants. Oh, sisi tunaunga Ruto kwa sababu ya nini? Hiyo ni uongo kabisa. No more. That's no more. This man used the church to come to power, but whatever he did now is just like it's kind of opposite of what the church stands for. All its policies. You can see everything it stands for. He's a murderer. He should not even. He's a murderer. He should not even. I mean.
Oh, so Bwana Roba,
Mhm.
the question is, can he replicate what he
He's
did
going
in
to try to do
2022
it.
in
He will
2027?
try to do it. Yeah. No, he's going to try to do it, but will it be like last time? No, it's not be last time. Will he try to do it somewhere else? Probably now he will try to do the same thing he did in Mount Kenya, in Western and Nyanza. That's what he's going to try to do, Ruo Nyanza and the Western. He tried to the duplicate of just like try to copy and paste to see whether it works. What he did to Mount Kenya. He will try. It's not like he has given in. He just want to try to do that.
Okay. That's a topic I also want to bring we exhaustively. So, Budi, what can you say about that when it comes to the use of religion as a weapon to either mobilize votes or divide people? You know, you can use religion in two ways. You can to mobilize or to divide. Do you think Ruto can be able to replicate Kaongo 2022 to
You
2027?
know, that's a very good question. However, uh, the answer is yes and no. You cannot completely take away the religious aspect out of politics. By definition, politics is a way of life, our way of life, by definition. And religion also dictates. It's part and parcel. In fact, apart from the physical, mental, religious is a big part, and it guides us morally to make the choice. Some of the decisions we make, are on a moral part of it, but we can see a purge from the repercussion of the GNZ movement. And I think some churches paid a heavy toll for the support they had for Gachagua. Some clergy, their reputation will never be mended again because of that. And that is why at the death of Raila during whatever stadium, one of the heroes that will be remembered is this clergy who gave a moving speech and who actually, pinpointed at Ruto and say corruption, and they say whoever it will be, and whoever is who, it is Ruto. So I think the religious sect understands, the pain the people. Sorry, the pain the people have gone through because of their mistakes, and also the open mistakes they made and the lies they were used to. On the other side, as you're looking at Ruto as a person, that is also the dilemma we are facing when you are going to approach the Muslim sect as a caucus. Who are we going to use? Obviously, the clergy within the Muslim community, or the mosque, as you said. Over time, we have used Gachagua. We have seen Gachagua. His status quo has remained as his core, base is the church. And whenever he does make pronouncements, it's out of the pulpit. Traditionally, you have seen every Sunday. If you have seen the pattern, Gachagua is using the church, more especially in the mountain, because it's cheaper for him. It gives him the best platform. But not only that, I think the wife, whatever, has more people working with them from the church. And those church events seems to be the ones whereby emotionally he connects with the people. So it's a catch-22. But we need to detach from the politics of the church, whereby it's at the center stage of, guiding people, because we have seen some clergy people who take advantage of the position of the church. And in the end, it has hurt us, because it looks like it is the decision of the church, but, merely it is a personal decision of an individual. But Ruto will not use it as he used it before. But nevertheless, don't expect you to entirely not use it. I believe Ruto understands that the church is part and parcel of his vehicle to power. So I don't know, not as it was before, but at the same time, we cannot call off the church in our politics.
So that was to be continued dialogue. So those are some of the things which we will be discussing as we go along. So maybe Bwana Alex, so that we can call it a night, ili hata wewe nikuruhusu uende ukakule mandazi na kikombe ya chai, even as you go to be with your family. Nisikufunganishi hapa sana. You can say your closing remark. What is your prediction this week? Hii wiki nini unatarajia kikuwe kikubwa sana kwa siasa ya Kenya? Let me see if you can be able to shape our week. Hebu niambie ni nini unaona kitakuwa kikubwa. Then I will audit you on Sunday.
About the prediction of this week.
Yes.
I think ODM is going to realize that the mistakes they made by going to the government are costing them severely. Secondly, they are going to realize that Ruto has never been an ally. What Kaluma said, that we have never had a true friend like Ruto, it is going to dawn on them, because statements like the ones that have come, that what Wamasfuria are already haunting them. Thirdly, I think we are going to see the outpouring of people still going. Martha Koome finally went there and You know, if there was a person that I feel bad going actually to see Baba in the grave was Martha Koome. But you see, we are going to see more prominent people still. Bondo is going to become a shrine we have never seen. So I think those are the things that we are seeing this week to my end.
So the shrine will be visited by Akina Kalonzo. So we are waiting for that. Eh? Yeah, surely that is good. Yeah.
In fact, the going of Gachagua will be the epitome of the politics of the week. Take it to the bank. And that is going to rattle ODM at the center. That's why I said ODM is going to reevaluate. That's why I need to connect that for you to understand. This week, the anticipation is simple. So I don't know what you think. What do you think?
No. This week, I think I still expect, because I think even much of the politicians have now visited the grave. Unajua huwezi anzia kurudi hapo. The only person who returned there twice was Uhuru. So I preempt that much of the politicians have already gone there. So nafikiria sasa grave itabakishwa tu raia, watu kama sisi and foreigners, people who are coming from other countries kuona. So to me I think venye Kalonzo alitangaza na akasema they cannot, and he used a vocabulary, hata sikujua ati Kalonzo anajua vocabulary. We cannot allow Mr. Ruto to mourn Raila Odinga in a ilk. I think he used the word ilk. I don't know. Kuna mtu alisikia hiyo word? Unajua bwana, hiyo lazima nikuwekee, sitakuwekea yote. Nataka usikie hiyo vocabulary kidogo. Nataka kukuwekea hiyo vocabulary bwana Mbudi. I need to put for you only that vocabulary peke yake. Nataka usikie vile Kalonzo alisema, because I was expecting people to comment about that. No one commented.
It's been said that when you sit Kenyan president, is that the kind of reputation? Only two way. We cannot have a country go down the drain while we call ourselves professionals. Country. Therefore, I want to urge that now prepare that the 55,000 polling stations in this country not vote the middle class as my administration, a corrupt administration, the number one city, and complain about bad laws, bad legislation. I mean, I was appointed by Kibaki. No, it was a negotiated position. But that negotiation took into account that the 40 against 1 was issued. And we said, no, your cousins, Ndugu, Rigiji, Ndugu, JB, from the mountain, south of the mountain, said, no, we will not allow any isolation of any Kenyan community from the rest of the Kenyan society. And today I give you my pledge. For as long as I am alive, you guys should sit pretty. My little contribution, itahakikisha kwamba Kenya is one indivisible country. This is why we want us to move from the mountain to the lake next week. And let us see ni nani anaweza kutuzuia. Because that is what this country is. And we will celebrate our culture. Secondly, it has been said that when you sit and complain about bad laws, bad legislation, it is because those of you decide to sit in the comfort of your living rooms, or sit munaenda koroga, as Ndugu Rigiji said, munaenda Ruiru kukoroga. Now, 8 million of us could not brave the morning chill on the what date was it? On the 9th of August. 2022, and the result of it was election of a government that has now come out to be seen worldwide as a thieving administration, a corrupt administration. The number one corrupt leader in the world is now, because the reigning champion was Assad of Syria, and he was overthrown and fled to Moscow. The number two most corrupt leader is a Kenyan president. Is that the kind of reputation as learned friends that we want to have in our country? Therefore, we must get up. We are coming here to tunataka tu ndio nikamilishe tufanye mugithi. The time for doing something is now. The late Professor Wangari Maathai, you remember that Kenyan icon, from the mountain. She was my deputy minister when I was a minister for the development. And she gave the example of the hummingbird. Asema the hummingbird aliona mlima unachomeka kama Mount Kenya. And then the big animals, the lions, the elephants, they could do nothing. But the hummingbird started with a little wings, anaenda anachota maji, anakuja kujaribu kuzima hiyo mto. And then the big animals asked the little bird, what in the world are you trying to do? And the hummingbird said, at least I'm trying to do something. Now, lawyers, members of the bar, please, in own little way, we cannot have a country go down the drain while we call ourselves professionals. And so I want to ask that election time, an election is not an event, it is a process. And the process of the next election, you know what happened with the selection of William Ruto led IBC. I remember that my friend Raila, may God rest his soul in peace, had agreed that they would produce Professor, I forget the name now, the professor who is a member of IBC Selection Commission, and then Koki Mulu was supposed to be in that. They wakachenga. Now we have a commission because you are sitting pretty. Now as we move on, I want to ask that all of you, living the spirit of the young Kenyans who have been abducted, put in those boots, charged under POTA, Prevention of Terrorism Act, where Mukunji and others were. And we went there with Gacheri and others and tried to do something. And we said no to that kind of administration of law in our country. Therefore, I want to urge that now prepare that the 55,000 polling stations in this country will be manned by, among others, lawyers, and particularly the young ones. In addition to going for those elected positions, tafadhalini, in addition for going for those elected positions, do also determine to make sure there will be no rigging, regardless of the fact that we have a Ruto-led IEBC. Senior Counsel Deritu and my other friends, and I saw Eric, our former president here, I think has been mentioned of. We really have work to do in mentoring the young lawyers to take up their position. So as you look at the polling stations, also make sure that you come out to vote, because 8 million of you did not vote. The middle class, as my brother said, and that 8 million people, I think today are the ones who are suffering most of a taxation by this regime, doing illegitimate things. We know we have said executive order number 1, do away with housing levy tax. We've said that. You're even sitting here, sitting idle, you're seeing William Ruto convert all freehold land to leasehold land. What does that mean? In the villages, what will happen to even community land and other lands? So I don't want to really spoil your evening. I thought I just wanted to come celebrate this evening, tell you that you have all of us. Whenever there's an issue, remember the little girl Rose Njeri, who did public participation with regard to the Finance Act last year, was it 2024, 2025? And she was arrested and put in there and messed up. That little girl, Rose Njeri, has become a world beater. She has joined the list of the most prominent, I think, times 100 most influential people in the world. We had to go to court for Rose Njeri. People with innovation, innovate to make sure when we actually say one term, we actually mean it. We don't mean any evil against anybody. We are just saying we cannot have a country being run this way. And so if we take up that challenge, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll meet here next year. And I can see next year will even be bigger. I gave my few goats today, and I'm yet to eat the ngatwarie. I'm here to celebrate the Ngatwarie and Mutura. The trouble with the Ngatwarie, munaweka a lot of ndamu huko ndani, but that's okay. Hotel Le Serene last night, people.
Okay, Budi, you can react to that. I think I was not able to get that. There is a special word he used, but sijaweza kuipata. I don't want to look for it. He used the word ilk, but it's okay. So, Budi, can I say, is that the most bold conversation Kalonzo has ever given?
You know, and I like our session, the evening session. It looks like we seem to be the only people, the last man standing lately. Let me say this. Kalonzo had a lot of disadvantages. And I'm coming to understand him now, because even when he used to say, Mida pitia katikati, I think he meant it. He meant it because him understanding the intrigues of politics, he understood he was standing in the shadow of staggering figures that he needed to survive even within that. I think PK will tell you, there's a time I had a very cogent and persuasive conversation with PK. On a personal level, I called him and we had a long talk about Kalonzo. And he was very clear to me, saying, you know, Kalonzo right now, even if it's governorship, he cannot win, even MCA. But as a community person who brings them together, they totally believe that his role is preeminent. And because of the respect the country owed to Baba over the years, because of his role in fighting multipartyism and the new constitution, Kalonzo was a dwarf. Or rather, let me use what Saddam Hussein used to say, that Britain is a rat compared to America is an elephant. So for a very long time, Kalonzo has never been able to come out of it. Now, with the death of Raila, with the death of Kibaki, so who stands? Every achievement, and obviously everything that Kalonzo, that could have helped Kalonzo, was never spoken because of the preeminence of Baba. Baba was a moving electricity. Okay, so wherever he was, even if he says nothing, it was power. With the going of Baba, now people are opening their eyes and seeing things that they were not able to see in Kalonzo. But I saw these things long time ago. Kalonzo is a leader in his own respect, that we need to start looking at him, not from the optical lenses of Baba. Okay, and now I think people try to compare Matiang'i and Kalonzo, which is obviously very unfair, totally, and I've said it here. Matiang'i was very blessed, not even lucky,
to work under a president that was willing to cede true power so that Matiang'i can exercise and execute with precision. And he was protected by a president by all necessary means. Other people who did that, maybe they pushed Wamichuki, and obviously a few like Nyachai, who had his own, price to pay for doing that. But people like Kalonzo, even if they wanted to push it, and politics is about understanding your role and your position. Were you given power or you were given a position? Were you given a role or a position? I don't think Kalonzo, when you say that he was the vice president for 5 years, he was truly a vice president. It was a negotiated position so that the government can function and the movers and shakers within that government could continue to rule. But Kalonzo himself was just a puppet in there. But Kalonzo has matured over time. He has been patient over time. And it's a high time we stop comparing Kalonzo with other people. We look at him as a person, okay? And this is what I am seeing. Kalonzo has been always this person, but it has been through the comparison, the optical lenses of other people. I think he's the last man standing that can unite this country. Not Rigiji. Rigiji can do the dirty work. Matiang'i can do the technocrat work. Muturi, I'm not sure his role very well. Maybe you can help me redefine it. And others, so on and so forth. Natembea,
Muturi ni booster. Muturi tu ni booster kama ile ya rocket tu.
Yeah. Natembea can do the bringing of the Luya for the first time together after Wamalwa. So, but the uniting voice, the only uniting voice that can be national, and I don't want you to compare it to Baba, because now if you start comparing it to Baba, it's like comparing deep blue and light blue. Okay, they are all blue, but the density is different. Okay, the density is different. So the person who can, the only uniting voice we have right now that is safe hands to Kenyans, and you see is offering an olive arm to already a community that is perceived to be persecuted. Okay, and telling them that during this is what to do. He knows how to play his chess now. I think it seems to be him. And at the same time, he's saying, even though I'm offering you that olive arm, but next week I need that olive arm to travel to me, to where? Or this week to Bondo, so that together, the mountain and the lake, I want to see you under my banner. That is what he's communicating. And I think I like that. And that is why, I had to take my eyes out of Matiang'i too much, because my question is, who is capable? So in a very subtle way, even Babu Owino has indicated that Kalonzo is a safe pair. Why? Because he has been mistreated by his own ODM. So he comes out and say, I think Kalonzo Tosha. Not because he really wants to, but the reality is, I think many politicians, if they have to survive and play their politics of democracy without fearing repercussion and stand in their parties and still survive, it is under Kalonzo. It cannot be under Oburu or under who? Under Ruto. So he stands and sit as the only remaining. So my problem with him is this: is he taking advantage of it? I don't know who surrounds Kalonzo. Now I think I buy PK's idea that Kalonzo is a very lazy political person.
The Wanjiro, Dagonjiro is
Yeah, so now this is where I agree with Stone PK, who said he used to be in White Party. And Kalonzo used to be a very lazy person. It's not like Baba who works so hard. I don't know. If that is true, then I think again, this is where the mistake is. Kalonzo must understand power is grabbed. In as much as Ruto is, has all his weaknesses, the guy has the energy to go out there, even when he's not liked, and act as if everybody likes him. It's like your guy, Trump. Trump will be boisterous, and they say, and he promised us, the SPNs files, and I like how he said, Are you still talking about SP? Who talks about him? So Carlos is not that kind of person who knows how to. I knew if I go there, when
anaenda Nigeria. Na sahi anaenda Nigeria.
no, he knows how to play us, and I really loved it. He knows. He's just telling Tinubu, I'm coming for you. You are persecuting Christians. I like how he's playing his politics. So but that's not the case. I know you're going to be excited once I mention Trump. I know issue at the end. So, but I'm just trying to tell you the position of Kalonzo and his laziness, and he must start taking the traits of Trump and Ruto, because in one way or the other they propel you to leadership. You can be liked, but that timidity may not bring that excitement. Even in politics there is excitement. Yeah, it's that excitement. Before nipembeleze Anne, I have to excite her. So that is it.
Now one of the reason why Anna atakuacha, atasema you are too boring, you no longer excited. So like it's a main reason. Huyu jamaa ana boss sana. Ana mistari. It's a major reason ya kuacha.
And I'm not going to use old poems like our grandfather Wamunyoro, that you are honey among the rocks. You and I'm not going to use that. So, but anyway, I think Kalonzo should be given an opportunity, and I know for sure I'm expecting something more exciting from these two leaders. I can't wait to see them, both of them going to Bondo finally. I can't wait for the speeches. I can't wait for the speech of this man called Gachagua. The long speeches he's going to give, and he's going to crack us at the same time. He's going to create a reconciliatory tone that we have never seen. If you look at how Oburu has rebranded himself, in as much as people may not like him, Oburu has turned out to be a person that I never expected. For me, Oburu has become the replica of his father. His posture, the way of the only thing Oburu has not done ni kuvaa ile kofia ya baba yake na kubeba ile nini yake. If Oburu does that, I think it's a done deal. So I can't wait Wamunyoro in Bondo, and also compounded with Kalonzo Musyoka, the only true friend that stood with Raila for 15 years, and he speaks against all odds how he supported Raila. I can't wait for that. I know saa Njiru with all his hallucination amekuwa excited, wanataka kwenda huko chini kunyanyang'anya mwanamke. Hiyo ndio tabia yao. But Ani, wewe utakuja kuitwa jina mbaya ukianza kuendelea hivyo. Wewe utakana ukue Her Excellency, Her Excellency, Her Highness, and the kingdom is known. Wachana maneno ya kina Roba.
Sasa Njiru ameenda wapi? I hear what people are saying that Kashagwa is a weak guy. Yeah, Nani is a weak guy. You know, your opinion is valid. But I think the definition of weakness here is in comparison to what you think and how he should handle politics. If you want Kalonzo to handle things the way Matiang'i handles or Gachagua handles or the way Raila used to handle, I think that is totally different. You know, for me, I think I've kind of watched on his style of leadership, which he has been able to deliver the Ukambani votes over and over and over. And I'm pretty sure that it has worked in his region. And he has over-delivered 3 times to the Raila-led, coalition. And that wasn't a sign of weakness. Okay. So when you know what baffles me is if people expect Kalonzo, the weak Kalonzo, to deliver all Ukambani votes over 80%, which he has always done. But when it comes to national, then he's called a weakling. I think you can't have it both. A weak person cannot deliver, the votes that he has always delivered. And if he has done it more than 3 times, which includes, supporting Mr. or President Kibaki, if he did that, then I think we should give him, a benefit of doubt that, he can encroach his political space and be able to. So the issue of weakness is just a perception that is extremely wrong. And I will never buy it. I will never buy that Kalonzo is weak. And if he was weak, he should have been dethroned out of his leadership on Ukambani long time ago. Do you know how much money has been used over the years by Jubilee and UDA to make sure that Kalonzo is taken out of the leadership of the
So,
Ukambani people? Do you know how many people?
Alex,
How many
nikuulize.
people? Hold on. Do you know how many people have been sponsored from Mutua, from Mudama, from Gilu, all these people to undermine this man over the years? But have they prevailed? They've never prevailed, including the former Kalonzo, Mutula Kilonzo Senior. They were all used. They tried. They failed terribly. Kivuta Kibwana was used. He failed terribly. If there was a man that has been fought because they thought he was weak, but he was just timid and people didn't know it because of his nature of approach. It was Kalonzo. So we need to start being, acquainted to his style of leadership instead of being critical. But that he must, deliver his region with his weakness, but then again, we repudiate him in his weakness when it comes to the national level. It doesn't work that way. It can't, and it will never.
So nikuulize, Kalonzo ameongoza taifa lake for how long? Like the Kamba nation. Are you aware, like, is it from 1989 or he took it from Mutisia, or at what level can
Vizuri,
we
Kalonzo took hold before it was a loose dispatch of, patchworks that we could say that he was gaining foot. But Vizuri with the Pentagon coming in, I think that is when he's totally and complete took over. I think Pentagon was a game changer. That is when people like Ruto came in. They were able to dislodge people like Sirma, Kosgei, so on and so forth. Kalonzo took on completely. Mudavadi almost took over, but Mudavadi made a lot of mistakes. And I think in all essence, I think Mudavadi really loved Raila, and Raila really loved Mudavadi. There's many times that Raila and Mudavadi political fortunes had died, but again, I think Raila really preferred Mudavadi for one reason or the other. I mean, it was even when Baba died, you saw. Yeah, so Mudavadi also, you look, he's timid and his political personality is almost like Kalonzo. I think Kenyans are abrasive, you know, like Njiru. He's very abrasive. He can't allow anything weak that seems weak. I think he loves speeches of Wamunyoro. He's in love with Wamunyoro just because he comes out punching. You know, he cannot play table tennis in politics. He plays boxing or wrestling. And that's the problem Kenyans have. They love political wrestling. You know, they cannot
because
do indoor.
it is an emergency. It is an emergency.
They cannot
Usipoweka
do indoor.
no, Bwana Mbudi, usipoweka emergency hapo utoboi bwana. Unajua hiyo abrasiveness ndio inaweka emergency. Huyu mtu anataka
You know,
kutubadilisha.
yesterday you were not here. Robert terrorized us here, man. Robert said, I need to talk. And he had spoken for 30 minutes. You people are talking and I need to talk. And I was just laughing. I'm like, you know, this is the politics we love here. I need to talk and he's the one talking.
Hata your sweetheart needs to talk. Ni kama unachoka ni sasa sana. So and you need to talk also. Ni sawa. Budi, I really like it. So ndio najaribu kukuambia sasa the story was that. Ni sawa. So unfortunately Bwana Budi, I need to close for something else. Can we close?
That's not being unfortunate. That is fortunately.
Sawa. Wacha tupataneni kesho. Let's go and
Aya,
continue with it tomorrow.
asante.
Thank you and enjoy. Good night.